Hello and welcome to Black Dragon Gaming. My name is Kategas here, but all my friends call me Cat, and you can too. Today is Umineko Thursday, and I'm, as always, of course, joined by Mal, because I don't actually have this game. I'm just streaming their Discord.
Hey, and yes, that is how we're doing this.
Yep, this is just like a Discord stream to me, and then we're both streaming Twitch at the same time. I'm pretty sure Mal is also recording right now, so.
Yep. Yep, I
So how you
record.
been since Monday?
I've been okay. So, thankfully, we did not have to resort to using the laptop.
That's good. Yes. Although it would be kind of funny to have the shitty audio quality, but hey.
I mean, yeah,
It's good for like a one-off, every now and then.
for sure. Yeah, so. Haven't been up to too much that's new. Been playing the same games as before. I really need to get back into Elden Ring so I can catch up with you.
Yeah, that would probably be a good idea if you want to like join us anytime soon.
Yeah.
This is a big fucking game, so
It
it
absolutely
takes a
is.
while. I overslept a little bit, and then I just continued to doze for like 30 minutes. So I got up at like 15:15, 45 minutes before the stream. So I'm still a little slow here. Uh,
Yep. We won't be starting just this moment, but a reminder of what happened last time. We started the second Twilight with Ava Beatrice being the one to run the show here. And she is a much more brutal than Beatrice. Like,
or at
Renove,
least what we've seen of Beatrice.
yeah, like Renove talked her up, but she, as far as we know, did not kill people on fucking loop, other than Battler.
Yeah, but that's also valid.
Yeah. And that was mostly the Stake sisters, anyway.
Yeah, she just kept reviving him.
Which honestly,
It also like didn't happen like on the board.
yeah.
So
Whereas,
I don't know if there's much of a difference there, but like there might be, so it's worth mentioning.
yeah. Um, Honestly, I don't know if there is much of a difference. Because you would assume if, like, a meta Rosa and meta, you know, anybody who encounters Ava Beatrice exist, they will remember their deaths in previous games.
They got Uber. No, just because your brother finally shut the fuck up doesn't mean it's your turn, asshole. Dude, it was 5% humidity here yesterday.
Oh, yeah, I think I saw you post about that.
Yeah, it fucking. Oh, yeah. Guess what I did today? Before I went to sleep, forgot to turn my fucking AC on again.
Oh,
That was not fun.
yeah, no, that's not
Like,
fun at all.
I did wake up around like a noon to turn it on, but damn, it was not great.
Yeah, because it's definitely better to have it running at night before the sun comes up.
Yeah, so it cools the inside, so like it takes more to heat up the inside, etc. Yeah.
Yep.
So for those wondering who don't remember or have forgotten or weren't here for it, I live in a desert. I live in the New Mexican desert, so I don't know what this desert's called, but I live here and it sucks. It's the southeastern part of New Mexico,
Yeah,
roughly.
and the
New
wiring in your
Mexico.
place fucking sucks.
Yeah. I think it's the Chihuahuan Desert.
Fair enough.
Like it's the extension of the Chihuahuan Desert from Mexico. I don't know. Yeah, stretches across 6 Mexican states and parts of Texas and New Mexico. So, like, if if it's anywhere in New Mexico, it's where I am.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that looks about right. I'm looking at pictures of it. It's like, yeah, that's the right biome for this. That's what it looks like here. It sucks. Um, let me see it on the map. Oh, I'm like literally just like on the edge of it. Oh,
Ah,
that sucks. I'm so close to it not being a desert, and it's right here, which makes sense because like where we are is like literally right on the edge of being a desert, like weather wise. Like
right.
every year, because like deserts are uh, classified as places that get 10 or less inches of rain per year, right? Or precipitation, and we get about like 9.5 to 10. So it's right there on the edge. Apparently, it's supposed to rain in a couple of days. I'm eager. I'm eager and ready. It's only going to be like a light dusting, but I want it. I need it
Yeah, I mean, hell, it's light dusting or not, it's gonna cool things down a little bit.
for a couple of days at least. Yeah. So like, I grew up in like kind of sort of north central Texas, like around Dallas Fort Worth. Um, I don't know if that like technically counts as north central or whatever, but fuck close enough.
Yeah,
Um,
close enough.
so like we'd have like all sorts of storms all the time, all throughout the year, and like I miss it. I miss having like the thunder that would make my boots vibrate, and like the street turning into a small river, etc. Like I miss it. I miss it so much. So fuck else.
There is no straight title, simply an ever present craving for cheeseburgers.
Damn right. Like it's the most American thing about me is that I always want a cheeseburger. Literally always. It
Cheeseburgers
doesn't
are
matter
just
if I have
good.
two in front of me. I just want another.
It's also one of the few things, like, imitation meats have gotten pretty good, is
Yeah,
cheeseburgers.
it's like cheeseburgers and tacos. It's because like most of so most people don't realize this, but most of what we consider like the taste of meat and all that these days is like mostly the spices and herbs that you use while you're cooking it and how you cook it.
Yep,
So like if you can get the texture roughly correct, which like a cheeseburger or taco is like really easy to get right, then like all you gotta do is just like season it correctly and boom, you're done. You're
yep,
good.
exactly.
Shut up. No.
Yeah. Basically, you just need a patty that'll hold together pretty well.
Mm-hmm. Which is actually it's kind of difficult to do without like eggs and shit. So without like real meat or eggs, it's kind of difficult to have a patty that'll hold together after being cooked.
Yeah.
Which is one of the reasons why like hamburg steaks and shit like that, like the non burger kind of burger, you usually use an egg in the meat to like help hold it together. Give it a little bit of firmness.
Yep.
So like if you're ever making like a steakhouse chop or something like that, which is it's more or less just like a hamburger steak. I fucking love like steakhouse chop. Shit's great. It might be an extension of my love of hamburgers, but I don't know. I'm not sure on that one. Amber, you're okay. No, don't you start too, Phoenix. Fuck. You just quiet it down.
They are
Please.
they are just feisty today.
Yeah, I don't know why. I know I woke up late, buddy, but that doesn't mean you get to yell at me while I'm on stream. Or when I'm off stream. Don't yell at me like that. Huh. Hi, fat boy. No, don't you dare. It is too hot for you to be in my lap. Fuck off. He's trying. He is deeply considering it. No, get out.
I haven't watched any new anime yet, but have seen a lot of good shows
Yeah,
on the
I
docket.
fucking. I started watching this season way too early because there's only like one or two episodes out of each thing. So uh, I'm sort of like I'm actually tempted to like start fucking like reading the manga instead at this point. Although I think there's a few like original anime out, so I'll just have to wait on those.
Yep. Yeah, we got
I can't
Kaj.
remember if Bartender is original or not.
I do not know. Yeah, we got Kaiju number 8 out with 2 episodes.
That was the second episode out today.
Yeah, it was out like the day before yesterday, I think.
Bartender is not an original anime. It's an adaptation as well.
I am mildly suspicious of jellyfish can't swim in the night.
How so?
In that it's got Yuri vibes, but so far just
Uh,
vibes. So I'm like, come on, give us what we want.
yeah, the lesbians are like into it, but I'm also sitting here like this fucking better not be bait again.
Yeah,
I can't handle it anymore. I'm done with the bait, which is why I haven't even started watching it yet.
yep. Like, premise, excellent. But do not bait me, damn it. Yeah, because, like, my tolerance for that has gone very low after Witch from Mercury. Because we've gotten it, and we've gotten it from a big IP.
Yeah, it isn't original, so shut up, Phoenix. Fucking my anime list doesn't even show the genres on this one for some reason.
Hmm.
Either.
But yeah, like, I did some digging into it, and nobody's confirming or denying whether it is Yuri or not.
List.
But yeah,
It's not an original anime. Why is it? Why is Wikipedia saying it's an original anime series? I've just found a fucking. um, I just found a thread with like
yeah,
manga shots of this fucking thing.
yeah, yeah, I found that weird too, because, yeah, like, I'd pull up, TV tropes, and there is, a separate TV tropes for the anime and the manga, which is also kind of odd, in that they don't reference each other.
Yeah, that is real weird.
Yeah, because, I mean, yeah, they'll have it separate just to, keep spoilers out for the anime crowd, but usually they'll say, oh, yeah, this is from this manga, and link to the manga's page. But yeah,
There's
tolerance for.
also uh looking at Go Loser Ranger, which I'm not into Power Rangers or like Sentai shit, but like it is kind of good so far. I think I haven't watched too much of it, but like that's the one that I was talking about on Discord last night about like the character having like these fucking dead eyes.
Oh, yeah.
Like the main character is like one of the random fucking goons from the other side, like the evil side, which is kind of great.
Oh, that would
Quite
make
funny.
sense. Yeah, just wearing the goon's outfit.
Yeah, they seem to be like relatively immortal too, because like when they get like killed in quotes, like they just turn into fucking dust particles. So it's like, hey, that's actually a pretty good power. You could learn a lot like that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But I can't imagine it's pleasant for that to happen anyway. So like,
Oh,
it's just
yeah.
one of those things. It may be a very useful power, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, that's probably very painful and unpleasant to go through constantly.
Ooh, boy, some of those rangers do look a little intimidating.
Yeah, like they're actually like drawn, like designed like actual fucking like people that have been fighting for a long time in it. So like, especially I think it's the Green Ranger, who has his face is just covered in fucking scars.
Hmm.
And you can
That
see it underneath his mask.
that
Might
would
be the
make
Blue
sense.
Ranger.
That would make sense because his face is the only one that's completely covered by his mask.
It's the blue one then because you can see like under like
Oh, oh
his mouth
yeah,
is visible
yeah, it's the blue
in
one.
that thing.
Yeah, now that you mention it, I'm looking closer at the images, and it's the blue one that's got a visible scar over his mouth.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see the green one. He's got the fucking shark teeth mask.
Yep. The yellow gives me concerning vibes with that smile.
Yeah, so far red is the one that I'm most like concerned about. But for people on stream here, you guys see what I'm talking about. Like you can see like he's got like some pretty nasty scars across his face. Blue here.
Yeah, and that makes sense because red is kind of usually the de facto leader.
Hmm.
So it makes sense that he kind of has the most
He's also
going
like
on.
he's also explicitly called the leader of the squad in this show. So
Yep, which makes absolute sense because it is just a Sentai team.
yeah, like I'm pretty sure that he's all Knights Templar about it. So
Ah,
because it's very obvious from like just like seeing the nameless goons that they're not actually bad people at all.
hmm. More an overturning of society sort of deal.
Um, I don't know like what their bosses were like before the Rangers killed them or anything. So they may have been working for the bad guy, like actually genuinely working for a bad guy. But like when I say that they're nameless goons, I mean that they literally do not have names.
Ah,
Like the main character is named Combatant D.
gotcha.
Like so I don't know like what the story is there, like whether they're actually like natural born people or if they're like test tube babies made for this sort of thing and like they just didn't really have a choice or what's going on here. But like it's also been like 15 years since the Rangers killed the bosses of the thing, and they're still
Kicking around, basically.
they made a combat sport out of it. Like they
Oh,
they literally meet up in a coliseum, and the Rangers kill them endlessly, like every week for 15 years. It's
oh.
just sort of like I don't know about that.
Yeah, that makes me uncomfortable. I hope they're getting paid well for it.
I don't think they are because their floating city is literally chained to the earth.
Ah, yeah, that would be a thing.
I think the Rangers are like this is just like my gut feeling from watching like 10 minutes of the first episode and like everything that's going on there. But I feel like the Rangers have forced them into this to be like, if you do this, we won't kill you all, like permanently kill you all. So like I don't know like what's going on beyond that, but that's what it feels like to me so far.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing the dead-eyed expression, I think.
Yeah, on the blonde character,
Mm-hmm.
she is. It's much less creepy when you see just like screenshots of her, but like when you actually see how she acts in the show, it's just sort of like, I don't want anything to do with that.
Yeah.
That's sending the alarm bells.
So, yeah, I'll definitely watch that one. I hadn't even seen about that.
Aside from that, like the new gate is good, but it's also older than SAO, so it's got some anime bullshit on there that you'll just have to deal with. But it's also like one of the first like VR MMO death game sort of isekai things, which is just like very fun.
What's the title of it again?
The new gate.
Ah, yes.
It might not be older, but it's from the same like rough time period, so it's fine. Whatever. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, yeah.
It's also the new gate is also about like what happens after the death game, and like the main character gets isekai to the game world like properly. So he's just sitting there like, what the fuck is going on the entire time? It's great.
Oh, that's actually pretty fun. Do a death
Mm,
game and then just get isekai'd into that world as well. And you're like,
yeah.
fuck, did I get pulled back in?
Hmm. I've I set that on fucking I set the kettle to black tea instead of green tea. Oops. Just gotta let it sit for a little longer than I've been reading the manga for like a year or two now. The manga adaptation. It's pretty good, and other characters, not just like, or other players, not just the main character, are in the other world too. But it seems to be people who died in the death game got isekai, whereas
Hmm.
he actually like cleared the death game and let everyone go, and like he just like watched the player like the online list to make sure that everyone got out before he left. But right before he logged out, he got zooped. So
Very well.
which is just like a really fun idea.
Yeah, like that's a good sort of twist on it.
What else? Dude, shut up, Ember. You're okay. Stop it. So as we already said, Kaiju number 8. Like, I can't believe I forgot that when I was talking about the list of things that I was fucking keeping an eye on yesterday. Right, yeah, Tonari no Yoko-san is the modern day yokai thing, where it's just like if yokai and other supernatural creatures just live among humans, period. Like they're not hiding or anything; they're just like they're part of society, which I think is it's just really interesting.
Oh, yeah, that's very good.
Like the first episode had like 5 or 6 different kinds of yokai in it. That like just the first episode, and then the next episode had even more. And I was just like, okay, yeah, I'm into that. The 2 different kinds of tengu. What else? Uh, Nekomata, Bakimitsune. Um, I don't remember what he is, but there's a little monkey guy.
Hmm.
He's kind of a monkey guy, but also kind of not. I don't know. Not sure. I'm pretty sure he introduced like what yokai is, and I just don't remember. There's also Roku Rokubi, who is actually just a teacher in the middle school, which is kind of funny. Um, a half Kappa girl was there. Oh yeah, then there was also a Daidara Bochi, which I don't know if you know that what that is, but it's like a sort of like cloud bringer or rain bringer yokai, sort of. It's hard to like kind of explain what those are like succinctly.
Oh, okay, yeah, I remember seeing stuff about that when I was looking into yokai before.
One second. I'm looking for did I spell it wrong? Maybe.
Daidara Bocchi.
Okay, so I did in this. This site just what it is.
Yeah, I'm getting the Neo 2 depiction.
Yeah, there's a boss in India too. That's what it is. It's like a like a yeah, if I remember correctly, the other name for it is Umibozu. It's like a sea monk, literally what it is. Actually,
Ah,
maybe that
gotcha.
site has it under Umibozu. It does. Yeah, it's like a giant shadowy bald ass monk that
Yep.
fucks with the sea.
Yeah, messes with the sea, may look like a mountain range when it's sleeping.
Yep. It's like lesser Umibozu are like common enemies in Neo 2, but the greater one, the Daidarabachi, is like a full ass boss. So they kind of like they're depicted in the game as like sort of like slime looking, or the lesser ones anyway, like just like little fucking droplets of water, basically.
Yep. Alright, I think that's enough time for folks to trickle in.
Yep, probably. Also a better time for me to fucking like, wake up properly and get used to speaking again. Lay on the cable, you little fucker. Well, something like that should do the trick.
Ato acted proud, but the new witch wore a blank expression almost as though this was an anticlimax. Because, yeah, she gave a gentle death to
Mm,
Maria and Rosa. Then she said it out loud.
なんだか地味です。ロノウェイに聞いていた先代様のそれとは随分違います。
it's kind of plain, not at all like the lady predecessor Umineko told me about.
そのだな。魔法は上品に使わねばな。
I'm like on the last stream, I had come up with a way for Banjo to like get out of this, but also she's not quite as socially
Tactful.
skilled as I am.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you must use magic with dignity, right?
あまり品がないのはエレガントではないのだ。
You were just like quoting the fucking like definition of it back at her. Whatever. Well, you must use magic with dignity, right? If it's too undignified, then it isn't very that isn't very elegant.
せっかく素敵なことが無限にできる魔法なのに。
Even though you're lucky enough to have the magic to do wonderful things endlessly, I don't think that's luck. Ava Banjo, like I'm pretty sure, like she trained very hard for it. It's not. Stop that. How boring.
Though I guess there is the luck of meeting the previous Beatrice.
Yeah, that's true.
But, you know, you slap me in front of, you know, a goddamn archmage, I will consider that a lucky day and then get hard to work.
True, yeah.
これ愚痴るでない。黄金の魔女の道は一日にしてならずだ。
Hey, don't complain. The path of the Golden Witch cannot be completed in a day.
そなたとて第10の番を終えるまでは半人前よ。
You were still incomplete until you finished the 10th Twilight.
今は黙ってわらわの指導に従うのだ。
For now, stay quiet and follow my instructions.
よいな。
Got it?
Hmm.
It is like she does kind of have to do things in a specific way for the Twilights. Kinda, sorta.
Yeah, that is for sure. Granted, it kind of only counts as far as, you know, how you leave the body. You can even just stab them post-mortem with the stakes.
Yeah. Besides, I think like Banjo's like cruelty is more emotional manipulation than physical torture.
That is also true. Though, I mean, she did get kind of into it with episode 2 with that feast for Rosa.
Yeah. Stop it.
返事はどうした？返事は。
What happened to your answer? Your answer.
はーい。
Sure. Amber,
それでよい。そ
shut
れで。
up.
まあ、まだ復活の儀式の先は長いぞ。
Very well, that will do. Well, there's still much to do for the resurrection
あと
ceremony.
5人も殺さねばならないからな。
You still have to kill 5 people.
あまりもてあそばずに、綺麗に、上品に。
You can also like explain it as like you gotta have this done by tomorrow, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Not just like with dignity and beauty and everything, but like you gotta have this done. Like you got a time limit here. You still have to kill 5 people. You should do it without toying with them too much, with beauty and dignity.
No, that's assuming she can't just fucking loop the fucking hour.
True, yeah, but she also isn't very skilled at magic yet, so
少しあっさりめでいいからな。
there's at least a little restraint, okay?
ロノウェがそなたに教えたわらわのやり方は、その、悪い例
Well, Renove told you about how I did it. That was a bad example.
模範にしてはならぬ。
You mustn't use that as a model.
よく心に刻んでおけ。
Engrave that into your heart.
はーい、仙台様。
Yes, like your predecessor. You can also explain it as like
良い返事だ。ロノウェ
Renove likes to
煉
fuck
獄
with
の
you.
七
All
姉妹
right,
よ。
he's gonna tease you and like mess with your head a lot. You gotta like stay
Yeah.
aware of that. Just because he said I did this doesn't mean I actually did it the way that like he's implying. A good answer. Renove, the 7 stakes of purgatory, arise.
はい、お嬢様。ロノウ
Yes, my lady.
ここに。
I Renove am here. Now you little bastard.
傲慢のルシファー、ここに。
Lucifer of Pride, right here.
これまではだな。その、わらわもいろいろ派手にやってきたわけだが。
Up until this point, I've been a little flashy, but
その、まあ、 黄金の魔女としての威厳も大事であり、
Well, the dignity of the Golden Witch is also important.
ま
And about that,
あだな。
As Renobe laughed at Beto's uncharacteristically flustered speech, he summed it up for her.
かしこまりました。以後は黄金の魔女の名にふさわしい気品に気をつけるようにいたします。
certainly, from now on, we will be careful to act in a graceful manner, suitable for the name of the Golden Witch.
煉獄の七姉妹もこれまでのような悪ふざけは改め。
Amber! Stop it. You fucking bastard. Even the Seven Sisters of Purgatory will reform their bad behavior up until now.
以後は最短の手順で任務を遂行するように。
We shall espouse? Huh? That is not what that word means.
To take up and support as a cause is a secondary definition.
That's you'd have to rephrase the sentence to make that definition work. It's like the grammar's all fucked for it. No. Anyway, we shall espouse to perform our task in the quickest possible manner. It probably should be like an
よろしい
endeavor
で
or
す
something
か
like that.
お嬢様。
Would that be acceptable, my lady?
うん。つまりはそういうことだ。みんな、肝に銘じよ。
Indeed, that's it, more or less. Everyone take it to heart.
良いな。
Okay?
はい。かしこまりました。
Yes, certainly.
わらわが言いたいのは以上だ。もう引き上げてよいぞ。
That is all I wish to say. You may leave now.
かしこまりました。それでは失礼いたします。
Certainly. If you would excuse me.
失礼いたします。
Excuse us. I recognize like the phrase
わ
for
らわが言いたい
like
のはそ
excuse
れだ
me
けだ。
in Japanese, but like I could not fucking pronounce it or spell it. Like I don't know it well enough for that.
Yeah,
Like it seems way
absolutely.
too complicated, and they always say it way too quickly.
Yeah,
You
for
know, like
sure.
get it.
それでは引き続きしっかりな。
Well, that's all I want to say. So take care as you move forward. Understand?
黄金の魔女らしく貫禄を持ってその自重気味にな。
So take care as you move forward. Understand? Act with dignity and restraint. Okay?
Yeah.
Amber,
Those are unusual words for you, huh, Beto?
here. Is this what you wanted? Did you want like face scritches?
I don't know how it got Honey Badger out of Beto.
You never know. Here
頑
you
張る
go,
わよ
buddy.
ぞ。
Give it your all.
そなたを見守っておる。
I will be watching over you.
Acting awkwardly until the very end, Beto left that message and immediately became a cloud of gold butterflies, hiding her form in the empty air. Maybe it'd be more accurate to say she vanished in a hurry because she couldn't keep up the conversation. After that, all that remained was Maria's corpse, lying down and pounded by the rain. Rose's corpse propped up by the fence and staring up at the sky, and the figure of the witch.
自重しろ。
Show some restraint, you say.
Her expression looked just a little bored. There was a popping sound. That was probably her clicking her tongue.
つまんないやつ。
What a boring person.
Leaving that last sentence behind, she once again vanished into the empty air.
Well, this isn't going to go well.
Yeah, no. Like, I have no clue how this is going to conclude.
David Beatrice, you have 6 hours. Or 9 hours, I think, actually.
Ooh, looks like she's finally calmed down. Yeah, because Ava Beatrice isn't doing magic anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Hideyoshi wiped his own forehead. For a time, Ava had seemed to be having a very painful nightmare, but it appeared she'd finally fallen asleep. As promised, he still gripped Ava's hand. He thought it might be the time to let go pretty soon, but he faithfully continued to hold on. Every once in a while, his hand would get tired, and he would switch between his right and his left. But even so, as promised, he didn't let go of her hand. Get you a man like Hideyoshi.
Yeah. Even if he's a little flawed in places, like that's pretty good. Devoted.
Yep. At that time, there was a heavy knock. Ava had finally been able to fall asleep, so Hideyoshi grimaced for just an instant.
Aniki! Hideyoshi-san! Sumane!
Ava, Hideyoshi, sorry.
Rosa wa soko ni iru ka?
Is Rosa there? It was Rudolph's voice. What could it be? Hideyoshi headed for the door, hiding his footsteps so that he wouldn't wake Ava. Definitely Rudolph's voice, but just in case, he opened the door without removing the chain. What is it? Something happened to Rosa?
Rosa to Maria-chan no sugata ga mienai nda.
We can't find Rosa or Maria.
Issho ni iru ka to omotte.
Thought they might be with you. I heard her scolding Maria in the corridor. They got quiet after that, so I thought they'd gone back to the lobby. But did they?
Ano baka.
That idiot. Rudolph clicked his tongue. Other people could be seen in the corridor. Get your finger out of that trigger well.
Yeah.
Rosa hadn't returned for a while after going out into the corridor, so they'd begun to worry. Near the front door...
Even if, like, even if the characters know, like, the artists and, like, writers also need to know that, because otherwise they'll depict them as not knowing.
Yep. Near the front door, Natsuki pointed at the unset chain.
チェーンは開いてますし、やっぱりバラを見に表へ行ったのでしょう。
The chain isn't set. They must have gone outside to see that rose after all.
Yeah, us getting to the, mostly, you know, non-magical portion really narrows down who you're talking with.
Mm.
鍵を開けっぱなしで出ていくなど、不用心が過ぎるな。
How extraordinarily careless to go out and leave the door unlocked.
困ったやつだ。
What a troublesome person.
それより、今はローザさんとマリアちゃんの身が心配よ。
I'm more
Yeah,
worried...
Kraus, you're already saying that in a couple minutes when you find the bodies.
Yeah, I'm more worried about Rosa and Maria themselves.
だな。おいガキども。
Right. Hey,
マリア
brats.
ちゃんのバラってのはどこにあったんだ？
Where was this Rosa Maria's?
確かあれはバラ庭園の真ん中の花壇だったと思います。
I'm pretty sure it was in the flower bed right in the middle of the rose garden.
あの二人がそこにいるなら、行けばすぐにわかるはずです。
If that's where they are, we should be able to spot them pretty quickly if we go.
親父、すぐに連れ戻した方がいいだろうぜ。
Dad, shouldn't we bring them back here as soon as we can?
当たり前だ。二人とも連れ戻して、お尻ペンペンしてやるぜ。
Of course, we'll bring them back and give them a good spanking.
俺が一っ走り行ってくる。
I'll dash out there and come back.
俺が出たら、すぐに鍵をしろよ。
Lock the door as soon as I go out. You know what? Good on you, Rudolph. As far as, you know, not just hiding in the building.
Yeah. Granted, he didn't really seem the type to me to hide, so.
Yeah. Dad, I'll go with you.
バカ抜かせ。ガキはママとお留守番って相場が決まってら。
Don't be stupid. It's obviously a brat's job to watch over the house with Mama.
You know.
どうしたの？何かあったの？
What is it? Did something happen?
すまんな、起こしてしまったか。
Sorry, did I wake you up?
ローザさんがマリアちゃんを連れて表へ出たらしい。
Seems Rosa took Maria
なん
outside.
とも不用心なこっちゃ。
How reckless of her.
ローザとマリアちゃんが
Rosa and Maria are
表へ
outside?
バラテへ
In the rose garden?
そうや。ああ、聞こえとったか。
That's right. Oh, did you hear? No, that's what her nightmares were about.
Yeah.
マリアちゃんはバラが見たいと騒いどったからな。
Maria was causing a ruckus because she wanted to see this rose.
ダメよ
They mustn't.
バラテへに行っちゃダメ
They mustn't go to the rose
ロ
garden.
ーザを呼び止めて
Tell Rosa to stop.
呼び止めるもなんも、もうずいぶん前に出て行っとるようや。
Yeah, sorry, Ava. You saw events as they were occurring, not a premonition.
Sad.
There's no telling her to stop now. It looks like they left a while
ま
ago.
ったく不用心な話やで。
Seriously,
Right on the cable.
how reckless of them.
違うのバラテへはダメ
That's not it. Not the
あ
rose
そこ
garden.
には魔女がいる
There's a witch there,
そして生贄を待ってる
and she's waiting for a sacrifice.
ローザ行っちゃダメ
Rosa, you mustn't go. Ava cowered again, holding her head. Her complexion looked very bad.
どうしたんや。熱にうなされて何か悪い夢でも見たんか。
What is it? Did the fever make you dream something bad?
夢よね
It's a dream, yes.
バラ庭園で魔女がローザたちを
In the rose garden, the witch doing that to Rosa and Maria.
そうよね
That's right.
夢
It's a
よ
dream.
ね
It must be.
落ち着くんや。この部屋にはわしもおる。
Calm down. I'm here in this room.
チェーンもかかっとる。
And the chain is set.
窓かて鎧戸が下ろしてあるし、銃まであるんや。
The shutter's closed on the window, and we've even got a gun.
この部屋はさながら要塞
This room is just like a fort.
なんも恐れることなんかあらへん。
There's nothing to be afraid of. Ryoshi beat his chest, trying to calm her, but Ava's insecure expression didn't change. Under the covers, Ava kept praying that the grotesque nightmare she just had was only a dream. Sorry, no such luck.
Nope.
ルドルフがバラ庭園中央にてローザ、マリアの遺体を確認。
In the center of the rose garden, Rudolph identified the corpses of Rosa and Maria.
その後、ゲストハウスに戻って応援を呼び、両名をゲストハウスに運び
Oh man, that means like he had to pull fucking Rosa off the stake.
Yeah.
That's kind of gross. After that, he returned to the guest house, called for help, and carried both of them into the guest house.
南條の検視を信頼できるならば、ローザの死因は円髄部への柵の先端部分による一つ。
If we can trust Najo's examination, the cause of Rosa's death was a stab to the medulla oblongata with the pointed gate of the fence.
マ
He
リアに
just
ついて
stabbed in the
は素
brain.
手による絞殺と考えられます。
It is thought that the Maria's death was due to strangling with bare hands.
There we go. I was right.
ただし、悪魔の証明により、誤審率は否定できません。
However, due to the devil's proof, we cannot discount a misdiagnosis. I think it's fine in the case of, like, Rosa. She absolutely died to, like, a stab to the brainstem. I will say it in red.
ローザとマリアは死亡した
Rosa and Maria died.
死因は男女の見立て通りだ
The causes of death were as Nanjo diagnosed.
雲にも食われておらんしケーキの山に潰されたわけでもない
She wasn't eaten by a spider, nor was she crushed by a mountain of cake.
安心せよ
Don't worry.
あれだけ死をもてあそび、死体が綺麗だからいいだろうっての棒かよ。
So you are, or no, that's you, sorry.
Yeah, That's yeah. So you argue that even though you toyed with their death so much, it's all fine because the corpse is neat and clean.
俺は絶対に許さねえぞ。
I definitely won't forgive you. That's not really what she's saying. But I also understand your feelings on this because no matter what this scenario is, they're still going to remember those circumstances.
Yeah.
ローザおばさんに対する無残な仕打ちの数々。
Taking a drink there? I definitely won't forget all of that brutal treatment you gave Aunt Rosa.
絶対に忘れねえし許さねえから。
So I won't forgive you.
だからあれはわらわではないというに。
Like I said, that wasn't me.
あやつの仕打ちに比べたらはるかに安らかな死を与えたはず。
I believe I gave them a much more peaceful death than the way she treated them.
うるさい黙れ。お前とは口を聞かない。
Shut the hell up. I'm not talking to you.
18人しか島にいないと言い切られ、すでに8人が死んでいる以上。
It was stated there are no more than 18 people on this island. Now that 8 people are already dead,
容疑者は10人に絞られる。
you can narrow the field of suspects down to 10. And honestly, you can narrow it down to 9, considering you're one of the 10. Though, I mean, that would be particularly fucked up if other Battler was the one engaging in some of the killings.
That would be very funny.
You know,
Although,
just
wouldn't like this battler know that?
you would think.
Because like you'd think that they'd be aware of their own pieces on the board, if nothing else.
Yeah, though we know he's not capable of controlling what his other self does other than a vague inkling.
Yeah, it's just like that he'd be able to tell like when his other self did something, right?
Yeah, you would think so. Yeah, that makes sense, because that's pretty much his only source of first-hand information gathering.
Mm-hmm.
その中の誰かが殺したってんだろ。
One of them probably killed those two.
あるいは事故死かもな。
Or could it also be an accidental death?
マリアが発作的に泣きわめき、
Like Maria was having a tantrum.
それを泣き止まそうとしたローザおばさんは力の加減を誤ってつい殺してしまったとか。
Like Maria was having a tantrum, and when Aunt Rosa tried to stop her crying, she misjudged how much power she was using and accidentally killed her.
それで動転して滑って転んで柵に倒れて運悪く死んでしまった。
Then she was so upset that she slipped and fell, landed on the fence, and unluckily died.
That's actually plausible, yeah.
Yeah, that is actually a plausible scenario. As long as the height of the fence matches up, which I assume it does, because Battler would be able to kind of judge that.
Yeah, it's gotta be like
どうだよ。
less than the full height of a person, and that's it. That's all the
こ
only
れで魔
requirement.
女も魔法も出番なしだ。
Which we saw like art of it and characters standing near it, so like I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, because it's the fence around the roses, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How's that? That way there's no need for a witch or magic.
ああ、そういうわけではないぞ。実はだな、ローザとマリアは。
Well, that's not quite true. Actually, Rosa and Maria.
うるさい。お前とは口を聞かないと言っている。
Shut up. Didn't I say I wasn't talking to you?
目障りだから消えろ。
You're an eyesore, so disappear,
化け物め。
you monster. Atler said that without rage, but with a horribly cold voice. That strange behavior was something Beto had noticed right off the bat. In a fight, both of them could go at each other without restraint. However, he wouldn't even step into the ring. He could feel that coldness. Beto didn't find that amusing. Thought about flaring up, but she held back. Maybe even though she was innocent and childish, she had enough sense to realize that she shouldn't pick fights.
そうかよ。なら姿を消すと。
That's so. Then I'll vanish.
どの上。続きを引き継ぎ。
Oh no, man. Continue for me.
かしこまりました。よろしいですか？ バトラ様。
Certainly. Will that be satisfactory, Lord Bowler?
問題のない申し出です。バトラ君が
There are no
ベイトの
problems with
顔
her
を見たく
proposal.
ないというならそれもありかと。
If Battler doesn't want to see Beato's face, perhaps that will do.
好きにしろよ。その化け物の顔を見なくて済むならなんだって構わないぜ。
Do what you like. If I can live without seeing that monstrous face, I don't care about anything else. Oof. You were taking
Shut
this
up, Ember.
hard.
Shut up, asshole. Stay off the fucking cable, too, little shit.
まあちょっと待てよ。さっきから化け物化け物と。わらわはひどい言われようではないか。
Hey, wait a second. You keep saying monster, monster, but isn't that a cruel way to speak of me?
なぜにわらわはそこまでバトラに毛嫌いされねばならぬというのか。
Why do you instinctively hate me so much, Battler?
あれらはすべてわらわではなく、わらわの弟子の仕業であろうが。
Even though none of that was me, even though it was all the work of my disciple.
別に俺はさっきのことだけで腹を立ててるわけじゃねえぜ。
It's not like I'm only mad about what happened just now.
一番最初からだ。
It's been like that from the very beginning.
なあ、バトラ、誤解するなよ。
Hey, Battler, don't misunderstand, okay?
わらわとそなたはゲームを通して対峙し合うプレイヤー同士なだけではないか。
Weren't we just a pair of players confronting each other through a game?
互いに相手を苦しめるために指し手を探るが。
We look for moves to make things painful for each other, but... Stop it,
勘
cat.
違いするな。
Don't get the wrong idea.
俺はお前が
Ember? I swear to
魔女
fuck,
を
dude.
認める認
Stop
め
it.
ないの。
Stop
おかし
pushing
な
back
ゲーム
against
の
the
ライバ
cable.
ルだから嫌ってるんじゃない。
I don't hate you because you're my rival in this strange game about whether I accept you as a witch or not.
お前の無意味に残酷なところがどうしても許せないだ
I
け
just
だ。
can't forgive how senselessly cruel you are. Yeah. Though, I'd be, shouting at your grandfather a little bit there. Because I have a feeling Beto got much more cruel after having to deal with Kinzo.
Mm-hmm.
そりゃ連続殺人を通してのゲームだからな。多少は
Well,
残酷になる
serial murders are part of this game. Probably impossible to avoid a little cruelty.
さっきのことだけじゃない。
I'm not just talking about what just
前回
happened.
だって前々回だって
There was the last time and the time before that, too.
みんなの腹を裂いてお菓子を詰め込んだり顔面を耕したり
Tearing everyone's stomachs open and stuffing them with sweets. Plowing their faces.
それに何の意味
I
が
know that's not what the word meant back when this was written and translated, but my god.
Yeah, that definitely gives a different image of what Beto did to their faces.
Yeah.
What was the point of all that?
それはまあ
That's, well...
密室殺人だのトリックだのアリバイだの
When it comes to closed room murders and tricks and
そ
alibis,
こまでは100歩譲ってやる
I'm willing to give you a pass.
お前は魔法殺人だと主張したいんだから
You want to claim that this is a murder done by magic.
そういう手の込んだ事件を起こさざるを得ないことを
Won't grudgingly accept that those complicated crimes need to occur.
しかし
Yeah, but Battler, like,
あれらの
at a certain point, like, humans can no
一
longer
体どれ
like,
ほどの意味
do
があるという
some of the
の
killings. Like, yes, like, they may be cruel, but it's also, like, proof of, like, inhumanity as well. Just because, like, straight up aren't the tools to do some of this shit.
Yeah. But what exactly is the point of all these grotesque murders?
それはその別に
Well, nothing much.
そうさ何の意味もない
That's right, they don't mean anything.
お前はただ悪ふざけで死者を切り刻んで面白がっているだけだ
You're just fooling around by mangling the corpses for fun. You're the one accepting these murders are happening, or are you saying that she's still orchestrating them?
それは魔女だからとか 魔法じゃなきゃできないからとかそういうのじゃない。
It has nothing to do with whether you're a witch or whether it could or couldn't be done with magic.
ただお前が面白半分に残酷
I
の
mean, like,
限
that's
りを
not
尽
why
くしている
Beatrice
だ
is
けだ。
doing it, but, like, you could use that as an argument.
Oh yeah, absolutely, but you're just exploring the depths of cruelty for fun. Which, yeah, that is what she's doing.
Amber? I swear to fuck, stop laying on the goddamn
そうい
cape.
うことじゃない。
This isn't about
I
whether
genuinely cannot afford to replace that, you bastard.
this isn't about
Sorry.
whether you're a witch or anything
た
like
だ
that.
ただ人として許せないものがあるからだ。
There are just some things I can't forgive as a human.
なんだよその人としてってやつは。
What do you mean as a human?
例えば今回のゲームの第1の番の6人。
For example, the 6 people of the first Twilight for this game.
まあじいさまの黒焦げはともかく
Well, other than grandfather being burned black,
他の5人の死体は不要に死者を恥ずかしめない普通の殺し方だった。
the other corpses were killed in a normal way without any unnecessary shaming of the dead. Which does say something considering Beatrice, that Kinzo was the only one Beatrice killed on her own.
Yeah.
Because arguably, like, the state of Kumasawa's corpse has more to do with Renobe after the fact.
凶器が槍だか銃だかははっきりしないがとにかく殺しの中じゃまだ許容できるマシなものだった。
It wasn't clear whether the weapon was a spear or a gun, but anyway, as far as killing goes, that was acceptable.
前回前々回の第1の番での非常識さ残酷さに比べればはるかにマシだった。
It was much better than the nonsensical grotesqueness and cruelty from the first Twilight last time, or the time before that.
そして今回の6つの密室をつなげた連鎖密室。
And this time, there were 6 closed rooms tied together to make a closed room chain.
まあまあ面白かったぜ。
That was sort of interesting.
あれをお前とやりとりしてるときは今だから白状するが少しだけ楽しいと思った。
When we were going back and forth with each other that time, to be perfectly honest, I thought it was just a little fun.
自分の存在を認めさせようと必死になるお前とそれを否定しようと必死になる俺。
You were frantic to make me accept your existence, and I was frantic trying to deny it.
どっちも必死で全力だ。
We were both frantically doing all we could.
おかしな話だが俺はお前との間にささやかなスポーツマンシップさえ感じたものさ。
This may sound weird, but I felt a faint sense of sportsmanship between the two of us.
俺とお前は相入れない存在だが
We exist in conflict,
全く理解できない存在でもないかもしれないとわずかに思えた。
but I faintly thought that we might not be completely unable to understand each other's existence.
だがその気持ちはついさっき微塵も残らずに吹き飛んだ。
But just now, that feeling was blown away without a trace.
Sorry, can't live with
だ
him
から
again.
そなたは誤解しておる。
That's what you're misunderstanding.
あれはわらわではなく
That wasn't me.
違う。
That's not it.
俺はそういう話をしてるんじゃない。
That's not what I'm talking about.
お前はローザおばさんがひどい殺し方を何度も何度も繰り返されるのを見て
You watched Aunt Rosa being killed horribly over and over,
面白い見せ物だと嘲笑った。
and you sneered at it like it was an interesting show.
それを見て俺は深く失望した。
When I saw that, I was deeply disappointed in you.
お前が今回少しはマシな殺し方を選んだのは何かのちょっとした気まぐれなんであって。
When I realized that your decision to kill them in a slightly better way this time was nothing more than a faint
本
whim.
来の残酷な性分には 何の変わりもないんだと分かって。
and that nothing had changed in your cruel character, I was deeply disappointed.
それどころか、お前は残酷な死を純粋に楽しんでさえいる。
On the contrary, you were even genuinely enjoying those brutal deaths.
俺に意地悪をするためだけに残酷を尽くしてるんじゃない。
You weren't just acting as cruel as you could to bully me.
お前は本当に純粋に残酷を楽しんでいる。
You truly, genuinely enjoy cruelty.
楽しめる性分なんだ。
Your character lets you enjoy it.
お前はローザおばさんが何度もむごたらしく殺されているのを俺に楽しいだろうと言った。
You said I'd probably think that Aunt Rosa being brutally killed over and over was fun.
嫌味で言ったんじゃない。
You weren't joking.
それを俺にも共感してほしくて楽しいだろうと言ったんだ。
You enjoyed it from the bottom of your heart, wanted me to sympathize, and said that I'd probably think it was fun. Virgilia, you're a bad parent.
Yep.
その瞬間、俺は失望し、
In that instant, I lost respect for you and realized the truth.
お前が魔女だとかそうでないとか、そういうことが問題なんじゃない。
The problem isn't whether you're a witch or
俺
not.
はお前のその残酷さが許せない。
I will not forgive that cruelty of yours,
そして理解できない。
and I can't understand it.
許すこともできない。
I can't forgive it either.
だが、魔
You
女を
already said
認め
that,
るか
nerd.
否定するかというゲームは続ける。
Still, I'll continue this game of whether to accept or deny witches.
自ら降りて敗北を認めたりはしないさ。
I won't step down and accept my own defeat.
だが、そのゲームに、お前の無意味な残酷さは何の必要もない。
However, your pointless cruelty is absolutely unnecessary for that
だ
game.
から俺は、お前を対戦相手として認めないことにする。
So I've decided that I won't accept you as my opponent.
ロノベの方が100倍増した。
Renove is 100 times
Are
better.
you sure about that? He's
Ah.
just like better at hiding that shit, dude.
Granted, he was the one who gave everybody a gentle death. Well, no, it was Genji for the two of them, and then,
Yeah, I was gonna
He-
say
he offed
that was
Genji.
just Genji.
yeah. So. But he did give Genji a gentle death anyway.
Pretty sure that
お
was
前の
just
ような
because
残酷
like,
趣味はない。
He respected the
Um.
fuck out of Genji.
get down, stop it.
He doesn't have the same cruel hobby you
あ
do.
ったとしても、俺の前でそれをひけらかす悪趣味はない。
Even if he does, he doesn't have the awful taste to show it off in front of me. I mean, fair enough. Yeah.
Ember, get the fuck off the cable.
そうさ。お前は悪
I
趣味
know you just want my attention, but buddy, you cannot break this, please.
だから理解することができない。
That's right, you have awful taste. You're heartless and cruel, so you can't understand.
相手として不快だ。
That's unpleasant in an opponent,
だから俺はお前の顔を
so I don't want to see your
二度と見
face
たくな
again.
い。
Give her time, Battler. She needs to relearn how to human.
No, I mean he's also like 17 or 18, so I don't really expect much patience from the little bastard.
True.
Well, the little big bastard, anyway.
As Battler went on and on by himself, Beta was shocked into silence for a long time. Maybe she couldn't understand what she was being told, and this was a sign that she was doing all she could in an effort to understand. For a while, she kept switching between angry expressions, frustrated expressions, bold expressions, so even she herself didn't know what attitude she should take. In the end, she made her face into a candid expression as though she had come to her senses, and shrugged her shoulders as though she was tired.
なら好きにすればよい。
In that case, do as you like.
わらわは以後、ロノウェを通してゲームを続けることにする。
From now on, I will continue this game through Nove.
わらわが姿を見せないのであれば、文句ないであ
You have
ろ
no
う。
complaints as long as I don't show myself, right?
とりあえずはな。だが、 お前の重ねてきた残酷な行為の数々を。
For the time being, but I definitely won't forgive all of your cruel actions up until now.
だから絶対にお前を認めない。
And I definitely won't accept you.
そのためにもお前に売られた喧嘩を俺から降りない。
For that reason as well, I won't back down from this fight you picked.
そして絶対
Battler, you're the one that picked the fight.
And I definitely won't lose.
それだけだ。
That's all there is to it.
ベアとこれ以上言い訳を重ねても彼の心象は変わりませんよ。
Beato, no matter how many more excuses you give, his impression will not waver.
後で話があります。
I have something to talk about later.
それまで下がっていなさい。
Until then, stay back.
うん。わかった。
I can't even hear her now. Like, she's so quiet in this scene.
Yeah.
それでは呼ばれるまで。
Nope, I heard a little bit there.
している。
Indeed. Understood. Then I'll vanish until you call.
Looking lonely, Beto turned her back to them and vanished. Battler watched a slightly displeased expression on his face. Thought his argument had been valid, but for some reason his mood didn't clear up. Because you argued with your wife.
I mean, fair enough.
あいつはバカだろ。
She's an idiot.
そうですね。バカで素直です。
That's true. An idiot and a straightforward one.
あのバカ。ローザおばさんが残酷に殺されるところを俺と見て、満面の笑みで振り返りやがった。
That idiot watched Aunt Rosa get killed horribly with me, and turned around with a huge smile on her face.
あの残酷症を本気で俺と笑い合えると信じてやがったん
She
だ。
really believed that she could laugh with me at that cruel show.
俺とその感情を共有できると本気で信じてやがった。
She really believed that I could sympathize with that emotion.
あの無邪気な笑顔を見て、俺は最低な気持ちになったぜ。
Looking at that innocent smile, I felt just horrible.
むしろこれまでのように意地悪な面で言われた方がずっとマシだった。
Would have been much better if she'd said it with her normal bullying face.
畜生。
Man,
Also, I think like his
お嬢様は
like discomfort
友達
is
という
going
のを持った試しのない
is
方で
coming
す
from like
what the fuck happened to this girl?
yeah, like because like when people enjoy cruelty, generally speaking, they don't do it innocently, like he's describing her face as having been, right?
Yeah, like she genuinely was treating this like, oh yeah, she's just watching sports or something.
Yeah. Just like she's watching a children's TV show or some shit. Like she genuinely doesn't understand why this is wrong.
You know, she's watching the real life version of Itchy and Scratchy.
Yeah, which is not great.
Yeah. And it's just, he can't square that in his head, especially because, again, he's like 17, 18, does not have a lot of experience to go, oh, there's some deep-seated drama.
Mm-hmm. My lady has never had the experience of having a friend.
それどころかあれほど強く物を言われたことさえなかったでしょ
In addition, she has probably never had something spoken to her that strongly.
う。私もマダムも共に付き人。
Madam and I are her attendants.
何を申し上げてもお耳には届きません。
No matter what we say, it will not reach her ears.
お嬢様にはこれも。
For my lady, this is also
ふざけるな。
Don't screw with me.
俺はあいつの友達になった覚えはないぞ。
I don't remember ever becoming her friend. Yeah, but you kinda are.
yeah. A little bit.
そうでございますね。失礼いたしました。
That's true enough. My apologies.
一つだけあなたに感謝を。
There is one thing I would like to thank you for.
あの子のゲームを降りないでくれてありがとう。
Thank you for not backing down from that child's game.
She spoke words of gratitude, but for some reason Battler made a displeased face. Then, as though in self-derision, he chuckled.
魔女やら悪魔やらに礼を言われるようになっちゃ俺もおしまいだな。
Now that I've even got witches and demons thanking me, I'm screwed.
ゲームを再開しようぜ。
Let's resume the game.
もちろん手心を加えるつもりはないからな。
Of course, I don't intend to go easy on you.
望むところです。お嬢様と
I
違
wouldn't have
い
it any other way.
私は熱くはなりませんよ。
Unlike my lady, I do not get agitated.
俺の手はすでに刺したぜ。
I've already made my move.
ローザおばさんが犯人で事故死と仮定すれば魔女は否定できる。
We suppose that Aunt Rosa is the culprit and died in an accident. I can deny the witch.
ローザおばさんを疑いたくはないが、ベアトをぶっ潰すために。
I don't want to suspect
今
Aunt
はあえて
Rosa,
そうだと仮定す
but
る。
I think I can bear to accept that premise if it'll beat the hell out of Beato.
赤で否定を行います。
I will deny it with red.
ローザとマリアの二人は他殺です。
Rosa's and Maria's deaths were homicides. Well, Maria's death was always going to be a homicide.
Yep.
そこから始めようじゃねえか。
Okay.
The difference is like accidental or intentional.
Yep. Okay, let's start from there.
くそ。盛り上がらねえぜ。
Damn, I'm just not getting fired up. What, Battler can't get it up without your girlfriend around? Sorry. I don't know if you're having a coughing fit or you're just silently judging me.
Oh, I was one of my artist colleagues would send me a message.
Ah. Refers as a Maria's
No
deaths.
silent judgment.
Okay. It was now clear that the culprit was still hiding somewhere, trying to add
You
even
know
more
me, I don't do
murders to this
silent
chain.
judgment. I do loud judgment.
Good point. As he shed tears, Rudolph scolded Rosa's corpse for being reckless several times. Rosa would never respond to that again. He decided to place the two corpses in one of the guest rooms and seal it until the police arrived. Yeah, that's fair enough. On one hand, moving the bodies is maybe not advisable, but it keeps deterioration from happening.
Yeah,
due to
because
the
it's
rain
raining
and
so
stuff.
damn much. Yeah.
The murder of the second Twilight had delivered a heavy blow to everyone. It had blown away the optimism that some of them had held. The thought that a crime didn't actually occur and it was all a game or a farce by Kinzo and the servants. Trying to distance themselves from the loss of the people they liked, George and Jessica had spent the whole time since morning talking about every possibility. And they had distracted their hearts by supposing that these murders might actually have been all an act, and that Shannon and Cannon were only pretending to be dead. That'd be fucked up, but yeah, you know. The bargaining of grief.
Yeah.
When the next murder occurred, it destroyed that thought, and they were once again struck by the fact that the person they liked had most definitely been killed. Tears that they thought had died away began to drip down once more, and Battler couldn't think of anything to say to them. After that, all of the adults checked that all of the rooms were safe and locked just in case. They made certain that the shutters on all of the windows were down and locked, and they confirmed that no one suspicious was hiding anywhere. On top of that, they checked their weapons once again, and checked with each other to make sure they were mentally prepared, so that they wouldn't hesitate to fire off a preemptive shot if they saw a shadow of a mysterious person. Rosa's gun had been found near the scene of the crime. Someone had gone out of their way to leave it there, so everyone suspected that it was some kind of trap. But when Hideyoshi delicately used a fire iron to fire off test shots, it was able to discharge without incident. So since the 5 shots loaded into it had discharged without any problem, they reloaded it with bullets and handed it over to the only adult male who hadn't who wasn't armed, Hideyoshi.
Didn't he already have a gun?
No, Ava had a gun. So,
I mean, Ava's sick right now, so like he gets the gun.
fair enough.
I don't know.
However, the fact that they had been able to fire off 5 shots gave rise to a certain paranoia. The short barrel Winchester could hold only 5 shots.
5 plus 1.
In other words, Rosa hadn't fired even once. And yet, the two had probably been killed by someone with their bare hands. This meant that there was a possibility that the crime had been committed by someone whose face they knew.
最初の殺人が起きた時、私は内心これが全て芝居である可能性を考えたの。
When the first murder occurred, I privately thought of the possibility that it was all an act.
南條先生には悪いけど、実は南條先生もグルで、
My apologies to Dr. Nanjo, but if he had actually been an
何かお
accomplice,
父様が凝りに凝った大芝居を打った可能性もあると思った。
I thought that the deaths of all the servants might possibly have been a massive, elaborate act by father.
だって彼らの密室状況は彼らの自作自演を想定しない限り生み出せないのだもの。
After all, the closed room situation they were in couldn't have been created unless we supposed that it was all an act. Not really. We've come up with a few solutions.
Yeah.
僕たちもそれを疑いました。
We also suspected that. No,
今もそうであってほしいと信じてます。
I still want to believe that's the case.
申し訳ないが、それはありません。
My apologies, but that is not so.
私も老いぼれです。
I am quite old.
誤診もあるかもしれない。
I might possibly make a misdiagnosis.
しかし、生き死にを間違えるようなことは絶対にない。
However, I would never mistake whether they were alive or dead.
Yeah, that one's kind of obvious. Like
Yep.
even non-medical professionals can figure that one out.
Yeah, with the
Like, you'll make a mistake occasionally if you're a non-medical professional for that, but like,
with the exception of some very rare conditions that can make your vitals look dead.
yeah.
But those are
And
some
also, like
rare
when you
ass
just got
conditions.
a hole in your body and you're not bleeding anymore, it's sort of like, yeah, the motherfucker's dead.
Yeah.
分かってるよ。わざわざそれを口に出すなよ、南條先生。
I get it. Don't go out of your way to say it out loud, Dr. Nanjo. Really, he should say it out loud, but I understand you're just grieving, Jessica.
すみません。
My apologies. They had no way of knowing, but Beto had already used the bread to proclaim the deaths of the 6, and the deaths of all victims so far in this game. That faint dream that it was all a farce, that the victims were actually alive. I'm sorry to say it, but that's impossible.
となりゃこの島に屋敷に精通した何者かが潜んでいて、
In that case, it makes more sense to assume it's someone familiar with the mansion.
練りに練った犯行を実行したと考える方が自然だろうよ。
Someone hiding around and carrying out a really well-polished crime.
この島には台風が来て外界と途絶された時点で18人以上の人間がいたんだ。
So ever since the typhoon came to this island and sealed it off from the outside world, there's been more than 18 people here. I get why you would assume that, Rudolph, but unfortunately, no. Of course, there was no way for them to know about that either. That claim of Rudolph's had also been denied and read. There are no more than 18 humans on this island.
Okay, my art colleague is going to send me a whole bunch of compression art gloves for right-handed people.
Oh, excellent.
So, that's what he was sending me a thing about. It's just like he said he needed a compression glove soulmate. So I think he's getting new ones or something, or he needs them for his left hand more than his right hand, so he's like getting rid of some old ones or something. I don't know.
Okay. But yeah, that'll work nicely for you.
Yep.
Oh, looks like you need a new captioner.
Yeah, I don't have it up right now. No, it's fine.
Oh, it
It's
is?
still active for me. Yes. Maybe you need to reset the element on your stream.
It might just be that I was talking too much. It'll filter through. Yep, now I see you. Not on my stream, but I pulled it up. Like, the actual Chrome and see.
He's not showing up on the string still, though, which is weird.
Yeah, it can happen when you're talking a lot.
That's weird. I had a spike of something go through my wrist just now. It wasn't pain, but I don't know like how to describe it.
Is it kind of a tingle?
No, it was like a... Like, you know how like sometimes people describe like certain kinds of pain as like white hot lightning?
Uh-huh.
It was like that, but it didn't hurt.
Huh, so kind of a warmth. Or a heat.
No, like... I don't know.
Or a jolt, I guess.
Yeah, maybe a jolt, but like it also like it didn't make my hand do anything, right? I was just sitting here and like, I started shaking it afterwards, but I did it on purpose to like sort of like, you know, jiggle the brace around a little bit because like I figured like maybe it was just like compressing a little bit too much and cutting off circulation or something like that. No, it's actually like looser than I usually have it.
Alright then. Weird.
I don't know.
I might have a way to look at it that keeps things consistent at least a little.
つまり隠れ潜んでいる何者かは本来は今島にいるはずのない人物。
Simply put, this person in hiding is someone who shouldn't really be on this island right
にも
now.
かかわらずローザさんが油断するような顔見知りの人物である可能性よ。
And yet there's a likelihood that they were someone Rosa knew. Someone she'd let her guard down around.
それは例えばこの2日間のシフトに当たっていない使用人などですか
So, for example, it could be a servant who wasn't on this 2-day shift.
それを言われると弱いな。我々は勤務を終えた彼らが離島するのを切符切りのように確認しているわけではない。
It's hard to be certain about that one. When our
I
servants
know, like
finish
back in
their
the
work-
80s, like that was a normal thing. Like you punch your ticket, you clock in, you clock out.
Yeah.
But like these days, punch your ticket means to like kill someone. So, because you're clocking out of life, right?
Yeah.
So,
When our servants finish their work and leave the island, it isn't as though we punch their ticket or something to make sure. Though I think it also means, like, in this case, actually punching the ticket that's,
yeah,
like
literally.
like an
The time
actual...
card.
Well, not the time card, but like a boat ticket.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, my first job actually
It's
had
like-
time cards still.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Worked at a fucking old ass place then. So I've literally never even seen a time card puncher machine thingy in person before.
Oh yeah, it was my grandmother's business, so she started it.
Oh, that would do it.
Yeah. So it was just easier to do that and then give all the time cards to, the company they contracted to do payroll.
Yeah, it's just like Farquaad pointing meme. Old.
Yep.
数日前のシフトの使用人が離島したふりをして島内に留まっていたかもしれないと仮定したら
If we're supposing that the servant on a shift from a few days ago only pretended to leave the island and actually stayed here,
否定するのは難しいね
that would be hard to deny. Yeah, you could hide in the woods for a few days easy. That's not what's happening, but yeah, that's
Yeah,
believable.
like that's they're finally on this. Like I said this because I think during the first murders of the first Twilight of the first episode.
Yeah. They're actually trying to rack their brains together for once.
Fucking finally.
Took them long
Gods.
enough.
ローザさんもアホちゃうと思うで。
I don't think Rosa is such a fool. Sorry, Hideyoshi, but she is.
いるはずのない使用人がひょっこり姿を現したら、普通は警戒バリバリや。
If a servant who wasn't
Most
supposed
people,
to,
Hideyoshi. That's how like most murders happen.
I mean,
Because
yes.
they know the person.
If a servant who wasn't supposed to be here popped up in front of you, who wouldn't be on their guard?
Actually, that's a forensic science thing. Like, if you see signs of struggle in the body, then it's most likely that the person didn't know the person who killed them.
Yeah.
Or it's more likely that they didn't know, at least.
Yeah.
And if there are no signs of struggle, then either they just didn't see the person coming, or they knew them and trusted them.
Yep.
Stop it.
From the looks of it, I think from the CG, it looked like Rosa had fallen backwards onto the thing. So,
Amber, I'm gonna fucking spray you in the face.
so she
Fuck outta here.
would have had to have seen the person. At least for a brief second. But she didn't fire off even one round. Not even sure we should be assuming that it was someone she
暗が
recognized.
りから突然ローザが襲われて銃を奪われそうになった。
Maybe they suddenly attacked Rosa from the darkness and were about to steal her
そした
gun.
らローザが転んで柵に頭を打ち動かなくなった。
Then Rosa fell, hit her head against the fence, and stopped
ゲ
moving.
ストハウスが近かったので銃声を嫌い素手でマリアちゃんを殺した。
The guest house was nearby, and they wanted to avoid the sound of gunfire, so they killed Maria with their bare hands.
そういう可能性もあるな。
There's also that possibility.
そうだとしてもだ。
Still, even if that is the case,
現場にわざわざローザの銃を残していくだろうか。
would they really intentionally leave Rosa's gun at the scene of the
犯
crime?
人が何を武装しているか知らねえが、こちらの銃は不安要素のはずだ。
We don't know what the culprit's armed with, but they've got to feel insecure about our
そ
guns.
の一丁をなびけるチャンスだったはずだぜ。
Wasn't that a perfect chance for them to thin out our supply?
なぜわざわざ現場に残したんだ。
Why would they intentionally leave it at the scene of the crime?
私は初めその銃を罠だと思ったの。
At first, I thought that that gun was a trap.
チェス盤思考だとそうなる。
That's what chessboard thinking says it should be.
わざわざ残した以上、
We've already been over this, but like, just to say it again, chessboard thinking is inherently flawed because it assumes that all people involved are perfectly logical actors at all times, and that's just not how humans do.
Yeah.
It's very rare for someone to be a perfectly logical actor at all times.
Absolutely.
Even like people like me aren't like that, and we are the closest you're gonna fucking get by nature. Mostly because we kind of lack some of the human emotions, so... Don't lack them all, though.
Yeah.
That's for fucking sure. I think things might actually be a little easier for me if we did. But no, we're only missing a couple of them. They're important ones, but we're still only a couple.
By purposely leaving it, they wanted to make one of us touch it.
そして引き金を引かせたいに違いない。
And they must have wanted to make us pull the
て
trigger.
っきり暴発して大怪我を負わせるような危険な仕掛けがされてるに違いないと思ってた。
Sure that something dangerous had been done to it to make it explode and cause massive injuries.
で
Well,
も
I
現
mean,
に大丈夫や。
Yeah, like, that is a valid strategy.
well, I'm just thinking about like the definition of like major injuries here, right? Like, so I personally, I would not consider like mangling a couple fingers to be a major injury. Because like you're not in any like danger from that, right? Like it's just gonna fuck with your hand a bit.
Yeah, at least not for a day, as long as you can stop the bleeding. Though you do
Yeah,
need
like,
medical attention very quickly.
Yeah, like the body will absolutely like stop the bleeding on like a lost finger fairly quickly, and I know this because my stepfather accidentally cut part of his finger off once.
Ugh.
So,
But yeah, you know, you stop the bleeding one way or another, whether it's natural occurrences or, you know, hopefully a combination of natural occurrences and bandaging it the fuck up and doing what you can.
Yeah. Like, this is one of those things like losing a limb. I keep talking about this like whenever like it comes up, but humans have a a function in their bodies, which it's really fucked up to think about this, like how it might have come about, but all humans have a function on their bodies where, like, if you lose an appendage, like your arm or your hand or whatever, yes, you can bleed out. That's absolutely true. But for the most part, your body will actually constrict the blood vessels using your muscles at the end of the injury, like at the end of the stump. Which is like the reason why this is fucked up to think about is because, like, you just got to imagine how many human beings had to lose their limbs and still survive to have kids. Like, you know, like how many had to lose their limbs before that mutation became a thing, and then that mutation was so helpful that it let enough people have kids that it's literally every human has that now.
Yeah, absolutely.
We don't know if that's like a part of like a previous ancestor of like you know, one of the previous like evolutionary links in the chain of humans, or if that's just this version of humans that has it or not. But that's because like all the previous ones are fucking dead. So
Yeah.
we can't actually test that.
But either way, nature is scary, y'all.
Mm-hmm. It's like, this is just one of those things where like you can't test it because like every other type of human is already dead. So like extinct. Like,
Yep.
we literally cannot tell. Like I guess we could. No, we wouldn't be able to do DNA sequencing, actually, now that I think about it, because like they're too old. Those bodies are too old, the fossils that we have of like other humans.
Yeah, no, there's no real
Like-
way to tell, unfortunately.
While we can absolutely get like DNA from very old corpses and everything like that, it's much longer than you would think as a layperson, but it's just not like Jurassic Park kind of shit. Like the DNA would be gone. That's why Jurassic Park actually tried to explain it with having the blood of the dinosaurs, like it trapped in amber in a mosquito or something like that. I don't remember what their exact explanation was, but there's a reason why that explanation is there. It's because fossils don't have like the DNA in them anymore. They're
Yeah,
too old.
like the best we've got is like preserved woolly mammoths. Because they got, you know, fucking flash froze. Basically.
Yeah, and actually, like, you have to freeze things in a certain way, at a certain speed, at a certain temperature, to get, like, the DNA to be preserved as well, because otherwise the ice crystals that form inside the cells will tear everything apart.
Yep.
This is one of the issues with cryostasis and shit like that. Is like, we can freeze people, but we can't freeze them in the right way to get them their bodies to be undamaged by it. We know it's possible because we're always getting closer, but like it's just sort of it needs ideal conditions, which is why not every frozen animal has DNA still in it. You know, like workable cells that we can like extract and like study.
Yep, exactly.
You know.
There's some combination of like situational parameters and probably putting something into the veins or nervous system or something that might be able to cause it cryostasis to work, but we have not
like
achieved
I
it
think
yet.
that's the current experiments is to try and find like some kind of fluid that will help insulate things properly. But I don't know. It's been a while since I looked at cryostasis. By a while, I mean like 15 years. So.
Yep. Let's see here. But yeah, so best we've got is the woolly mammoths. The closest we're gonna get to Jurassic Park is if we reverse engineer from a chicken. Or other fowl.
Even that's not like a good idea because like modern dinosaurs don't share that much DNA with older dinosaurs, right? If they did, they would be older dinosaurs.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But that's the current working theory of basically reverse engineering them and getting a chicken to lay a dinosaur egg.
Man, don't do that, first off. Secondly, that's fucking terrifying.
A little bit.
By like, don't do that, I mean like, there's literally no need or use for that sort of thing. It would just be like, we wouldn't be able to be confident that the dinosaur egg that came out of the chicken would be actually a dinosaur as would exist, 200 million years ago or whatever. So, like, don't do that because, like, it's just sort of like a pointless waste of resources. There's no guarantee that it would ever come out in any way similar. We'd just be, like, gaslighting ourselves into thinking that it would be. Secondly, don't do that. That's terrifying. That's how you get in Jurassic Park.
Yes, it is. Though admittedly the ones that came out of the chicken would be small. But at that point then you can kind of go on various generations and make them bigger. But it was actually okay.
おそらく犯人も焦っとったんとちゃうか。
The culprit probably panicked.
今頃銃を奪うチャンスを逃したことを後悔しとるに決まっとるで。
I'll bet that right now they're regretting that they missed their chance to steal a gun. Yeah, see, Hideyoshi's got the right of it. Game theory doesn't work in this scenario. Which is just, the more complicated version of chessboard thinking.
Yeah.
なんだか不愉快だな。銃なんか怖くもないっていう魔女のメッセージみたいでムカつくぜ。
I don't like it. It takes me off like it's a message from the witch saying she isn't scared of gun.
しかしいずれにせよ恐ろしい相手ですね。ローザさんが銃を持っていることは傍目にも分かったはず。
However, in any event, this is truly a fearsome opponent. Even at a glance, they should have been able to tell that Rosa had a gun.
にもかかわら
I'm
ず
gonna
襲いかかる
karate chop you right in the fucking brainstem, cat. He's not showing up on the stream mic, but I don't know about Discord.
Nope, not here either. Oh, that heard that one though.
Hi, buddy.
銃を恐れないという点を私たちは軽視するべきではありません。
Ember, get out of my face. The fact that they are unafraid of guns should not be taken lightly.
夏日の言う通りだ。
Indeed, it's as Natsuhi says.
これまで以上に用心すべきだろう。
We should probably be even more cautious than we have been.
念のためなんだけど、
This is just for peace of mind,
ロー
but
ザさんたちが外に出たと思われる頃、
at the time we think Rosa was attacked
みん
outside,
なはどこにいたのかしら。
there was everyone.
私と夏日、そしてルドルフとキリエさんはここで一緒だった。
Natsuhi and I were here, along with Rudolph and Kiri.
私がアリバイを保証する。
I can guarantee their alibis.
わしとエヴァも一緒だったで。
Eva and I were together.
わしが保証するわ。
I can guarantee that.
俺とジョージの兄貴ジェシカも一緒だったぜ。
George, Jessica, and I were together
ローザおばさんに2階へ戻ってろと怒鳴られ、
when Aunt Rosa yelled at us to return to the second
す
floor.
ごすごといとこ部屋へ引き返したさ。
We retraced our steps back to the cousins' room, all dejected.
あの時マリアを行かせなければ。
Back then, if we hadn't let Maria go,
それを言ってももうどうしようもないよ。
saying that isn't going to change anything.
南條先生は
Dr. Nanjo?
私は2階の部屋で本を読んでおりました。
I was reading a book in a room on the second floor.
一人でおりましたので、誰にもアリバイは証明できませんが。
I was by myself, so no one can verify my alibi. Yeah, that was a bad move.
Yep.
子供たちと一緒に2階へ戻ったのは皆さんも見ているはずです。
But I believe everyone saw me return to the second floor with the children. Though, I will safely say, dual realities or not, I would be shocked if Nanjo was the killer in any of these.
Yeah, that's fair.
これを言い出したらキリがないが、窓から飛び降りてローザを襲って。
That's a bit much, Rudolph. I would have just said snuck down the steps. Once I say this, it'll never end, but what if you jumped out the window, attacked
雨どいで
Rosa,
もよじ登ってまた戻ってきた
then climbed
Also, this
up
is like
using
a
a rain cutter or
70-year-old
something?
man.
A 70-year-old portly man.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, this is a 70-year-old fat man. Like, I don't think he's jumping out the fucking window.
Yeah, he...
Like, even when I was, like, healthy and my legs worked properly, I would hesitate before jumping out of the second floor window in the rain. Are you fucking kidding me?
Welcome in, KRB 2148.
Hey, welcome. Like, this is... And climb back up with a rain gutter? This dude is like 200 pounds. That rain gutter would be away from the house. I would be surprised if that rain gutter could maintain my weight. I'm like 130 pounds. Like, come on. Rudolph, think about what you're saying.
Yeah, Rudolph, please. Don't be absurd.
この楼台に2階から飛び降りたりよじ登ったりなどというゲートをできるわけもありません。
Oh, since there is a message in chat, that does remind me to just give the content warnings as usual.
Oh, yeah. That's a good idea. Give me that link. Press. Links to. There we go. I chat too. Done.
How can I perform such a feat such as jumping down from the second story or climbing up with this whole body?
やめましょう。それよりも互いを信頼し合って子供たちのためにもここの安全を死守することの方が先決です。
Let us stop suspecting each other. It's more important that we trust each other and for the children's sakes as well, defend this place until the very end.
You say that now.
Yeah.
そうだな。夏日さんの言う通りだ。
You're right, it's like Natsuhi says.
今は内部を疑い合うのをやめよう。
For now, let's stop suspecting each other.
そうね。犯人探しなんて私たちには無用かもしれないわ。
That's right, we may be useless as far as searching for the culprit is concerned.
Sorry, everyone. It's a little hot, so my tablet monitor likes to shut off sometimes. Give me a second, I'll fix this. I should put my screen up just so you guys don't see my DMs. There's nothing like suspect in there, but like,
you know, privacy. Yeah.
Fuck you. Yeah.
You can only stay alive until tomorrow, inform the police, and follow their instructions.
In fact, let me move all this over to the middle monitor and all. Just have to like tab in and out of that one. Here. I was hoping this wouldn't happen today, but yeah, that's way too hot. I've got my hand on the corner now. Like that's way too hot.
Well, yeah, fair enough.
All right, we're good.
All right.
犯人が誰かなんて警察が必ず暴き出してくれるのだから。
Because the police will definitely expose who the culprit is. I wouldn't put it definitely on that, but they do have better chances than you, Chuckleplucks.
That's true, yeah.
What is it, Ava?
まだ体調が悪いんとちゃうか?
Is your body still feeling bad? Yeah, you're in the room with Dr. Nanjo. Fucking talk to Nanjo.
Talk to the doctor.
母さん、どうしたの?
Mother, what's wrong?
大丈夫?
Are you okay?
ごめんなさい。
Sorry.
You good?
まだ熱が高いみたいなの。
Looks like my fever is still
大
strong.
丈夫だから放っておいて。
I'll be fine, so leave me alone. Oh, I was just pulling up your stream and I thought I had mod permissions on there, but I guess I didn't.
You should.
Yeah, but I don't have the sword.
Maybe they got taken away when I added you as a VIP?
Maybe?
Hold up. You. So I did give you the VIP for a to test, remember?
Oh yeah, you did give me the VIP for that, yeah. No.
I don't remember how to mod people now. I think it's like /moderator. Hold on.
When they looked, they saw Ava staring at the floor, her breathing harsh again. She had been able to act firm for a time due to the urgency of their situation. But it seemed her body wasn't at its best after all.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Okay.
Yeah, because it just gave me a thing, removed you as a VIP. So
Okay.
when I made you a VIP, it removed you as a mod. Okay. Well, there we go.
Gotcha.
Fixed.
Yeah, makes enough sense, because you'd have one or the other as far as, like, the hierarchy of things.
Yeah. Yeah, I killed those two.
これで黄金のことを知っているのは私たちだけ。
Now we're the only ones who know about the gold.
他の兄弟たちにはかけら一つだって譲りはしないの。
I won't give up even a scrap to the other siblings.
なんてことを。あれだけの莫大な黄金なのよ。ローザたちに分け前をあげたって全く問題はなかったでしょうに。
What have you done? There was so much of that. Excuse me. There was so much of that gold, right? Giving Rosa and the others their share wouldn't have been a problem at all, right?
あるわよ。あれは後宮家の当主だけが引き継げる黄金なの。
And then after that, it's the head's choice, so what to do with it. Like, come on. It would. That gold is to be passed on only to the head of the Ushirimiya family.
だからこそそれは全て丸ごと当主の栄誉そのものなの。
That's because it, as a whole, represents no more or less than the honor of the head.
それにわずかほどでも傷をつけることは、こ
To
の
wound that
私、
even a tiny
新
bit.
しき黄金の魔女、メアトリーチェが絶対に許さないわ。
Is definitely not something that I, the new Golden Witch Beatrice, will permit.
あなたは魔女の碑文通りに殺人を続けるつもりなの？
Do you plan to continue these murders according to the witch's epitaph?
まさかあと5人も人殺しを続けるつもりなの？
Do you actually plan to become a murderer 5 more times?
ええ、その面倒な儀式を終えないと、私の魔女としての力は完全なものにならないらしいの。
Yeah, if I don't finish that annoying ceremony, it seems my power as a witch won't become complete.
ねえ、私。この魔女の力は本当にすごいわ。
Hey, me. The power of the witch is really awesome.
私たちが妄想してきたすべてが本当に実現できる。
It really can make all the crazy things we imagine become reality.
夢が夢でなくなる力なの。
Power to make dreams more than just dreams.
この力を知ってしまったら、もう魔女はやめられない。
Now that I've learned of this power, I can no longer stop being a witch.
儀式を完全に終えて、私の力が完全なものになれば、きっとそれをあなたにも教えてあげられるわ。
If I can finish the ceremony and make my power complete, I'm sure I'll be able to teach you that feeling too.
There is just something unsettling about her laugh specifically.
Yeah.
Stop acting like a fool. And that is A, not an.
Yeah. Don't do that.
Haven't you played at being a witch enough?
私たちは黄金を見つけたわ。
We found the
そ
gold,
して次期当主の座だって約束されてるわ。
and we've even been promised the position of the successor.
ほんの少しの綱渡りは必要だろうけど、もうそれは絶対に叶う夢。
We'll probably need the tightrope walk just a bit, but by now, that's a dream that will definitely come
なの
true.
にこれ以上、あなたは何を望むというの？
Beyond that, what more could you wish for?
私は魔女になりたかったわ。
I wanted to become a witch.
私、そんな夢なんか知ら
Phenomenal
ないわ
cosmic
よ。
power.
Yep. I don't give a damn about that dream.
そうよ。その夢を持ち続けてるから、私はこの年のままで生きながらえているの。
Sorry, random yawn. Anyway, that's right. Because I kept holding on to that dream, I've lived at this age forever.
あなたはその夢を大人になることで捨てたわ。
When you became an adult, you threw away that dream forever.
いくら待てども時
Wait,
計を持った
forever?
ウサギ
Why
なん
did
て
I say
訪れ
forever
な
there?
い
What
し
the fuck is wrong with me?
Yeah, I was wondering about that, but I wasn't going to correct you.
No matter how long you wait, the rabbit holding a clock won't visit you.
ハンプティ・ダンプティにも会えはしない。
And you won't be able to meet Humpty Dumpty.
もちろんトランプの国に招かれたりも絶対にない。
Of course, you definitely won't be invited to the land of cards.
あなたはそう諦めてしまったから大人になったのよ。
Because you gave up and accepted all of that, you became an adult.
だからもう魔女になりたいなんて思わない。
So you don't want to become a witch or anything like that anymore.
それが本当の自分の夢であったことも忘れてしまったの。
You even forgotten that it was truly your own dream at one.
とにかくやめて。私はもう2つの夢を手に入れている。
Anyway, stop it. I've already gotten my hands on 2 dreams.
黄金と当主の座。
The gold in the position of head.
それでもう十分なの。
That's more than enough.
だからお願い。あんたの夢なんて知ったことじゃない。
So please, your dream has nothing to do with me.
おとなしくしてて。
Stand down.
いやよ。魔法面白いもの。
No way, magic's too interesting.
それにあなたの2つの夢は私の魔法のおかげで叶ったのよ。
Also, those 2 dreams of yours both came true because of my magic.
なのに私の夢は叶えてはいけないなんて不公平よ。
It wouldn't be fair if my dream didn't come true too.
あなたの魔法には感謝してるし、あなたこそが本当の魔女だと私は認めてるわ。
Grateful for your magic, and I acknowledge that you're a real
だ
witch.
からもうおとなしく私の胸の中に帰って、
So just stand down and return to the inside of my heart,
そして二度と現れない
and
で。
never appear again.
いやー私たちお互いに勘違いしてるわね。
No way, we're both misunderstanding each other, aren't we?
そうよ私はもうあんたじゃないの。
That's right, I am not you anymore.
あんたは後ろ宮エヴァ。
You are Ushiromiya Ava.
私は黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。
I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice.
だからあんたの胸の中に帰る義理はないの。
So it's not my responsibility to go back inside your heart.
さながらあなたという殻を脱皮して蝶になったような気分かしら。
I guess I feel like a butterfly who's broken out of her cocoon, meaning you.
熱で
The fever
意識が朦朧とする。
is making my mind cloudy.
私の魔力が未熟な分をあなたの正気で補ってるの。
My inexperience with magical power is forcing me to support it with your vitality.
私が儀式を終えて完全な魔女になるまであなたに負担をかけるかもね。
Until I finish the ceremony and become a full witch, you might have to bear the burden.
それくらいは2つの夢を叶えてあげた対価ってことにしてもらうわよ。
I'll take that as payment for the 2 of your dreams coming true, or for making 2 of your dreams
大
come true.
丈夫安心して。残る5
It's
人の
fine,
生
don't
贄
worry,
についてはあんたの家族 僕は外してあげるわ。
For the remaining 5 sacrifices, I'll avoid your family. Bitch, the only one who's not her family here is Nanjo.
Yeah, but probably me.
I know what she means, but
Yeah.
also, like, hold on.
Yeah, like,
そうね。ルドルフ、キリエ、クラウス、夏日。
Let's see. Rudolph, Kiri, Kraus, Natsuhi. One more.
あとは老いぼれの南條なんかどう？
After that, what about that old geezer Nanjo?
ちょうどいいわ。この5人を殺すわね。
Perfect. I'll kill those 5 people.
あなただけに明かす殺害予告ってところかしら。
Could you call this a murder announcement revealed only to you?
Ava finally crouched down. Hideyoshi rushed up to her and leant her his shoulder.
大丈夫か？無理せんと休もう。
Are you okay? Let's take it easy and rest.
大丈夫かね？
Are you alright?
南條先生、エヴァ。
Dr. Nanjo, take a look at Ava. When Nanjo and George tried to approach, Ava made a gesture to stop them.
ありがとう。大丈夫よ、南條先生。薬なら飲んでるの。
Thank you. I'm fine, Dr. Nanjo. I'm taking medicine. It doesn't seem to be working.
こんな非常事態で申し訳ないけど。
I apologize for saying this during such an extreme situation,
少しだけ休ませてもらう。
but let me rest a little longer.
母さん、僕も肩を貸すよ。
Mom, I'll lend a hand too.
ありがとう。お父さんが見ててくれるから平気よ。
Thank you, but I'll be fine as long as your father watches over me.
あなたは2階のいとこ部屋に戻って決して出てこないよう
Go
に。
back to the second story cousin's room and don't come out no matter
いい
what.
わね。
Understood?
何があってもゲストハウスを出ちゃダメよ。
No matter what happens, you must not leave the guest house.
外には
Outside,
あの魔女が。
that witch will.
もう喋るなや。みんなすまんな。わしはエヴァを部屋で看病しとる。
Don't talk anymore. Sorry, everyone, but I'll be watching over Ava in our room.
なんかあったら呼んでや。
Tell us if something happens. Hideyoshi and Ava retreated from the lobby. However, Ava wasn't the only one who wasn't feeling good. They hadn't gotten a wink of sleep since the previous night, and been pressed by tension since that morning. They were mustering their energy to protect their families. But if they relaxed even a little, surely everyone would be down and out.
ここまでは順調であるが、ここからが難しいぞ。
Everything has gone as planned until now, but from here on out, it will become difficult, you see.
難しいとは？
Difficult meaning
大抵の場合、儀式が進行するにつれ犠牲者が増えると、彼らは守りを固めるようになり、
indeed. Normally, as the ceremony progresses and the victims increase in number, they begin to tighten their guard.
多くの場合、一ところに固まって動かなくなるのだ。
And in most cases, they hole up in one place and stop moving.
それは我らにとって非常に都合が悪い。
That is extremely inconvenient for us.
それは私たち魔女が群れた人間に劣るということですか？
Are you saying that we witches are inferior to a bunch of humans in a group?
魔女が人間に劣ることはない。ただ、時代が変わり、人間が毒を持つようになったというべきか。
Witches are never inferior to humans. However, perhaps you could say that times change and that humans have gotten their hands on a poison.
大昔の魔法が信じられていた時代は問題なかったのだが、現代人は
This wasn't a problem long ago when
憎
people
たらしい
believed
バ
in
トラーも
witches.
そうであるように、基本的に魔法を否定する。
But just like that annoyance battler, people in the current era deny magic on a fundamental level.
つまり、存在自体が反魔法的なのだ。
In other words, their existence itself is anti-magical.
その結果、 彼らはいつの間にか体内に魔法を否定する毒素を有するようになった。
As a result, at some point they repossessed a toxin inside their bodies that denies magic.
つまり人間の数が多ければ多いほどその反魔法の毒素が強くなって私たち魔女には不利だとおっしゃられるのですか？
In other words, you're saying that the more humans there are, the stronger that that magic-resisting toxin gets, and the greater the disadvantage is for us witches.
彼らの魔法を否定する心の力、すなわち対魔法抵抗力の合計値がそのまま魔法力の分母となるわけだ。
The combined amount of power in their hearts that denies magic, in other words, their magic resistance power, becomes the denominator in the equation of your magic's power.
わかるか？そなたにはちと難しいか？
Understand? Is that a bit too difficult for you?
ご冗談を。実に簡単にわかります。
You're joking. Actually, I understand it easily.
つまり魔法を信じない人間が多ければ多いほど
In other words, you're saying that the more people there are who don't believe in magic,
そしてその意志が強ければ強いほど魔法は効果を劇的に助産されるとおっしゃっておられるのですね。
and the stronger their will is, the more the effects of our magic are divided.
なるほど。そのような計算式ならば攻め方を考え直さなければなりません。
Yeah, if it's so formulaic, I'll have to rethink my method of attack.
Fundamentally, magic possesses a vast power. It can even make a rain of fire fall from the heavens or divide a sea, and reviving a lost life isn't impossible either. However, that power is extremely weak against the toxin that rejects it. That toxin started piling up in humans since the time they forgot to respect their things sacred. Until finally, this earth was covered with enough toxin that the miracles of magic could not be displayed. Thus, witches from across the world were chased from their dwellings. They have been forced to choose to throw away their magic and live as humans, or else live in hiding in remote areas where the toxin of humans didn't reach. In that sense, Rokkenjima, with its population of only a few dozen humans, was extremely favorable for witches. And even more favorable was the existence of the ghost story about the witch who lived in the Rokkenjima forest. In other words, by permeating the island with the fear that a witch might exist, the magic-resisting toxin from humans was weakened. Small population, and room for them to acknowledge magical beings. In other words, minds that were only weakly anti-magical. Only by existing in the valley where those two converge could a witch live in modern times.
Sucks, nerd.
なるほど。つまりその計算式によるならば魔女が効率よく力を振るうにはいくつかのルールがあることになりますね。
I see. So using this formula, we can arrive at several rules for how a witch can use her power efficiently.
一つは演出。人間の仕業とは思えない殺人を演出し、オカルト的な装飾を施して。
The first is presentation. Create a murder scene that couldn't conceivably have been done by humans and decorate it in a cult way.
彼らに魔女の存在を強くアピールし、浸透させることによって、彼らは魔女の存在を信じるようになり。
Yeah. Make it look very much like a witch exists and permeate people with fear to make them believe that witches exist.
その結果、反魔法力が減少して、魔法力の分母の減少も図られる。
As a result, the anti-magic power, the denominator for magical power, will be decreased.
なるほど。第一の番の不気味な魔法陣の演出などはこれに当たるわけですか。
She remembers the other loops. Interesting.
Well, the first Twilight.
Oh, the first
had-
Twilight. Yeah. Okay, never mind. Yeah, you're right. It's not quite. I just misread that. It's fine.
Yep.
Okay. I see. So this is why the creepy magic circles of the first Twilight were created.
そうよ、その通り。
That's right. Exactly.
毎回の第一の番のどぎつい演出はすべてそのためのものなのだ。
The gaudy scenes from the first Twilight in each game are all for that reason.
I'm pressing X to doubt here.
Yep.
別に決してわらわが残酷なのが好きで面白半分でやっていたわけではないのだぞ。
It's definitely not as though I like being cruel or I'm doing it for fun.
だとしたら先代様、今回のは失敗ですね。
In that case, Lady Predecessor, you failed this time around.
殺し方が非常に地味でした。
You killed him in a very plain way.
ただのミステリーにしか見えません。
It doesn't look like anything more than a simple mystery.
ロノウェイに聞いていますが、前回や前々回のように遺体をもっと派手に損壊して。
I heard about last time and the time before that from Renove.
ファンタジーに見せかけ、彼らに恐怖心を植え付けるべきでしたね。
You should have damaged the corpses more grotesquely, like you did then, making it look more like fantasy and instilling fear in those people.
まあそうだな。毎回それでは芸がないと思ってな。
Well, about that. I thought it wouldn't be artful to do that every time you see. You could just be honest and say you were a little upset at the time, so you sort of like fucking made Renove think about it instead of doing it yourself. Because like the closed room thing can also like be a sign of magic, right? Like if you do it right, you do it well enough. Don't think too deeply on it. It's just a win.
Actually, it really had been her whim. After what Battler had said to her, she couldn't say it out loud anymore. But she really had decided her methods of killing based on mere whims. No, would it be better to say that she had half-heartedly let Renove decide? After all, she left the closed rooms of this game's first Twilight to him.
Yeah, exactly. Like she...
Yeah, but if she'd had a cruel idea, then she would have surely have explored the limits of atrocity, even worse than in the previous game.
ローザとマリアの殺し方についても、先代様は自重するようにおっしゃられましたが。
You told me to show some restraint when deciding Rosa's and Maria's deaths too.
それも私たち魔女に利する行為ではありませんね。
But that wasn't a course of action beneficial to us witches either, was it?
実際、彼らは現時点では魔女が実在するなんてこれっぽっちも信じてません。
In actuality, by now, none of them believe one bit that a witch actually exists.
ファンタジーでなく、完全にミステリーだと確信しています。
They're totally sure it's a mystery, not a fantasy.
私たち魔女にとって失敗
The easy explanation here, for Beato was just to be like, yeah, I was gonna have some fun with it later, so I set it up to be all like this, so I can shatter their, like, fucking expectations, like, really hard and freak them out real bad. But then you solve the fucking puzzle, so, like, you know, shit.
Yeah.
This turn of events is a failure from a witch's perspective.
先代様がどういうわけかぬるいやり方を繰り返したせいです。
For some reason, you keep doing things in a kind of lukewarm way, Lady Predecessor.
ああ、そのだな。若いうちの
Come on, Beato. You're supposed to be better at manipulating people than this.
Yeah.
Like they say, things you learn when you're young will definitely help you out in the future.
先代からそなたへのこれは試練である。
This is a test passed on from my predecessor to you.
慎んで挑むがよいぞ。
Take it on with respect. That's all actually kind of good. She's just, the delivery is bad.
Yeah, the delivery's awful. Ava could see right through that. Beto tried to laugh heartily, but it was obviously the fake laugh of someone trying to cover something up. And the new witch shrugged with a sigh.
この段階から演出によって反魔法力を減ずるのは多分手遅れでしょうね。
At this stage, it's probably too late to create a scene and reduce the anti-magic
と
power.
なればもう一つの手。
In that case, there's another move.
人間の分散が良いでしょう。
Getting the humans to split up should work.
それが最も効果的であろうぞ。人間の
Indeed, that is probably the most effective way.
分母の数は減るわけだ。
The smaller the number of humans, the more the denominator shrinks. There's actually like a decent explanation for why you don't see like a whole bunch of supernatural shit when you're together with other people.
Yeah.
Like why there's never any fucking witnesses to weird shit happening.
Yep,
It's
works
just
pretty
like
well.
solo people. As a result, the magical power functions instantly. Or instantaneously.
この籠城状態をいかに崩して少人数に分散させるかがここからのポイントとなるわけだな。
It all begins from one point. How to destroy this barricade situation, have them split up into small groups.
しかし彼らはもはや用心深い。
However, they are already very
容易
cautious.
には籠城を崩せぬぞ。
The barricade won't be destroyed easily, right?
前々回の金蔵の書斎での籠城、前回の客間での籠城、いずれも手
Both the barricade in Kings of Study 2 games ago, and the barricade in the parlor last time were very stubborn.
ましてや今回は老快な大人勢がほとんど残った状態での籠城となっておる。
Furthermore, most of the cutting adults still remain this time.
状況はこれまで以上に困難であるぞ。
This situation is more difficult than all the ones before it, understand?
そなたが望むなら特別に助言を与えてやっても良いのだがな。
If you wish, I could give you some special advice.
In a closed circle, when the first murder case occurs, the survivors always hole up, gathering together to observe each other and ensure their safety. Funnily enough, not only do mystery authors and murder culprits worry about how to break that situation apart, but so do witches who supposedly exist at the other end of the spectrum. For a while, the new witch poked her cheek with her pointer finger, and after acting as though she was planning something, she spoke.
いいえ、結構です。試練ですから。
No, I'm fine. After all, it is a test.
先代様の手は借りません。
I won't borrow your moves.
そうか？しかしだな。籠城を崩すのはなかなかに難しいぞ。
Instead, you're like trying to be a fucking like reliable teacher, but she's never actually fucking taught anyone before.
Yep.
Really? Still, it would be rather difficult to defeat this barricade, right?
すでに手は打ってあります。きっと引っかかるはずです。
I've already made my move. Pretty sure it will work.
頭のいいやつならむしろ必ず。
And it will definitely work on someone smart.
そうか。そなたは優秀であるな。
Is that so? You really are excellent.
手のかからぬ弟子で、わらわは嬉しいぞ。
I'm pleased to see that my disciple won't be causing me much trouble.
私、人に聞く前に自分で勉強するがモットーなので。それでは失礼します。
My motto is to study things myself before asking other people. Then, if you would excuse me.
獲物がのこのこと誘い出されるのを待たねばなりませんので。
I have to wait for my prey to get lured out.
うん。それでは、しっかりな。
Indeed. Well then, handle it with care.
As the new witch lowered her head, her face blank, she turned into gold butterflies and vanished. Ado didn't look happy at all. She seemed to be lonely because of how little she was being relied on.
どいつもこいつも。わらわの
Not one of them gives a fig for me.
魔女見習いめ。天狗になりよって。
You witch apprentice acting so smart.
今に手痛いミスをして泣き言を言うに違いないぞ。
I'll bet she makes some painful mistake and starts crying. Probably
そ
not.
の時こそ。
Because, like, it seems like this loop is all about, like, kicking you in the nuts.
教えをこおうとするに違いないのだ。
Then, without a doubt, she'll finally realize my greatness and beg me to teach her.
Yeah, no.
それまでわらわは高みの見物よ。
Until then, I shall watch from on high.
She laughed loudly on the outside, but a laugh no one can hear is completely pointless.
Hey, fuck you. I laugh without anyone being able to hear me all the time. What the shit?
Beto gave up and quickly stopped laughing. Renove chose that time to show himself.
失礼いたします。バトラ様との第2の番のゲームが終了いたしました。
Excuse me, my lady. The game of the second Twilight with Battler, or with Lord Battler, has ended.
そうか、ご苦労であった。
I see. Good work.
守備はどうであったか。
What was the result?
申し訳ございません。リザインさせていただきました。バトラ様
My sincere
と
apologies.
ローザがマリアを考察、その後に自己死は
I was forced to resign by saying in red that both deaths were homicides.
赤にて両名他殺で切り返したのですが、
I made Lord Battler revise his claim of Rosa strangled Maria to death, then died in an accident.
エヴァを主犯に据えられた一連の指し手を切り返せませんでした。
But I could not repel his chain or move his place in Eva as the principal offender.
エヴァは秀吉にずっと看病されて部屋で寝ていたであろうが。
Wasn't Eva sleeping in her room the whole time as Hideyoshi cared for her?
秀吉も共犯で、両名でアリバイを作った可能性を提示されました。
He put forth the possibility that Hideyoshi was an accomplice, and that the two worked together to create an alibi.
秀吉まで疑うか。
Even suspects Hideyoshi.
殺害時には客室にいたと赤にで叩き切ってやればよいではないか。
Couldn't you have struck back by saying in red that he was the guest in the guest room at the time of the murder?
それも考えましたが、いずれにせよ、数手先でいくつかの大駒を奪われてしまうかもしれません。
I also thought of that, but multiple important pieces might have been taken several moves later.
それに、この手が新しきベアトリーチェ様が撃たれた布石の可能性もありますので。
And because this move might be connected to the new Lady Beatrice's strategy,
それを尊重することといたしました。
I acted out of respect to her.
申し訳ありません。
My apologies.
布石か。あやつ頭が切れるようだからの。
Strategy, you say? Her mind does seem to be sharp.
好きにさせておくがよい。
We can let her do as she pleases.
どこまでやれるか見ものだ。
It'll be quite a show to see how far she can go.
そうおっしゃると思いました。
I thought you would say that.
弟子が可愛くないので、ご機嫌斜めとお見受けしますよ。
I see that the uncuteness of your disciple has left you in a bad mood.
余計なお世話だ。あやつめ。
It's none of your business.
ここからの籠城
Fuck you.
をどう崩していくつもりなのか。
I wonder how that one plans to destroy this barricade going forward.
わらはもじっくり拝見させてもらうとするぞ。
I shall keep a close eye on her.
ああ。それで、
Oh, and
バトラの機嫌の方はどうなのか？
how was Battler's mood?
落ち着いておられるように見えました。
It appeared as though he had calmed
や
himself
はり
down.
お嬢様が相手でないと盛り上がらないとおっしゃっておいででしたよ。
He did say he couldn't get fired up after all without you as his opponent.
そうか。そうであろう、そうであろう。
Really? Well, that's no surprise. No surprise at all.
第4の番以降は、やはりわらわが復帰しないと、バトラも寂しかろうな。
If I don't return for the fourth Twilight and after, Battler will probably be lonely himself.
それでは私はこれで失礼させていただきます。
And with that, if you would excuse me,
美味しいクッキーを焼かねばなりません。
I need to go bake some delicious cookies.
せめてお嬢様とバトラ様のお話が弾みますように。
I must at least enliven the discussion between you and Lord Battler, my lady.
うん。あいつ、お前のクッキーボリボリ食ってたな。
Okay, your blush is getting more severe as you talk about it more. Banzo.
Yep.
That guy really was munching your cookies, wasn't he?
やはり男の子だからお腹が空くのであろう。
It's no surprise that a boy can eat so much. He's a soul right now. I don't think that really... God damn it. Whatever. Make a lot of them. Dude, I want to make
か
cookies
し
now.
こまりました。
Yes.
クッキーでテーブルを埋めてご覧に入れましょう。
Certainly. I shall make enough cookies to bury the table.
You know, by anyone else saying that, I wouldn't necessarily believe them, but I believe you, Renove.
Yeah.
それが良いぞ。
That sounds great. Sorry, everyone. There will be a more like flashes on my screen than usual as I try to like quickly tab through the chats and everything and keep an eye on things. It's just because normally I have both chats up on like monitors, right? But now I can't do that and also keep like my OBS and captioner up so I can see if it's still working, etc. So I'm constantly having to like turn in my chair to look at my other monitor to like tab through and all that shit. And I'm trying to do it quickly enough that like it doesn't show the desktop, you know, it doesn't like minimize everything to show like what I'm tabbed over. But I'm a little too late sometimes.
Yeah. What's going on? What did you want to talk about? Kiri called Rudolph out into the corridor. It was obvious that she wanted to talk about something that she didn't want the others to hear.
あのね、
私... Yeah?
表へ出たいの。
I want to go outside.
Why? Well, I guess they're not like really thinking clearly. They've been up for like fucking like nearly 40 hours now.
Yeah.
Which like mood, even I don't think very clearly at 40 hours.
Certainly the body cannot last with nothing more than a small breakfast, but...
もちろん分かってるさ。だがな、時間を置けばどんどん暗くなってくる。
Of course, we understand. Still, as time passes, it'll get darker and darker
多
out.
分今が一番明るい。
It's probably at its brightest now.
今が一番都合がいいんだ。
It's the most convenient time.
ローザさんた
Was
ち
it
が
supposed to
襲
be
われてか
noon
ら
now?
まだ1時間も経ったかどうかですよ。
I guess so.
Or like 1 in the afternoon? Because I thought it was 1 a.m.
Yeah, no, I think
Maybe
it's
she was
lunch.
killed like really early in the morning when it was still like really dark out. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
いくらなんでも不用心です。
Only about an hour has passed since Rosa was attacked. This is simply too reckless.
It was only natural that Natsuki was yelling about recklessness. After all, Rudolph had said he was going to the mansion to get food. Certainly on top of their fatigue, their hunger was tormenting them. In the beginning, a mild level of hunger had been just what they needed to fight off drowsiness. However, it now just made their minds hazy since it was still only midday and their bodies felt like they were reaching their limit.
Patheticness. Not aesthetic weakness, pathetic weakness. Thank you.
The thought of going to the kitchen in the mansion and bringing back some food certainly was attractive.
私は反対です。多少は辛いでしょうが、断じてここを出るべきではありません。
I'm opposed to this. It may be a little rough, but we definitely shouldn't leave this place.
私たちはいい。だが子供たちにひもじい思いをさせるのは心が痛む。
Don't worry about us, but it would pain my heart to keep the children hungry.
親として責任を負わねばなるまい。
I must be responsible as a parent. Honestly, I believe that.
あなた、お父様が亡くなられた今、後宮家の当主はあなたです。そのような危険を冒すことは許されません。
Now that father has said you are the Ushiromiya family head, it is not permissible for you to take on such a danger.
そうね。夏日さんの言う通りよ。
You're right. It's like Natsuhi
ク
says.
ラウスさんはリーダーとしてここに残るべきね。
Kraus, you should remain here as our leader.
なら、誰が屋敷へ行くんだね。
Then who will go to the mansion?
俺とキリエ、あと秀吉兄さんの3人で行こうと思う。
I think it should be Kiri, and me, and Hideyoshi too.
俺と秀吉兄さんは銃を持ってる。
Hideyoshi and I have guns.
そう簡単に向こうも手出しはできないはずだ。
They shouldn't be able to lay a finger on us that easily.
ローザさんも銃を持っていましたが襲われました。 危険ではありませんか。
Also, that means you're leaving Ava alone. And of course, like, Beatrice isn't going to attack Ava. But they don't know that.
Yeah.
Rosa also had a gun, but she was attacked. Won't it be dangerous?
ローザたちの様子を確かめに出たとき、銃を持っていたが、俺は一人だった。
When I went out to check on Rosa and Maria, I had a gun, but I was alone.
だが襲われなかった。
And yet I wasn't attacked.
男が相手なら、向こうも慎重なのかもしれないぜ。
Maybe they'll be cautious if their opponent is a man. Or more likely, they fled the scene.
Yeah. They just weren't there.
Yeah, they just weren't there to kill your ass. Granted, you are built like a brick shithouse.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, if you said it was my size, not my gender, then absolutely. But you being a man probably does not actually matter to whoever the killer is. It certainly doesn't fucking matter to Ava Beatrice.
I mean, like, fucking Genji and Koda.
True.
They were also pretty big, so... and Koda's about the same age as Rudolph, too, so, like, come on.
Oh, yeah, Goda. For a minute, I thought you were talking about Genji because my brain was just not working. I don't know.
男性が2人、そしてさらに銃も2丁。
We'll have 2 men and even 2
2
guns.
人には護衛役に徹してもらって、荷物は台車で私が運ぶわ。
Those 2 will act as guards and I'll transport our cargo using a cart.
ローザさんの時とは状況が明らかに異なるはずよ。
I believe the situation will be significantly
That's
different than it was for Rosa. Yeah, that works. It's, you know, it's a caravan deal.
They should have done this much earlier, honestly.
Oh, absolutely.
わしを男と見込んでの話なら、喜んで協力させてもらうで。
You're counting on me because I'm a man, I'd be happy to help.
こう見えても、屋台を引いて鍛えた体や。
I may not look it, but I'm... That should have been I've built up a pretty strong... From pushing food
I'm
stands
built up
around.
pretty strong.
Yeah, I'm built up pretty strong.
That works.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, never mind, I just read it wrong. But I'm built up pretty strong from pushing food stands around. Honestly, he should be pushing the cart, and Kiri should have the gun.
Yeah.
But
you know,
also, I have this...
fucking sexist.
Yeah, though I have this weird feeling, considering we've been talking about that art piece for a while, that she has a gun hidden on her or some shit.
Yeah.
I don't know where she'd put it in that vacuum-sealed outfit, but she probably has one somewhere.
力仕事は任せてえな。
Leave the heavy lifting to me.
男性は護衛役に徹してくれていいの。使用人室に折りたたみ式の台車があったから、それを使えば私一人でも十分に食料が運べるわ。
You men can devote yourselves to guarding. There's a folding cart in the servant room. And using that, I should be able to handle carrying the food.
もちろん用心はする。
Of course, we'll be
そ
careful.
して、この冒険を一度だけ成功させれば、もう二度と
And if we can succeed in this adventure just
私
once,
たちはここを出る危険を冒す必要はないの。
there won't be any need for us to take risks again.
なんとか考え直せませんか。皆さんに空腹を強いるのは心苦しいですがしかし今の外は何が起こるか分かりません。
Is there any way I can get you to rethink this? It may be painful for everyone to deal with empty stomachs, but even so, we do not know what is happening outside right now.
用心するで。それに、エヴァはだいぶ体調が悪いんや。
We'll take care, and Ava's feeling pretty darn bad right
空
now.
腹にはできん。
Can't let her stay
胃
hungry.
袋が空っぽじゃ飲める薬も飲めんわ。
If her stomach's empty, she can't take her
エ
medicine.
ヴァのためにも、わしは出かけにはならんわ。
I have to go out for Ava's sake as well. Yeah, that's a good argument there. So there's plenty of medicines, especially strong medicines, you really do not take on an empty stomach.
Yeah, like, as far as they know, she is actually, like, sick, properly sick.
Yeah.
エヴァの具合はどうなんだね。
How is Ava?
ようやく寝入ってくれたとこや。熱も高い。
Looks like she's finally gotten to sleep. She has a high
しばら
fever.
くそっとしたってや。
We just leave her be for a while.
妻の体調があっては座してもいられんか。
You can't just stand still when it comes to your wife's health.
わかった。
Understood.
外出を許可しよう。
I'll give you permission to go outside.
じゃあ俺たちはさっくりと行ってくるぜ。
Then we'll take a little trip there and back.
スピード勝負だ。
A speed contest.
缶詰は OK だよな。
And food's okay, right?
缶切りくれこっちにあるよな。
You at least
are
have a
there
can
even
opener here, don't you?
Like cooking, like tools in this place?
I think there's like a small like kitchenette. So
I
probably
should hope so.
probably like a basic burner or something. And a coffee maker so you can make instant noodles.
Hi, 缶切りと栓抜きはあります。
Yes, we have a can opener and bottle opener.
ゲストハウスに水道があるから飲み物は不要よね。10人分もあるんだから好き嫌いは言わせないわ。
There's running water in the guest house, so we won't need anything to drink. You need to get 10 people's worth, so no being picky about what you get.
よっしゃ。だだって走ってって、さっさと持ってこようやないか。傘なんてさしてる暇あらへんで。
Alright, why don't we dash out and bring it back quickly? There's no time to open umbrellas. Welcome in, Bedwards.
Hi, hello.
じゃあ兄貴。
Umineko Thursdays.
See you, Kraus. I'll trust you to look after this place.
気をつけてな。本当ならば自分も行きたい。
Take care. Under normal circumstances, I'd want to go too.
男に生まれながらこのような急場で力を貸せぬ長男の肩書きが恨めしい。
Fucking gender roles. Quit it, you dummy. Being a man, I despise how this title of the oldest brother prevents me from lending a hand in an emergency like this.
こういう時くらいしか俺らには見せ場がないのさ。
This is about the only time we get to show off.
たまには譲って兄貴はのんびりしてろ。
Sit back and take it easy every once in a while, Kraus.
じゃあな、夏日さん。
Okay, Natsu.
タオルの準備でもして待っててくれ。
Wait here and get some towels ready or something.
傘はささねえから濡れネズミで帰ってくるぜ。
We aren't using umbrellas, so we'll be soaked to the bone when we get back.
わかりました。お気をつけて。
I have a cracker in my mouth.
Because of course.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they've got plenty of liquor as well.
Understood. Take care.
Rudolph, Kiri, and Hideyoshi, each leaving their own brave words behind, left the lobby. Compared to the time Rosa and Maria had gone outside, the winds were much stronger. Rudolph's group of 3 people jogged through the rose garden without umbrellas, holding their guns in a folded cart. If everything had been still and quiet without wind and rain, they probably would have kept their ears open and moved with caution. But in this rain, even if some suspicious person was hiding nearby, it would be difficult to notice them. Because of that, it had been Rudolph's plan to instead dash through the dangerous area. There was a chance that their opponent was equipped with a gun, though walking slowly with their guard up would only make them targets. Taking swift action was probably the correct choice.
Moving at the speed of death.
Rose Garden. Feels like we're just asking to be attacked.
頼むぜ。誰も出てきてくれるなよ。
Please let nobody come out of there. Even as Rudolph and Hideyoshi continued to run, they looked around relentlessly, vigilant of their surroundings. Or restlessly, not relentlessly. Rosa and Maria's deaths had not been caused by a projectile weapon. However, it was easy to suspect that the servants had been killed in such a manner. Will they come flying out of the dark? Or will they take careful aim and snipe from the shadows? Either way, they couldn't relax their tension for even an instant. But even so, when they reached the overhang in front of the entrance to the mansion and escaped the reach of the raindrops, they felt themselves breathing a sigh of relief.
まずは問題なしやな。ローザさんの時とは違う。
No problems for the first step, unlike how it was for Rosa.
二つに手は出せんやろ。
Maybe they can't get their hands on us easily.
そう信じたいね。キリエ、俺たちが見張ってる間に鍵を開けてくれ。
I'd like to believe that. Kiri, unlock the door
Lonzo
while
was
we
with the
keep a
kids,
lookout.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah.
So it's just Kraus and Natsuki in that room now.
Or at least I think he probably went back up, but it wasn't said what they did after everybody gathered together and talked about, where they were originally.
Well, if he was in the lounge with everyone else, then, like, he probably would have said something during that conversation.
True.
SP が2人もついたお屋敷に帰宅だなんて実にエグゼクティブな気分よ。
Sure, returning to home to the mansion with a pair of SPs makes me feel just like an executive.
Security personnel, I assume.
Yeah, that's my assumption too.
赤絨毯で召使いのお出迎えがあれば完璧や。
If we had a welcoming party of servants with a red carpet, it'd be perfect. Be careful what you wish for, Hideyoshi.
Yeah.
お出迎えか。あるかもな。
Welcoming party, huh? You never know.
用心しようぜ。
Be careful.
Yeah, I think Kraus and Natsuki are the targets because, like, Hideyoshi is in this group.
Possibly. Granted, I know the answer, I just can't say it.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see.
At the,
It's relatively easy to imagine, like, Rudolph and Kiri, like, being away from Hideyoshi for a minute, like him watching the door or something like that, and then, like, being further into a room or in another room or something like that, and then them getting attacked then, so on and so forth. There's a lot of different scenarios it could be.
Yeah, I getcha. As the two cautiously surveyed their surroundings, Kiri unlocked the entrance with the master key she had been given.
開いたわ。
It's opened.
秀吉兄さん、先頭を頼めるか。
Hideyoshi, could you take the front?
俺は背後を警戒するぜ。
I'll keep an eye on the rear.
了解や。キリさん、わしの影から出ないようにな。
Understood. Kiri, try not to move from my shadow.
ほな、突入するで。
Okay, let's break in.
後方了解。援護するぜ。
Rear guard. Roger that. Covering.
男の人ってやこの状況をちょっぴり楽しんでるでしょう。
Ah, man. Even in a situation like this, you're just playing around, aren't you?
You're the one
Listen,
that married one of them.
a little bit of light humor can help
Also,
out.
yeah, that.
Like, they're still doing what you're supposed to do. They're not actually wasting time.
Yeah, you can move and talk at the same time.
それが男。しかし、相変わらずひでえ匂いだな。
Give it up. That's how men are. Seriously, though, that stench is awful. It felt like the air in the mansion was stagnant with a gloomy silence, and on top of that, it was still thick with the stench from Kinzo's burnt corpse in the boiler room. They were stuck with an uncontrollable desire to leave the mansion.
前方、問題ないで。厨房まで一っ走りや。
No problems in the front, just a short dash to the kitchen.
とっとと済ませて引き上げよう。
Let's finish this quickly and head home.
スーツが親父の匂いで燻蒸されちまうぜ。
The suit will get fumigated with that stench.
God.
Yeah.
At this point, you better just, like, get a new one, honestly.
Yeah. Like, honestly, I probably wouldn't wear a suit in that color again. Just fucking do not need a reminder of all those murders.
I wouldn't wear a suit in that color in the first place, but hey. I hear the sound of the butterflies.
And
There we
after
go.
they disappeared from the entrance hall, the new witch appeared there.
まんまと誘い出されたわね。
They were that's you?
Yeah. They were lured out just as planned.
私の罠にまんまと引っかかってくれた。
Just as planned, they got caught in my trap.
The witch grinned. Thinking about it now, no matter how unbearable their hunger had grown, it hadn't even been a few hours since Rosa and Maria had been attacked and had lost their lives. In that case, why had they needed to recklessly leave the guest house? Until that question could be dealt with, the only answer was that they had been called out by the witch's magic.
不用心なやつら。もう
What
生きて
reckless
この
people.
屋敷から出しはしないわ。
They'll never leave this mansion alive.
閉じよ鍵よ屋敷よ
Seal yourself, Locke. Seal yourself, mansion.
The instant she proclaimed that, the mansion was sealed off into a separate world. Unless her barrier was undone, no longer would anyone be able to exit this mansion or enter it.
お見事です。無限の魔女を継承してからまだ半日も経たないのに、それほどまでに魔法を使いこなされるとは。
To think that even though barely half a day has passed since you succeeded the Endless Witch, you can use magic this well.
その才能に驚きます。まるであな
That
た
talent
は
surprises me.
生まれながらにしての魔女のようだ。
It's almost as though you were born a witch.
だって私生まれた時から魔女だもの。
Well, I have been a
あなたは
witch since the time of my
瞬きの
birth.
仕方を誰かに習うの？
Who taught you how to blink?
私が魔法を使えるのはそういうこと。
Well, I mean, for Renove, he might have actually had to be taught how to blink. He's a fucking demon, not a person.
True.
That's what using magic is like for
恐ろしいお方だ。
yeah, Renove's like, that's fucking terrifying. What a fearsome person.
Yeah, because, like, fuck, even demons gotta learn magic.
Yeah.
The witch's face twisted with brutality.
Yeah,
Just-
honestly, like, this Beatrice has been, like, displaying some pretty, like, instinctual use of it.
Oh, yeah,
Right.
absolutely.
Like, she's making beginner mistakes, of course, but only insofar as, like,
Oops, I dropped
Not
that person
realizing-
and didn't think they would die.
yeah, like, not thinking about that sort of thing. Like, oh, right, I just canceled the magic instead of, like, lowering them down. Fuck, that was dumb of me.
Yeah. And when you can just undo all of your mistakes. You just couldn't help looking forward to toying with someone's life again.
さてさて。
Well, then.
まずはルドルフとキリエなわけだけど、どんな残酷な殺し方をしてやろうかしら。
First up is Rudolph and Kiri, but in what cruel way should I kill them?
失礼ながら、先代様より不必要な残酷なる殺害は控えるようご指示を賜っております。
If you don't mind me saying, your lady predecessor has left instructions that you are to restrain yourself from committing murders of unnecessary cruelty.
そして第4の晩以降は生贄の捧げ方に作法がございます。
And there is an etiquette for offering sacrifices from the fourth twilight
そ
onwards.
れには煉獄の七姉妹の力を借りねばなりません。
For that, you must borrow the power of the seven sisters of purgatory.
あら、そうだったの。そういえばそうだったわね。
Oh, really? Now that you mention it, that's right.
好き勝手に遊べるのはさっきの第2の晩までなのね。
I can only play as I like with that second
う
twilight.
ん、つまんないわ。またローザの時みたいに思い切り遊べると思ったのに。
Just when I thought I could play to my heart's content like I did with Rosa.
でも、それは最後の殺し方という意味でしょ？
But that only counts for how they're killed in the end, right?
と申しますと、
Meaning?
私が何度、どれほどの殺し方をしようとも生き返らせて、最後に碑文の殺し方に沿えばいいわけでしょ？
I could just kill them however I want over and over again, revive them and then fall in the epitaph during the last time I kill them, right?
つまり、私がどう遊ぼうと、結局は問題ないってことになるわ。
So in the end, no matter how I play, it isn't a problem.
こんなに面白い力誰がおとなしくなんかするもんか
Who'd act well behaved with an entertaining power like this?
Yeesh. Her absurd argument was, for an endless witch, an extremely valid one. The etiquette that controlled the manner of killing the sacrifices of the fourth twilight and onwards was represented by lines like gouge the head. However, that referred to the way those people died in the end. In other words, in the process leading up to that, she was free to tease and kill them however she wanted. She just had to keep on reviving them and follow the rules only when she killed them the final time. Though Renobe felt that her innocent cruelty was part of her talent as a witch, he was beginning to notice an innately brutal side of her.
魔女は見習いが最も残忍と申しますが、本当のようですね。
They do say that apprentices are the most brutal of witches, and now I see this may be true.
ご随意にと申し上げたいところですが。
Do as you wish is what I'd like to say.
ここはやはり自重なさった方が賢明でしょう。
But here it may actually be wiser to show
彼
restraint.
らは銃を持っています。
They have guns.
銃のような反魔法力の高い武器は魔女や悪魔の天敵です。
Ugh. 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 I don't like that. Weapons with a high anti-magic power, such as guns, are the natural enemies of witches and demons. Like, seriously? Guns are anti-magic? Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, I guess it is representative of the industrial age, of an age after we stopped really believing in witches and demons and things.
I guess it's just like that. Cannons have been in use for like 2,000 years.
Oh yeah, absolutely, but it's kind of the form factor.
Like, alchemists and witches are the ones who made the fucking gunpowder, or the black powder. You know, like, what? If I remember correctly, like, fucking black powder in China was first discovered because, like, some fucking alchemist was trying to find, like, something for eternal life.
I would not be surprised if that was true.
Like, this is an inherently magical thing. If you're gonna, like, go with, like, this kind of thing, like, this is inherently magical. It should not, I mean,
Granted, it's about...
guns being against witches, like, because of their natural magic would be great, but in here it's saying it's anti-magic, which is like, no, get out of here.
Yeah, though I think it's about the mental association folks have with guns these days, or in the age of when this happened, 1980s, because it is considered more of a modern weapon, and especially for Japan, it kind of signaled the end of the age of the samurai. Like,
yeah, it's just like,
you know, samurai used them for a little bit, but, like, at that point, like, they started to wane in necessity, because you had a powerful weapon you could train any motherfucker for, like, a couple weeks to use.
Yeah, I'm just like wondering, like, I wasn't around in the 80s, so I couldn't have asked this question.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, in the 80s, if you asked any random person, if demons were real, could you kill them with a shotgun? I don't think they would say yes.
I mean, that's true. But I think the thing of it is, it's not a view that, oh, these can kill witches and demons, but they represent the modern age, which is anathema to witches and presumably demons as an extension, just by its nature of being an age where people stopped believing in witches and demons.
I understand the logic, but I just don't fucking like it. I don't.
Yeah. So I wouldn't necessarily call it anti-magic the way they are doing here, so much as a totem reminder of the outside world. And because it's also a weapon, it's also, you know, potentially deadly. The witch stared blankly at this demon butler who was surprisingly afraid of guns.
話が違うわ。魔女は弾丸なんか追いかけられてもへっちゃらじゃないのかしら。
That can't be right. Shouldn't witches be able to take a shot from a bullet easily?
いいえ、普通の人間と全く同じように致命傷となります。
We were actually talking about this the other day. Last stream, I think it was, about
Mhm.
this. Or maybe the one before it. No, it would be just as fatal for a witch as it would be for a normal human.
その弱点を気取らせないために、
To prevent that weak point from
多
being
くの魔
noticed,
女は厳重に防御結界や家具の守備によって身辺を固めるのです。
most witches rigorously strengthen their guard with a defense of protective barriers and furniture.
私にその防御結界というのはあるの？
Do I have any of those protective barrier things?
銃弾をも無効にする結界の構築には十分な準備と儀式が必要です。
Constructing a barrier to make even gun bullets ineffective requires much in the way of preparation and ceremonies.
残念ながら今のベアトリーチェ様にはございません。
I'm afraid to say that Lady Beatrice currently has none of those.
また銃弾を防げるほどの家具の召喚も現在はその準備がありません。
Furthermore, you are currently ill prepared to summon furniture strong enough to block a bullet.
これほどの魔力
Yeah,
を
you
持つ
just
大
need
魔
meat
女にな
between
り
you
な
and
が
it,
ら、そ
honestly.
れでもやはり鉛玉に怯えなければならないのね。
So even though I've become a great witch with this much magical power, I really do have to be afraid of lead bullets.
不愉快だけど仕方がないわ。
It's annoying, but I don't have a choice.
となれば、家具を呼び出して私の手足とすればいいわけね。
Yeah, like I can get behind the idea of like mages needing, preparation to deal with, lethal weapons. Just not like the weapon being anti-magic without like some other property being added to it. I don't know. I don't like it.
I guess, but it's kind of the split world thing again.
Like practitioners, like even very powerful ones like Witchbriar, the Hunt, are not like straight up immune to lethal weapons.
Right.
They just have a lot of time to prepare for it, right? So you got all kinds of charms and fucking like other shenanigans that they pull to just avoid being hit in the first place most of the time.
Yeah.
And like for demons in the Hunt, like you just straight up can't kill them. You probably can't even really injure them too badly with like normal firearms because they're fucking demons.
Fair enough.
If slaying demons was so easy, like it had been done a lot all the time.
True.
Because like I don't know if people like realize this, but swords do more damage to the flesh than fucking bullets do.
Yeah.
They just do.
Yeah,
All
bullets
the
do.
Kaiser has finally died.
Yeah. It's
You continue to do that, though.
more along the lines of damaging organs is what firearms do.
Yeah, like puncture wounds are awful. Don't get me wrong; they can be very deadly and are most of the time. It's just that like that's a whole different beast than like having your whole fucking like a stomach ripped open by a blade, right?
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah,
right,
so
there we go. We're good.
yeah, so if the body is just a vessel, like they do not have a acknowledgeable organ set up.
Yeah, or at least
Yeah.
the demons in the Hunt.
Yeah. So, if an entity like that exists, then at that point it is actually smarter to use a blade. In some circumstances, like you can obviously prepare and make certain adjustments with firearms, I'm sure. But
Yeah, like a low gauge shotgun. And by low, I mean like the number itself is low, like like an 8-gauge shotgun or something like that, with like either loaded with slugs or fired at very close range. So the pellets are still in the wad. That can do a lot of damage. Like that can like take an arm off.
Yeah.
If you hit the right spot, at least.
Yeah, and also I realized this actually would be a decent time for a bio break.
Yeah, that's fair. Let me just read the last of this line then.
Yep.
So in that case, should I call some furniture to act as my arms and legs?
There we go.
There we go. It's okay.
All right,
I'm gonna be on stream because, might as well.
Yep. All right, be right back, folks.
Everyone.
Hey, everybody, we're back.
Did not mean to click that again on accident. Oh well.
はい。危険に身をさらさず、家具に全てを任すのもまた、魔女の優雅なるたしなみでございます。
Yes, leaving everything to your servants while not exposing yourself to danger is also a part of a witch's refined
ここ
taste.
は家具に任せ、ベアトリーチェ様は安全なところへお隠れを。
Don't use that word hide for a girl like this. You use like observe
Yeah.
or something like that. Lady Beatrice, please leave this to the furniture and hide in a safe place.
わかったわ。煉獄の七姉妹？
I get it. I call on the Seven Sisters of Purgatory.
誰でもいいわ。適当に二人。
I don't care who, any two.
Leviathan and Belphegor responded to that call.
嫉妬のレビアタン、ここに。
Leviathan of Envy, right here.
タイダのベルフェゴール、ここに。
Belphegor of Sloth, right here.
あんたたちの力を見せてもらうわ。標的はルドルフとキリエ。
Show me your power. Your targets are Rudolph and Kiri.
秀吉はダメよ。
Don't attack Hideyoshi.
さあ、あなたたちがどれだけ残酷な家具なのか、私に見せてみて。
Come on, show me just how cruel you can be, furniture.
恐れながら、先代様より不要なる残酷行為は控えるようご命令を賜っております。
The more I think about it, like, the new Beatrice is extraordinarily, like, talented, I guess you would call it, because she doesn't even need an incantation to restore the dead to life.
Yep.
She was never needed even to be taught how to do it.
Yep, she just fucking did it because she thought about it.
Yeah. My apologies, but we received orders from the lady predecessor to refrain from unnecessarily cruel actions.
でも先代様のご命令の範囲内でいたぶることはできると思います。
But I think the lady predecessor's order does give us some leeway to tease them.
それでもよろしいですか？
Do you still want to go through with it?
わかった。それで妥協するわ。
I get it, I'll compromise.
簡単に殺してはダメよ。
Don't let them die easily.
徹底的に追い詰めて死の恐怖を味わわせてから殺すのよ。
Thoroughly corner them and let them taste the fear of death before killing them.
それでいいのかしら？ロノウェ？
Will that be okay, Ronover?
はい。程度をお考えいただければ問題ないかと思います。
Depending on the degree, I do not believe there would be a problem.
ならお行きなさい。
Then go.
はい、お任せを。
Yeah, that's you. Still.
Yes, yes, leave it to us.
相手は銃で武装しています。あなたたちほどのものならば、かわすことはたやすいでしょうが。
Your opponents are armed with guns. For those such as you, dodging them should be easy.
もしも当たれば致命傷ですよ。
But if you're hit, the wound will be fatal.
くれぐれも用心を。
Proceed with an appropriate level of caution.
ご心配なく、そのような無様は晒しません。
I can see, like, firearms being deadly to homunculi. That's
Yeah.
fine. If they're not, like, magically protected, like, we're, like, wearing fucking, like, armor or what have you, yeah, you're fucking sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Don't worry, we aren't that competent.
The two sisters of Purgatory vanished. Inoue bowed and vanished himself.
殺し方にまでルールがね。なんで私が先代様に気兼ねしなくちゃならないの？
There are even rules on how to kill them. Why do I have to be constrained by my lady predecessor?
窮屈でつまらない。
It's so rigid and boring. It's just until you have, like, the experience and, like, skill and all that shit.
As the witch looked up at the portrait of the predecessor Beatrice hung in the hall, she cursed. The three people had already arrived at the kitchen and were gathering food supplies. Considering the possibility of poison, they gave up on the alluring fruits and vegetables and gathered a whole cardboard box full of only the safe canned foods. It was very heavy, but by piling it on the cart, they could carry it well enough. There should be more than enough for 10 people to hold out until tomorrow's breakfast. I should carry them until the boat arrives. The two men were supposed to be focused solely on guard duty, but the weight of the load was tough on Kiri even with the cart. Hideyoshi, who wanted to show off his power, switched to be the cart pusher, and Rudolph and his wife took up the task of guard duty.
これだけあれば、ジョージたちも満腹やろう。
With all this, even George and the kids will be full.
帰るまでが遠足や。行くで。
The trip back will be a picnic, so let's go.
You done jinxed it.
When Hideyoshi vigorously announced their departure, Kiri frowned and seemed to be gazing into the distance. There was a wall in that direction. No, if her gaze could go through that, there was the main hall beyond it.
どうしたキリエ
What is it, Kiri?
チリチリするの嫌な予感がするわ。
It's vague, but I've got a bad feeling gnawing at me. Kiri stopped walking and narrowed her eyes even further.
女の勘か
Fuck you, Rudolph. Women's intuition? At times like this, Kiri's intuition often rang true, even when she didn't have a logical reason. Rudolph believed in that intuition. You know, I could believe that if she's a fucking witch in disguise.
I mean, she could be. Fuck. We don't know.
私たちは待ち伏せされてる。
Yes, someone's probably waiting to ambush
さっ
us.
きまではその気配はなかったの。
Didn't sense them
でも
before,
たった今感じたわ。
but just now I felt it.
たった今。
Just now
私たち
someone
待ち伏せられた。
set up an ambush for us.
なら 来た道を戻る義理はねえな。そこに勝手口があるじゃねえか。
And there's no reason to go back the way we came. There's a back door over there, right?
そっちから出よう。
Let's leave that way. Rudolph made to unlock the back door. When goods were carried into the kitchen, they never passed through the part of the mansion that the family came and went from. So outside the back door, there was probably a ramp used to carry things in. Surely they would be able to leave through there with the cart.
なんだこりゃ。家庭。くそ。どうなってんだ。
What the heck? It's stuck. Damn, what's going on?
開かないの？
Can't you open it?
ああ、壊れてんのかな。びくともしねえぜ。
Nope. Is it broken? It isn't giving an inch. Rudolph tried various things, first using force, then coaxing it, but the lock was as hard as stone and didn't even budge.
無理せんと玄関から出ようや。もたもた時間を潰す方が今は惜しいで。
Don't force it. Let's leave through the front entrance. Right now, it'll be even worse if we stand around wasting time.
これが罠だってのか。
You think this is a trap?
わからない。用心して。
I don't know. Be careful. With strained expressions, the three of them returned to the hall again and headed for the entrance.
誰だ。
Who is it? The instant they exited into the hall, Rudolph did a suspicious shadow right in front of them and yelled. In that instant, a storm of gold leaves started blowing. Gold butterflies covered the area with a gold color.
信じられん。人間ごときが我らの待ち伏せを予見したか。
I can't believe it. A lowly
What?
human... Oh, yeah.
I can't believe it. A lowly human predicted our ambush. I was just waiting for her to stop talking.
私のせいじゃないわよ。気配は消してたもん。
It isn't my fault. I was hiding my presence.
躊躇しないで。撃って。
Don't hesitate. Fire! The two guns spouted fire. The lead bullets blasted right through the magical defenses of the pair as easily as though it were a wet paper wall. But the two figures that should have been there had disappeared. Certainly guns were frightening objects for them. There was no need to fear as long as they weren't hit. They at least had enough speed to dodge those.
ちょっと名乗りも上げさせない
Hey,
つも
that
り
means like Cannon could dodge bullets. Because he can like 90% keep up with them.
Yeah, so he can either dodge bullets or get them to be glances.
Yeah, that's ridiculous for a human. Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's literally superhuman. Wait a sec, you won't even give us a chance to say our names.
No, it's a bad idea.
Yeah, what the fuck? why would I do that?
人間は嫌なのよ。
This is why I hate humans.
Leviathan was a full 10 meters from where she had supposedly been, popping her head out from behind the pillars in the shadow of the staircase and protesting.
ベアトリーチェ様のご命令により貴様らを撃つ。
In accordance with Lady Beatrice's orders, we will hunt you down.
時間をかけてホフレトのご命令だ。
Our orders tell us to make it take some time and to tease you.
抵抗は自由。されど無駄と知れ。
You are free to resist, but know that it will be useless.
That voice came from overhead. Belphegor could be seen on top of the hall chandelier. Elegantly looking down upon them, she proclaimed their execution with a cruel smile.
なんなんやこの姉ちゃんたちは。
What are these girls?
台車は忘れて。相手は二人よ。3回すれば全員を追うことはできないわ。
Forget the cart. We have two opponents, so if we split up, they can't chase all of us. All three of them were well acquainted with the inside of the mansion. In case of a crisis, they had planned to run off in separate directions.
It's like the literal worst option that they could choose.
Returning to the guest house by breaking windows or leaving through a back door. Yeah, they don't know it's the worst option they could choose, but it is.
Yeah.
Because they were given explicit orders not to follow Hideyoshi, so that actually makes their jobs easier. Fighting was forbidden. As long as they could fully escape,
36系逃げるが勝ちだぜ。
in a tight spot, escaping is victory. The three of them ran into
You
the
said
depths.
running there, like the one for escape. You said this one for run.
Ah. The three of them ran into the depths of the mansion at full tilt. That pair of furniture calmly watched them go.
Which I think is part of the joke as to why he was smiling and laughing there. It's because he was saying, it's like, all right, time to be a coward.
Yep.
あんたは男。
I'll kill the woman. You take the man.
了解した
Understood.
The furniture in the shadows of the pillars and on the chandelier made their figures explode, and leaving behind only the sound of a hopping beetle knocking against the wall, they pursued their respective targets. Their speed was overwhelming, and they easily blocked the other's path of retreat.
家具のお手並み拝見させてもらうわ。
Let's see what this furniture's got.
楽しませてくれるといいのだけど。
I hope they're at least able to amuse me.
ベアトリーチェ様、緑に姿を現されない方がよろしいかと。
Lady Beatrice, may it not be prudent for you to reveal your form unnecessarily.
キングは緑に中央を動かないものよ。
And you don't unnecessarily remove your king away from the center.
それが王者の
That's part of a monarch's
魔女の貫禄よ。
and a witch's dignity.
Belphegor was already blocking the way in front of Rudolph, who had bodily tried to escape to the second floor.
抵抗もそして闘争も無駄だお前は何も考えなくていい
It's useless to try to resist or escape. You don't need to think about anything.
ただ目を閉じているだけでいい
Just close your eyes.
私が全て優しく終わらせてやる
I'll gently end it all from you.
疲れて帰ってくる旦那はそういうの喜ぶぜ。
Fucking hell, Rudolph. You'd make a good wife. Husbands love to hear that kind of thing when they come home all tired.
この後に及んで不埒な話をする余裕があると
To think you're still relaxed enough to speak with such insolence at a time like this.
良き獲物ベアトリーチェ様感謝します
Lady Beatrice, thank you for this excellent prey.
死ね
Die. Die!
Rudolph shot first. But even before that bullet could hit her, Belphegor had already moved behind Rudolph's back. She then raised a purple curve springing out from her arm. However, incredibly before the arm could decapitate Rudolph, he had swung his gun behind him. The barrel remained pointed behind his back, from the same motion with which he reloaded the sawed-off gun one-handedly. It was pointing right at Belphegor's chest. Click. Clunk. It was the sound of the ejected empty cartridge finally hitting the wall after the reload. In other words, it meant that the next shot was already fully loaded. Without turning around, his gun pointed right at Belphegor's chest, Rudolph grinned.
やるな執念男の分際で
So, it's actually extraordinarily difficult to get enough force into a lever action like mechanism to cock it one-handed.
Oh, absolutely.
Without like bracing the like the rest of the gun with your other hand. Like it's really hard.
Oh yeah, I could only imagine.
It's badass as fuck. So like I understand why it's here, but it's also stupidly difficult.
Yep, that's fair.
Because they don't want the mechanism to jiggle around while you're like holding it or like riding your horse or whatever, right?
Oh yeah,
so, like,
absolutely.
It's actually pretty tight. Not bad for a middle-aged man.
西部劇世代を舐めるんじゃねえぜ。
Don't look down on the generation that loves old westerns, okay?
ガキどもに
Okay.
レバーアクションの渋みは語らせね
You brats don't know anything about the refinement of a lever action. Just like Rudolph, Kiri was also confronting a demon stake in the first floor corridor.
間抜けなやつね。夫と一緒に逃げればよかったのに。
What a moron. You could have just escaped with your husband.
さっきのは根性の別れになったわよ。
You do know that was your final farewell just now, right?
大丈夫よ。うちの人、こういうのとても得意なの。
Don't worry, this kind of thing is my husband's
That
specialty.
is a terrifying implication.
Yeah, Jesus fucking Christ.
Like, is this man a fucking, like, hitman on the side, like, while also being the CEO? Like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah, like, is he actually involved in the Yakuza?
I wouldn't put it past him, like, he's the type to be, like, a on-the-surface friendly Yakuza.
Yeah. I can
Or at
see
least
it.
how they're all been depicted, anyway.
I'm sure he'll
I'm
come
sure
for,
he'll... Oh, yeah, go, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sure he'll come for me on a white horse soon.
私が困った時、彼が助けに来てくれなかったことはないんだから。
Because he's never failed to come and save me when I'm in trouble.
アスムさんがいた頃であってもね。
Not even when Asumu was around. Which is a reminder, is his first wife.
Mm-hmm. What a happy couple.
私は嫉妬のレビアタン。
I'm jealous.
嫉妬せよ。
I'm Leviathan of envy.
嫉妬こそ我が力。
Envy itself is my power.
我が怒り。我が源泉。
My anger, my lifeblood.
同感ね。嫉妬は女の力の原点よ。
That is so fucking... Oh my god.
By the way, we are about to get into some serious internalized misogyny. So, buckle in, folks.
Ah! That's a lot.
I agree. Envy is the source of a woman's power.
それが力だというなら、あなたごときお嬢ちゃんになんか負けないんだから。
And if that is power, I won't lose to a girl like you. Yeah, this isn't even the, end of it.
嫉妬を司る私によくも言えたわね。
Imagine saying that to the one who governs envy.
お前たち夫婦を再会などさせるものか。
You actually think I'd let you two be reunited?
悲劇的な別れを与えてやるわ。
I'll give you a tragic farewell.
The arm Leviathan swung was trailed by a purple curve. It was a magic blade that cut with the power of malice. Kiri blocked it with her gun. Even though the magic blade should have cut through the metal like butter, the gun, with its extremely high magic resistant power, was able to block the blade as easily as if it were a rolled up newspaper. Rapidly, 2 times, 3 times, it blocked all of them.
Seriously, the fact that these two can keep up at all with these demon girls is absurd. You know they're doing some real shady shit.
Oh yeah, it is fucking absurd. Granted, I'm not surprised that Kinzo's kids are also involved in shady fucking shit.
Yeah, I don't know about like Kraus and Rose and all that, but like these two and Ava are apparently like pretty good fighters.
Yeah, and without missing the opening created when that purple curve took a swing upward, Kiri kicked Leviathan in the stomach with her heel. Leviathan was knocked away like a lightly dancing feather. Where the demon stake's feet touched the ground again, Kiri was already pointing her gun directly at Leviathan in midair. From that position, the two women who had called envy a form of power met each other's gaze.
撃てる？その引きだね。
Can you do it? Can you pull that trigger? In the amount of time it would take you to say that, you had already touched the
夫のい
ground.
ないところでは残酷よ。
I can be brutal when my husband isn't around. Rudolph tumbled down the staircase. He'd been gradually cornered by Belphegor and had been pushed back into the main hall they started from.
先代様の家具もなかなかやるわね。派手さに欠けるけど。
The Lady Predecessor's furniture is pretty good. They aren't very flashy, though.
Are you fucking kidding me? This is pretty entertaining.
ベアトリーチェ様、まだ終わっていません。姿を現されては危険です。
Lady Beatrice, it isn't over yet. It's dangerous to show yourself.
お前まさか
Don't tell me you're
敵なのか
Ava?
それはかつて私の名だった。でも今は違うわよ、ルドルフ。
That used to be my... But it's different now, Rudolph.
言わなくても分かってるさ。黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェだっていうんだろ
You don't have to tell me. You're gonna say you're the Golden Witch Beatrice, right?
どうしてわかったの？
How did you know?
ローザが殺された時から想像はついてたさ。
Since the time Rosa was killed, I had a vague idea.
ローザ、許しね。
Rosa, forgive me.
お前の地獄にお前の大嫌いな姉を送っちまうことをよ。
Forgive me for sending the sister you hated down to the hell you're in. Damn, that says a lot about where you think your sisters are both going.
Yeah. Like, I was about to say that. Like, fuck, man.
ベアトリーチェ様、危ない！
Lady Beatrice, look out.
Rudolph mercilessly pointed the barrel of his gun at the witch who claimed to have once been his sister, but Belphegor would not permit that and attacked savagely. She dashed, disappeared, and headed for Rudolph's back. She dodged that shot and again headed for Rudolph's back, and vanished over and over, instantly moving into Rudolph's blind spots. It was almost like she was a fairy. As she blinked in and out of vision, Belphegor incessantly drove towards Rudolph.
これはこれで楽しいかもしれない。ルドルフ、あんたの検討がどこまで続くか、ゆっくり見物させてもらうわ。
Maybe this is kind of fun. Rudolph, let me sit back and watch to see how long your brave efforts last you.
At that time, there was a dull, tearing sound along with Rudolph's cry of anguish. Rudolph's
You know,
reaction.
that actually reminds me. It is really difficult to find like references for the sound of meat tearing.
It's true.
Like I like trying to write like vicious horror stuff is like like trying to like figure out how to describe these sounds when you haven't actually heard them yourself is like ridiculous.
Oh, absolutely.
And, like trying to find like references for it is also real bad.
Yeah,
Just, god damn it, dude.
Yeah, it's not pleasant, and I'm sure that many a writer has ended up on a list.
Right? Yeah, like there was a period of time like 2 years ago or something like that where like my all of my recent like search history was just like what does like tearing flesh sound like? What does it sound like when you tear human skin? Like what what does it sound like when a bone cracks? I don't know.
Yep.
So at least like I can figure out like the reference for like how to describe like cutting through flesh easily enough on my own, right? I just heat up a steak and take a knife to it.
Yeah.
You gotta be a little bit violent with it, but you know, whatever. It's fine. I'll just put the cutting board on the counter and just like chop down, you know?
Yeah.
But like tearing, I don't have the kind of strength necessary to tear, right? Like no human really does.
Yeah.
And most animals don't for that matter either, lest you like consider that. Like it's not really
Yeah.
like, muscles are pretty fucking hard to tear.
Yeah. Granted,
like maybe if I was like a power lifter or some other athlete that could like use more of my bodily strength, I could do it. But I haven't trained like that to be able to do that sort of thing. So
yeah, because most animals don't tear flesh; they dig in with fucking knife hands.
Yeah, claws or fangs or whatever the fuck. And like the few times where it is like a tear in the flesh, it's like a really heavy, blunt impact, right?
Yeah. Rudolph's reaction to
like actually tearing things is kind of rare.
Yeah, absolutely. Rudolph's reaction to the dance of the purple curve that pressed upon him had finally been too slow, and he let it lightly cut his flank. That single wound slowed him down just once.
You got a butt cut.
Yep.
What you got there, buddy? Although I suppose on like a person, the flank is also the side of the like abdomen.
Yeah, true enough. That led to a new wound, which slowed his actions again. Dumbledore's dance began to swallow Rudolph whole. Watching Rudolph's body gradually get carved up, his former sister let out a shrill laugh. Leviathan could no longer hide her irritation that Kiryu hadn't suffered a single fatal wound.
I really am unmoral. Among the 7 sisters, I was always the slowest to grow. I was always slow, always weak, always stupid.
その劣等感を嫉妬となり、それを力として変換したとき、私は姉妹の誰にも負けない力を得たのよ。
That inferiority complex became envy. When I convert that into power, I gain a strength greater than that of any of the sisters.
少女時代の程よい劣等感は大事よ。
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, again.
女に化粧と努力を教えてくれるわ。
That's fucked up.
Yeah, we are getting deeply into how fucked up this woman is. It's important for young girls to have a moderate inferiority complex. It teaches women about cosmetics and hard work.
人間ごときにその力の限りを尽くすのは気に入らないけれど、夫に全幅の信頼を寄せるあなたへの嫉妬を私は力に変える。
I don't like having to use the limits of my power against mere humans, but I can turn my envy of your ability to trust completely in your husband into power.
気に入らないのよ。なんで命のやり取りをしてるのに、あんたはそんなに余裕なの？
Why are you so relaxed when you're fighting life?
どうしてかしらね。
I wonder.
必ず夫が助けに来てくれて、自分を助けてくれるって信じきってるのよ。
I get it. You're fully convinced that your husband will come to your rescue and save you.
すごいじゃない？その信頼。
Isn't it incredible, that trust of yours?
人に値するわ。
It's enough to make me jealous.
What kind of trust did we sisters have for each other? The sisters are always looking down on each other, trying to thoroughly lambast each other when things already look bad.
いつも姉妹たちにいじめられてきたわ。誰か一人だけでも味方になってほしいとずっと思ってたわ。
I've always been bullied by my sisters. I've always wanted just one person to take my side.
だからその一人だけの味方がいて。
So when I see you with a single ally who's completely trustworthy,
全幅の信頼を寄せることができるあなた。私は最上の嫉妬を感じるの。
I feel the strongest envy. See, this is one of those instances where, like, the English version of the phrase is, like, way shorter.
Yep.
But of course, like, Japanese also has those phrases for stuff in English, so whatever. Ah, that confident expression of utter belief in your husband.
人が力を与えてくれるのを感じるわ。
I can feel it giving me power.
こりゃ超えちゃうかもね。
I might even surpass that.
音速。
The speed of sound.
Leviathan turned herself into a stake, and the speed of her flight as she attacked was proportional to the strength of her envy.
姉妹たちに見下されたあの日、私は成長の早い他の6人を心の底から嫉妬した。
Since the day my sisters looked down on me, I was jealous from the bottom of my heart of the other 6 who grew quickly.
7日7番をかけて嫉妬したわ。
I was jealous for 7 days and 7 nights.
その末に得た私の力と速度を見るがいい。
You can see the power I gained as a result in my speed.
死ねー！後ろ宮キリ
Die, Ushiro Miyakiri.
The demon stake exposed her true form, leaping about at a terrible speed. The noise from her bouncing off the wall sounded like a machine gun. By now, Kiri probably couldn't tell if it was a single stake or a swarm of beetles flying around and bouncing around. Leviathan was over 100% certain of her victory, believing in it from the bottom of her heart. Then Kiri spoke with an unbelievably calm voice.
ルドルフさんと最初から付き合っていたのは私だったのよ。アスムさんが白々しく間に入り込んできて。
I was the one who went out with Rudolph first. Asumu blatantly cut in between us
ちゃっかりと解任したのよ。
and shrewdly got pregnant.
Shouldn't you be more upset at Rudolph for that one?
Yeah, welcome to, internalized misogyny.
あの女が体を武器にして立ち回って。
I don't blame Rudolph. That woman used her body as a weapon to seduce him, and then acted even more repulsively.
ルドルフさんに婚約せざるを得ないよう追い詰めたのよ。
Cornering Rudolph and forcing him to get engaged to her.
アスムさんはバトラ君を身ごもってたわ。
Asumu had been carrying Battler.
そして同じ頃、私もまた男の子を身ごもってた。
And at the same time, I was also carrying a boy.
運命的なことに、私たちの出産日は共に同じ日だったわ。
As fate would have it, our delivery dates were on the same day.
そしてアスムさんはバトラ君を出産したわ。
Then, Asumu gave birth to Battler.
だけれど、私はダメだった。
But I had a miscarriage.
思ったことがあるわ。
I think about it
も
sometimes.
しダメだったのがアスムさんで、出産したのが私だったなら。
What if Asumu had the miscarriage and I had been the one to give birth?
ルドルフさんは婚約を解消して、私と結婚してくれたかしら。
Would Rudolph have broken off his engagement and married me?
でも私は子供を産めなかった。
But I couldn't give birth to my
だ
child.
からアスムさんが死ぬまで、
So until Asumu died,
そしてエンジェを解任するまで、私はアスムさんを呪ったわ。
until I got pregnant with Angie, I cursed Asumu and was jealous.
アスムさんなんか死んでしまい。
Let Asumu die.
そして私と再婚してほしいってずっと嫉妬して呪って、そしてやっとアスムさんが死んだ。
Then I want him to marry me. In my envy, I kept cursing like that over and over until Asumu finally died.
私は確信したわ。私には魔法の力があって、それが呪いとなってアスムさんを殺したんだって確信したわ。
I was certain that I'd use the power of magic to curse and kill Asumu.
でも私の嫉妬の炎は収まらない。
But that didn't quell the flames of my envy.
内緒よ。
Don't tell anyone, okay?
バトラ君を見るたびにね、あの女を思い出しちゃう。
Every time I look at Battler, I remember that woman.
そしてバトラ君を見るたびにね、
Every single time I look at him,
もし私の子が生まれていたら同じ年だっただろうなって思ってしまう。
I think that if only my child had been born, he would be the same age.
私は今でも彼女を嫉妬し、苛まれてる。
I'm still jealous of her, tormented by
今
her.
も、これからも、
Even now, and from now on,
未来永劫にね。
into the future for all eternity.
7日7番、姉妹を嫉妬したですって？
You say you were jealous of your sisters for 7 days and 7 nights.
そうよ。
That's right.
笑わせるなよ、小娘が。
Don't make me laugh, little girl.
てめえに男を取られて
How could you understand the madness of a woman whose man was stolen from her
18年間嫉妬し続ける女の狂気がわかるかよ
and who's burned with envy for 18 years? Leviathan had the power of 24 hours times 7 days, or 168 hours of speed. Then the power that Kiri had piled up was 24 hours in 1 day, 365 days in 1 year, and 18 whole years. Even without counting leap years, that was 157,680 hours. Compared to the Leviathan's power and speed, it's more than 938 times greater. So then, even if Leviathan could soar at the speed of sound, at 1,225 kilometers per hour, Kiri's eye was only looked like 938th of that. Which means it's a speed of 1.3 kilometers an hour. They say a human's walking speed is 4 kilometers an hour, so it was even less than half of that. This is almost the same speed as a baby crawling on the floor. Which means... And the time it took the demon stake to move at a pace so slow that you could count all the bits of dust floating through the air. Kiri looked at it with pity. She pitied the slowness at which it came towards her. Then, she lazily raised the barrel of her gun, almost as though she was trying to swallow the demon stake up with the gun barrel.
恋も嫉妬もあなた全然足りないの
That is
出直
honestly
してらっ
ridiculous.
しゃいお嬢ちゃん
It is. You're completely lacking in both romance and envy. Try harder next time, little girl.
I hate to say it, but that smacks of like 5-year-old on the playground playing pretend shit.
A little bit, yeah.
先ほどまでの威勢はどこへ
Rudolph, what happened to all that vigor from a couple seconds ago?
池作りは魚が跳ねてるうちがいいわ
You're supposed to slice up a fish while it's still flopping around.
死んだら面白みも何もない
After it dies, it isn't interesting anymore.
Fucking hell.
もう十分よ殺しちゃえば
That's enough. Why not kill you now?
Damn it.
そこまで刻まれてよくぞここまで耐えたもう十分だ
I'm surprised you managed to endure this long after being carved up. That's enough.
あとは何も考えなくてよ
From now on, you don't need to think about anything.
い痛みなく生を奪い去ってやる
I'll steal away your life painlessly.
待ってくれ頼みがある
Wait, there's a favor I want to ask.
最後にあれがやってみて
At the very end, I want to do one of those.
あれとは
What do you mean, one of those?
西部劇名物のあれだよ
No, quick draw. Okay. I thought he was gonna say something sexual.
I mean, fair. But thankfully not. You know that thing you see in all the westerns? Start with our backs together, walk 3 steps, and then bang.
決闘か
Duel.
よかろう
It's been a duel the entire time. A duel is a fight between... Whatever. Very well.
それにて根性の未練が尽きるならば受けてやる
If that will satisfy your regrets in this world, I'll accept.
Rudolph moved his wound-covered body and turned his back to her. Belphegor responded and turned her back to his. Belphegor had an honest nature that was uncommon in a witch's furniture.
言っておくたとえ私の眉間に銃口を突きつけたとしても
Let me warn you. even if you press the barrel of your gun between my eyebrows.
私はお前が引き金を引き、私の頭蓋骨に弾丸が至るよりも早く瞬間移動することができる。
I can move instantaneously, faster than you could pull the trigger and have the bullet reach my skull.
ああ、そいつはもう骨身に染みてるぜ。
Yeah, I can feel that already.
お前は銃弾より速い。
You're faster than a bullet.
それを知りつつ決闘を挑むお前の度胸に敬意を表し、付き合うのだ。
I've agreed to this out of respect for your courage and challenging me to a duel despite that knowledge.
感謝せよ。
Thank me.
お前は律儀なやつだな。いい女だ。
Well, you're an honest and principled person, and a good woman.
惚れそうだぜ。
You might just steal my heart away.
始めるぞ。散歩で良いのだな。
Let's begin. 3 steps will do fine, yes?
まずは一歩。
First, 1 step.
そして2歩。
2 steps?
散歩だ。
3 steps.
これでいいのか？
Is that okay?
そして3歩も歩いてまだ気づかねえな。
Yep, and since you still haven't noticed after walking 3 whole
俺の
steps,
勝ちだな。
it's my victory, miss.
何？
What? Ah.
Rudolph turned around and fired a bullet. However, Belphegor could easily see through the speed and trajectory of a bullet like that. It should have been no problem at all to dodge it.
I'm guessing the way that he set it up was that the new Beatrice was right behind him.
Yep, more than likely. But a spray of fresh blood flew about. Belphegor had set up an adequate magical defensive barrier. But before an incantation of anti-magic power such as that bullet, it was completely meaningless.
何やってんのよ。何当たっちゃってんの？
What are you doing? Why did you get hit?
The bullet had hit Belphegor right in the chest. Pain from the lead caused her to grimace, as did the pain from the denial of magic.
許せ。俺は卑怯な男だ。
Forgive me, I'm a coward of a man.
興ざめだわ。魔女の家具ともあろうものが人間に敗れるなんて。
What a killjoy, to think that furniture of a witch could be defeated by a human.
恥を知りなさいよ。
Know your shame.
情けない。みっともない。
Worthless, pathetic.
勝手に這いつくばって死んじゃう
If only you just grovel and die.
やめな、兄貴。
Quit it, sis.
こいつはかわせたんだ。
She could have dodged it,
だがかわさなかった。
but she didn't.
車線上に姉貴がいることに気づいたのさ。
She realized you were in the line of fire,
だ
Ava.
から律儀なこいつはかわさずに受けて姉貴をかばった。
So this faithful girl took it without dodging, protecting you.
大手飛車取りに最後に気づいたんだ。
At the very end, she saw that I was pinning the rook and the king.
Isn't he bleeding from like 6 wounds right now? He's dead anyway. Spectacular.
悪く思うな。
Don't hate me for it.
お前が3歩歩く間にそれに気づけたら俺は観念するつもりだったんだ。
I planned to resign if you noticed it while you were taking those 3 steps.
あの散歩は私
You added those 3 steps out of consideration.
手心だったか。
For me, didn't you?
考えようともしなかった。
Because you're lazy. You don't like to think about things.
Yeah.
I didn't even try to think about it.
私は旅だった。
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was lazy.
お前はいい女だったぜ。
You were a good woman.
先に天国で化粧して待ってろ。
Go to heaven before me and get yourself all made up.
Rudolph, that's gross.
I'll definitely come and chat you up. Fucking hell, man.
I mean, I know she's like several hundred years old, but also Rudolph, that's just gross.
Yeah, she
That's
looks
just weird.
She looks your son's age.
I guess that wouldn't be much of an issue if, like, in the afterlife, you also become, like, the prime of your life or whatever age you would like to be.
Yeah, fair enough. So, if you want to look in your 20s, I guess it's not as huge of an ick factor.
And she is already, like, multiple times his age, anyhow, but, like, still, either way, like, don't say that to people as they're fucking dying. That's just weird and gross.
Yeah, that's also very weird. As Belphegor slowly fell over, she lost even the power that kept her in human form. She grew small, like gold dust melting in thin air. At that point, Curie dashed in. It seemed that she had somehow defeated her pursuer by her own hands. As she pointed the barrel of her gun straight at the witch, she ran up to the wound-covered Rudolph.
大丈夫？今誰か口説いてなかった？
Are you okay? Were you chatting someone up just now? Yep, a good woman. No match for you, of course. Sorry, Aba. It's checkmate. The two of them pinned the witch down, the barrels of their guns.
情けない家具たちね。人間相手に遅れを取るなんて。
Worthless furniture to think they'd be beaten by human opponents.
情けない。
Worthless.
くだらない。
Stupid.
つまらない。
Boring.
ベアトリーチェ様、ここは引くべきです。銃弾を防ぐ結界も家具もここにはありません。
Lady Beatrice, we should retreat for now. There is no furniture or barrier to guard against bullets here.
That's a hell of a face.
Hmm.
The witch began to let out a muffled laugh. It surprised not only Rudolph and Curie, but Renove as well. Because a situation like this with two guns pointed at her was not one that even a witch could just laugh off. But the witch laughed with pleasure.
そりゃあ、先代様の使い古しの家具じゃ無理で当然ね。
Well, it's only natural that the lady predecessor's worn-out furniture couldn't do it.
私には私にふさわしい新しい家具じゃないとダメよ。
I need to get new furniture that's suitable for me.
私義理で使ったけど、もともとお古は嫌いなの。
I use them out of obligation, but I've always hated secondhand stuff.
As she said that, she looked down at Belphegor's remains, which had already finished turning into a pile of gold dust with disgust.
何の話をしてるかわからねえぜ。
I don't know what you're talking about.
正しく両手を上げやがれって。
Be a good girl and put your hands up. Then the witch obediently raised her hands, but instead of raising her hands because a gun was being pointed at her, looked more like she was a conductor facing an orchestra, waving her conductor's baton.
さあさあおいでなさい。私にふさわしき家具たち。
Come, arise. Furniture suitable for me.
あんな安っぽい家具じゃなくて、もっともっと強力な。
Not that cheap furniture, much stronger.
残酷な。
Cool ones. That's like the sisters are not cheap or weak or anything like that. New Beatrice. It's just that you gave them fucked up orders.
True.
妙な真似はやめて。引き金を引くわ。
Stop this
bizarre act. Or, yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Stop this bizarre act. I'll pull the trigger. In response to the witch's call, the hall was once again buried with the color of gold. As the radiant gold butterflies danced, it felt as though they were being sucked into an ocean of gold leaf. Renove was shocked at the upsurge in magical power. For all, it far surpassed that of his former master. As their eyes were dazzled amidst this golden flash, a gunshot could be heard. Either Rudolph or Kiri had fired a round. Then, when the gold flash subsided, at the very least the witch was standing there, looking cool and composed. The bullet? Kiri must have fired it into her, but the witch had not been hit anywhere on her body. There it is. The bullet had been fastened in midair right in front of the witch's chest.
防弾結界
Proof barrier.
Renove like, fuck, this is getting out of hand. She's actually stronger than Beto. In an instant, a barrier that would require a significant amount of preparation even for the predecessor had been. His face was twisted in shock. And the surprises did not end there. The cloud of gold butterflies had created 2 humanoid forms. It was furniture summoning.
Seriously?
Butterfly-
Bunny girls? Are you fucking kidding me?
Apparently so. The butterflies peeled off and flew away, and beneath them, furniture in the shape of girls showed themselves.
シエスタの姉妹兵
The what sister's core?
Siester?
I guess?
先代様
I do that. Even the predecessor.
おいそれと呼び出せなかったペンドラゴンの記念兵をいともたやすく
What? What? Okay, apparently these are like unique to this setting. Pendragon's memorial troops on a moment's notice, and to do it so easily.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, if anyone is wondering who the fuck Pendragon is,
That's fucking King Arthur.
Yeah, that's fucking King Arthur.
Which is why, like, I was sort of going, hold on, what the fuck? I've never heard of this before.
Siesta 410, ここに
Chester 4,
Or
410,
10,
maybe?
yeah.
Right here.
シエスタ45、ここに
Chester 45, right here. That's probably why they
私
have
に
the
ふさわ
fucking
しい家具なんでしょうね
Union
あん
Jack
た
on
た
their
ちは
arms.
Yeah, is to, you know, whenever Britain needs him, King Arthur will rise again.
You two are suitable furniture for me, I take it.
And also, like, I do find that funny because during the pandemic, King Arthur Flower got very popular, and King Arthur Flower did indeed rise to the occasion.
絵本の朗読から同伴デートに隕石撃墜まで
From reading a picture book out loud to going on a date to shooting down meteorites.
幅広くお答えしますよにひひ
We'll take care of anything.
お答えしないと竜王様に怒られます
If we don't take care of it, I'm assuming Lord Pendragon.
Yeah, we'll go with Lord
Not Lady
Pendragon.
Pendragon, but like considering how this has been going, it might actually be Lady Pendragon.
Do you want to go with Master Pendragon?
That would work, yeah. Master Pendragon will get mad at us. It's not quite high enough rank for a royal, but that's the closest we're gonna get right now.
Yeah.
何卒ご命令を大ベアトリーチェ卿
Please give us your orders, Great Lady Beatrice.
ルドルフさん逃げましょ
Rudolph, let's run for
う
it.
こいつらはダメだ
We're no match for these ones. Sure. Theory definitely heard warning sirens going off in her head. Yeah, these are new summons. Like, I think anybody would go, fuck. Thanks to the same
Like,
feeling.
even if she just summoned more fucking of the Seven Sisters, I'd be like, alright, no, we're not in any condition for that.
Yeah. But the fact that they don't even look like the Stake Sisters is like, fuck. Thanks to the same feeling that had alerted her to the ambush by the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, without hesitation they escaped. No, they did not escape.
The ceremony gonna, like, break now, though? Because she can't use the Seven Sisters?
She can just stab them later.
Yeah, but, like, Belphegor, like, didn't even turn into a stake. She turned into gold dust.
Oh. No, it doesn't say that you have to use all 7 stakes.
True, I guess.
Yeah, they have just enough. Because there's 5 more victims to go, and 5 more remaining stakes, if we assume both of them got yeeted. Oh, as the witch elegantly watched them leave, she commanded her new furniture.
This is an order. Kill the 2 who ran away. Then bring the corpses back here.
That fucking face again.
I'll bring them back to life and play with them over and over.
The witch's expression twisted into an evil smile. Even though she feared that expression, Lucifer appeared and spoke.
Forgive my presumption, but the lady predecessor asked that you avoid brutal actions of that sort.
When the witch stared at her with those terrifying eyes, Lucifer was struck dumb. She was frustrated. It was so boring not being able to let her own power and cruelty run wild. This annoying furniture of the predecessor kept telling her to show restraint, bringing her irritation to a peak.
No, it's Lucifer of Pride. Long time no see. How you doing? I kind of like 410. Let's play together again sometime.
She is interesting so far. I haven't seen much of her.
Yeah, like, I could be convinced that they'd go through all the effort to make an Eva Beatrice sprite for this one turn, I guess, this one game.
But these two as well.
Yeah, like the Chester sisters too, it's sort of like... You mustn't whisper 410, you'll get in trouble. Also, how the fuck are their skirts holding up?
Good question. Magic.
Are they in the fucking directory yet? Whatever. They are!
Oh, they basically have the same thing. Just a different color.
Yeah, but that can be, like, considered to be, like, sewn on, right? Like, there's a gap there for this skirt. You can see the gap right there between the clothing, the skirt.
You've got a point. It has to be
magic, of course, but, like...
Yeah, unless it's, like, sewn on, like, right here. Because it could be touching the hips towards the bottom, I guess.
Yeah.
At least it should be, anyway.
Also, what is this horny bullshit?
I don't know. Also, noticed.
Yeah, the tattoo.
Yep. Yeah, it's the same on both. And honestly, I consider that more horny because it's got something on the crotch too, like a frill.
Well, the other ones have that too.
Oh, you know what? You're right. I guess I've gotten so used to them. I'm like, for some reason, this feels more horny, but no, it's just because it's a different color.
It's also like the vacuum sealed fucking top, though.
Oh yeah.
Like, the Seven Sisters also have that, but it's also covered by a jacket, so, like, it's not quite as, like, bearskinish, you know? But, like, with this top, it's not covered by a jacket, it is just super horny.
Yeah, it is. Huh. So in this case, it kind of seems like Renobe is taken down the pecking order.
Yeah, it looks like. Let us carry out the great lady Beatrice's orders at once.
お仕事の時間だに。
Well, yeah, we are on the job right now.
410了解。
Booting Fringe? It's backward. Or booted.
Guibe. Gee.
Guidance system. Booted something guidance system.
A guidance system. Okay. Why?
Bring guidance system?
Alright. Maybe we'll get more context for that. I can't remember.
It's hard to read. It's like, I can't tell if it's like bad English or if it's not, just because like the font is weird and it's backwards.
Yeah.
In fact, actually, hold on. Let's see. Snip. Yes. Menu. That's. So, I'm gonna have to save it and then open it somewhere else. Okay, let's see.
Oh, firing guidance system startup.
What?
Let me see.
It's. I don't want to rotate. I want to flip vertical. There we go. Booted firing system. Firing guidance system. I think.
Ah, okay.
I think. There's no dot over the I, but I think that's firing. Like it's the dot is just part of the or something.
Alrighty.
And of course, I can't fucking read the Greek at all, so I definitely recognize the letters, but that doesn't mean I can translate in my head easily. I don't want to disappoint anyone, but like this is starting to get a little too anime. 410, roger that. Preparing for sniping pursuit combat.
地形データ収集。射撃用データ収集。
Accumulating terrain data. Accumulating data for firing.
410へデータリンク。
Initiating data collection, yeah. Data link with 410.
410データ受領。
Forming firing curve. Okay, yeah. 410, data received.
標的
You're
を
right beside each other. You don't have to say your names. Like, that's only for when you're on radio contact. God damn it. Target lock acquired.
Okay, so, good morning. Welcome to the firing guidance system. Now scanning. Don't shake it. If we screw up, it won't. If we screw up now, it won't hit. Formulating firing curve. This is filler, so please don't read it, okay? It's random. All the English that I don't really understand sure is cool. Pretty awesome.
地形誤差修正。
Commencing terrain
射撃
calculation
曲線
error
形成。
correction.
制御点補正完了。
Formulating firing curve. Supplemental control point calculations complete.
45
This is
データリンク
honestly just gibberish for most of this. Like, none of it is actually phrases that you would actually say for this sort of thing. And I know my stepfather was a fucking mortar guy. Part of the mortar.
45データ受領。危険区域確認。 そこはダメです。
45, data received. Checking hazard zone. That's no good.
後ろ邪魔だよルシファーちゃん。
Lucifer, better get out from behind us,
バックファイアで焼けるよ。にひ。
or you'll get roasted by the back blasts. That's actually true, at least.
Yeah.
Do not stand behind someone like firing like an anti-tank weapon or a rocket launcher or whatever. You will absolutely get fucking destroyed.
Thanks to their paired measurements, the Siester sisters were able to instantly calculate the terrain throughout the mansion and the coordinates of their targets, as well as a firing curve to reach them. That's right, their shots could be guided to follow a curved line. None could escape. The precision guidance used by the Seven Sisters of Purgatory is nothing more than a cheap knockoff of the ability of these two held.
Like part of the anime bullshit that I'm not like fond of right here is that this girl who has been a witch for like 6 hours, even if she's unnatural, should not be able to match or even exceed someone like Beato, who has been doing this for a very long time.
Yeah, I'm gonna be very curious if there's more intent behind this than just what's on the surface level here. Because what's on the surface level here does feel kind of ridiculous.
Like, people can come up with the argument, and this is true in setting to an extent, that like the depth of your emotion and the power of your emotion and so on and so forth, like, and your imagination and all this adds up to become your magical ability and everything. This is true. Absolutely. However, we're talking about someone who is essentially a god being weaker than a newborn. That's what we're talking about here. This isn't like an experienced mortal mage being less imaginative or less dedicated than a new, like, fresh apprentice, because obviously that can happen. People can get burned out and shit. Or like the new apprentice is just like naturally more dedicated or whatever. Sure, that's fine. This is something different. This is a newborn god being more powerful than a very wise, experienced one who had proper teaching as well.
Yeah.
Proper teaching and training and a huge amount of experience. Like, this is ridiculous. 45, firing preparations concluded. Ammo type selected and loaded.
As the two of them faced each other, it was as though they were both pulling back on a bowstring together. Dazzling gold arrow was ready there.
410に射撃。
410, firing.
After giving that announcement, they released a single arrow together. As the path taken by the gold sparkling snake of light drew a curve, it followed the direction that Rudolph and Kiri had escaped to in a rapid pursuit.
I know this is a magical bow, and this is magic and everything, but it's a reference to the Welsh longbows that, like, these English demons, or English homunculi, or whatever the fuck you want to call them, are using a bow instead of, like, stakes or, whatever the fuck. But the implication that it takes 2 women to draw a fucking Welsh longbow is not sitting right with me.
That's fair. Like,
I know that they didn't think about that. I know that they were just like, hey, let's just do something really cool. Let's make a big bow big enough that 2 people have to, like, draw it. I know they're not thinking about that, but
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. It's one of those things. As a writer, you have to think of the things you're not immediately thinking about.
Yeah, this is, like, one of the reasons why, you remember when I was working on Victoria, and, like, how I was talking about how, like, I kind of want to use the, imagery of flowers blooming to talk about their power, like sparking and becoming greater and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Like, when these mages bloom, they more or less become more powerful, right? Like, the depths of their magic gets greater. But they're also magical girls. So the idea that women get powerful once they bloom, which is also
an implication of sexual maturity.
Like, sexual maturity, or even, like, having sex for the first time, it does not. No.
Yeah, that doesn't.
So, like,
work.
as much as I want to use that, I gotta, like, very carefully figure out how to use it, and if I don't, I gotta scrap the idea entirely.
Yeah,
it's just like that when you're doing things like this, and it's not even like the worry that someone's gonna take it wrong, but rather, like, it's going to have, like, a subconscious effect on people.
Yeah,
and people might be like, yeah, but you can separate fiction from reality and all that. Yes, you can, but the language that you use, the words that you read, the words that you hear, and the things that you see, all of this affects how you think. On a very, like, this is scientifically proven. The language that you speak affects how you perceive reality.
Yeah, exactly. That's why propaganda is a thing. It's not
That's why it works on everyone. You are not immune to propaganda.
Yeah, it's not like they're actually trying to trick you. Because you have to want to believe it.
Yeah, you have to be in a place to believe it in the first place, right?
Yeah.
But it's going to put that seed in your brain of like this, all this information constantly swirling around.
Yeah, instead it's a method of, we'll get people who already want to believe it, and for everyone else, if you hear it enough and repeat it enough, you're gonna start thinking like that. At least a bit.
Even if you don't actually believe it, like you repeat the lie often enough and it becomes the truth. Like that's what that means. It's not that it literally becomes the truth. Like, I can say the sun's going to explode tomorrow all I want. The sun's not going to explode tomorrow. You know? I can say that the moon is made of, like, ice and cheese, if I, like, ice cream and cheese, if I, as much as I want. But, the thing, like, what that means is if everyone says that often enough, they will start to believe it, or at least act like it's true.
Yep. So, you know, this isn't to say Ryukishi's a massive sexist or anything. It's just, you gotta think about these things as you go forward as a writer or as someone who creates media.
And this being written in like 2007, 2008, and then like the like it probably actually written in 2006, right? Like a little bit before like all the art got made and everything.
Yeah.
And then like the art and all this being made a year or so after, maybe as little as 6 months, doesn't really matter, whatever. The art being made a little while after, you got to think about like how anime and manga and everything was drawn back then, and it was very sexual.
Absolutely.
At least for the women. Like the men were not sexualized at all for the most part, because that's just how things go most of the time. In most cases, the men don't really get sexualized.
Yeah, not to the same degree.
Yeah, of course. And you can point to people like, oh yeah, He-Man, though. No, that's a different kind of...
That's a different fantasy.
Right? It's still objectification, don't get me wrong, but it's a different kind. It's a power fantasy, not a sexual fantasy. There is a difference.
Yes.
And, this is what people are always talking about, like with the male gaze or whatever.
Yeah. If I showed someone, you know, the hypothetical cishet man watching this, the sexualization of a male character from a woman's perspective, you would actually get a little bit uncomfortable, more likely than not, if you've never been exposed to it.
I mean, sometimes you might be like, hey, that's pretty cool, because it's not even that like women sexualize men in a different way, but like things, depending on the culture, different parts of a man will be considered like sexy than different parts of a woman.
I should clarify and say the hypersexualization of a man.
Okay, yeah, that's fair, because that's what's going on with these girls is the hypersexualization.
Yeah.
Average normal in quote sexualization is like Ava. You know, she's just wearing a tight dress. Yeah, sure, whatever.
Yeah.
She just looks good, and that shit's fine. And like, what I was thinking of when Mal started thinking that is like a lumberjack with his sleeves rolled up. Like people will find that hot all the time. Lumberjacks with their sleeves rolled up do look good.
Yeah,
but that's normal attractiveness. That's normal sexualization.
Yeah. So I should have clarified. Yeah, hypersexualization. If you've never been exposed to hypersexualization of your gender, you might find yourself a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, this is what people are always talking about with the male gaze thing. It's made with the cishet male in mind.
Yeah, I think the other thing about it, and the reason I'm not as bothered by the Steak Sisters, for example, is there is especially in anime bullshit, is sexuality that is not intentional on the character's part.
Yeah, that's a big thing.
Is where the camera takes a sleazy angle and the dressing is, you know, promiscuous or what have you, but it's not intentional from the part of the character.
For like the Seven Sisters, I could forgive it because like they're demons.
Yeah.
Like literal demons.
Yeah,
they
like-
are named after demons. They are modeled after demons. You're supposed to think of them as demons.
Yeah, and more than that,
These sisters, though, are a reference to like Pendragon. These girls are supposed to be knights.
Yeah, exactly. Because I was going to get into the fact, like, yeah, you can go, oh, okay, so, you know, these Seven Stake Sisters, we've seen them. They are horny little violent freaks.
Yeah, they're horny little violent freaks. That's fine.
Yeah, so
but these girls are also wearing like military uniform. They're obviously supposed to be knights.
Yeah, like,
or soldiers or something. You know, like a professional.
Yeah, like these are supposed
but, like,
to
look at that.
Professional. What should happen is, at the very least, this skirt should be complete.
Yeah. The skirt should probably be a little longer too, but hey, whatever. We'll just ignore that part.
Yeah,
the
well,
jacket should come all the way down to the skirt as well.
Yeah. Jacket should come
I
down.
love thighs too, but like, I don't know. I don't know how to explain this properly.
Yeah, like, it's just a matter of differences. Like, this person doesn't feel sexual. 410 does not feel sexual right now. Maybe that will change. But right now, he seems more interested in being violent.
The description even says she's a kid. 410 is a kid with a strong personality. It's the second paragraph, first line.
Hmm.
At least this one doesn't say she's a kid. Anyway, the point is, like, these girls are supposed to be knights, and like you run into this all the time, where like female knights are given like, breastplates that literally only cover their breasts, and they're wearing like thigh highs with like huge gaps between any armor plates they may or may not have. Probably not most of the time.
Yeah, and then this,
even today, and it's just sort of like, why?
And this character is fucking timid. Supposed to be.
So like we can assume that this is just like the uniform for
like it's probably
the Jester sisters.
Yeah, like it's probably the same thing as, you know, this is just a uniform, but it's just kind of fucky. Unless we're gonna say Pendragon is also a horny bastard.
Which also might be the case, you never know.
Yeah, which might also be the case. You know, pull a, you know, Roy Mustang.
It's just, and I think this part is intentional, but the armband reminds me of some certain things.
Oh yeah, like I
noticed that like as soon as I saw them, I was like, oh, okay, I see what's going on here.
Yeah,
and that's probably intentional.
Yeah, for sure. But like, you know, taking by comparison, these guys are just wearing suits. Renove.
Stupidly tight suits, but like, yeah, just a suit.
Yeah, and Renove, just a normal ass suit.
The witches are just wearing dresses.
Yes, the witches all just wear dresses.
I actually like New Beatrice's dress a lot more than the other.
Yeah, I would say that Ava Beatrice has a pretty great dress going on.
There's
like
riding boots, actually, not walking boots. The heel. The difference there is like the heel is a little too high for walking boots.
Gotcha. But yeah, just
so
this
you see that
layered
heel
effect.
right there. If this heel, it looks about the same size as a cowboy boot, like a real cowboy boot, not like the reproductions of today. Like if it looks like a real cowboy boot, it's a riding boot.
Makes sense.
Because that's what cowboys did. They rode horses. And the extra heel is supposed to like help your foot like lock into the stirrups. So
yeah, and like canon. Basically normal ass stuff. Short, but normal.
Yeah, look at Shannon.
And then, you know, Shannon.
Like we already talked about Shannon to death, but
yeah, but you know, there is just this distinct window that makes no goddamn sense. Like, I get it, Ryukishi, you like thighs, but at that point, just give her a shorter skirt.
Yeah. It's like there's an argument to be made here that this is playing into the ideas of the Ushinomiya family. Thank God. It took me way too long to get that word out. it's playing into the ideas of the Uchinomiya family, right? And how like the sisters that are summoned by people from the Uchinomiya family are also highly sexualized.
Yeah, like, it could say something about both Beatrice and Ava.
Yeah, but the problem is Renove recognized the sisters immediately.
Oh, yeah.
I assume they've met before because of like how 410 was talking to Lucifer, but it's also like it doesn't seem like the uniform is influenced by the person that's summoning them, unless they're actually created by them. And these girls obviously weren't created by Ava Beatrice.
Yeah, for sure.
They're just summoned.
Also, neat that the line down here is gold.
Yeah, that's a good detail.
Right.
What about the other one? What's the lines on the other one? I don't think
Good
we actually
question.
looked on the lines.
Just red, and then purple for the servants.
Okay.
And then Nanja all by himself.
Yeah, of course.
And it turned through the corridors, crawled over the floor, chasing them as it drew a beautiful curve. No one could block the guided shots of the Chester sisters. No one could escape from them. And their strength could pierce all physical and magical defenses. It was quite a merciless guided weapon of certain death. However, among mythical class soldiers, it was a weapon used by pretty much everyone. It was very commonplace for them, and yet extraordinary for those of the everyday world. What the? When he noticed something rapidly chasing them and turned around, the exact position of Rudolph's heart was pierced by the gold snake. It all happened in an instant. After the gold snake pierced Rudolph, it swooped down to the floor, drawing a beautiful spiral coil itself around Kiri's leg and crawled up to her chest. Just
Even
like
the way like the women get killed is sometimes a little.
Yeah, it's a little much. And just like Rudolph, it pierced the exact location of her heart. Because there was no need for it to spiral up her leg, but it did. And all of that happened in an instant. It pierced Rudolph and then Kiri. So they died, dropped to their knees, and fell over at almost the exact same time.
What's this? Talk about overwhelming. Ridiculously easy, isn't it? This is the kind of furniture I need. Way different from Lady Predecessor's second-hand furniture. Come on, bring their corpses here. I'll keep reviving them until I'm bored, and I'll try killing them in as brutal a way as I can think of. To think being a witch could be so much fun. That taking a life could be so much fun.
From the time humans are born, the most shunned action they can take is the murder of another human. Arguable, but at least, like, top 5.
Yeah, it's definitely up there for sure. Like, no matter what list you make, it's definitely up there.
It's only natural that humans can't understand how pleasurable it can be to break this taboo. But she was no longer a human, she was a witch. And there were some pleasures that only witches could understand. And now she had tasted those pleasures and was totally immersed in them. After learning that the contents of the forbidden pot were honey, she could no longer live without them. No, maybe the contents were honey because they were forbidden. Anyway, by killing humans gruesomely, and doing it over and over, she could feel the drug-like pleasure even now. I'm kind of wondering if her willingness to be inhuman entirely, like drop it so much that honestly her facial expressions don't even seem human in some cases, is why she's more powerful than Beatrice. Beato.
I don't know about that.
In this one, I genuinely, do not know.
Because, Beato did things like that sometimes, too.
Oh yeah, she did some horrendous shit. As the witch rolled over laughing, the gold snake that had just been shot returned as though being reeled in, and at the tips, 2 people were pinned and dragged along. The witch's orders had been fulfilled. Rudolph and Curie had been killed instantly, and their corpses had been carried back.
シエスタ45、410、命令遂行を完了しました。大ベアトリーチェ卿の次の命令を待ちます。
Gestures 45 and 410. Order execution complete. We will await your next order, Great Lady Beatrice.
どうかご命令を。
Please, your orders.
赤ん坊のおもりからネトゲのお相手。スペースシャトル撃墜まで何でもお答えしますよ。
From babysitting to playing online games with you to shooting down a space shuttle, we'll take care of everything. Games don't even exist yet in this setting.
第5の番の生贄らしいの。
It looks like these 2 are the sacrifices for the 4th and 5th Twilights.
Online games, yeah.
Yeah, it might be like Pong and Tetris that exist, but
yeah, I was
1986. There may be some very early Nintendo stuff. 1986. Yeah, it's really early stuff like the first Metroid, Kid Icarus, Adventure Island. So nothing that would be online. So really, actually, the first Castlevania back then too.
Well, I guess there were multi-user dungeons, MUDs as they're called.
Yeah, I don't know if a MUD counts as a video game though. Well, maybe like a text-based. Yeah, I guess could be.
Yeah, because MUDs existed in the 1970s.
Mm-hmm.
だから最後には役立たずの7姉妹。
So in the end, I'll need those worthless 7 sisters.
もう5姉妹か。
Or are there 5 sisters now?
こいつらを額と胸に刺してえぐらなくちゃならない。
I need those guys to pierce and gouge the forehead and chest.
でもそれを最後にすればいいんであって、それまでを私がどう遊ぼうと勝手よね。
But I can do that at the very end, and I'm free to play in any way I want until then, right?
待て待て待て待てい。そなたはわらわの言っていたことをもう忘れたのか。
Wait. Have you already forgotten what I've told you?
おや、これは先代様。何か文句で
Oh,
も
it's you,
おあり
Lady
ですか？
Predecessor. Do you have any complaints?
あるに決まっておろうが。そなたはやりたい放題ではないか。
Of course I do. You're doing whatever you please, aren't you?
なぜにわらわの言いつけが聞けぬのか。
Why haven't you followed my directions?
やりたい放題で何の問題があるのですか？それに私は儀式のルールを逸脱しようなんて気持ちはこれっぽっちもありません。
What's wrong with doing as I please, Lady Predecessor? Anyway, I don't plan on deviating from the rules of the ceremony in the slightest.
ちゃんとこの2人の死体を後できれいにして額と胸に杭を打ち込んでおきますから。
I'll definitely clean these 2 corpses up later and drive stakes into their forehead and chest.
そういう問題ではないというに。あまりに品がなかったり残酷だったりするとだな。
I'm telling you, that is not the problem. If you act so undignified and cruel.
その気を悪くする者もおるかもしれぬし。
She's really trying.
She really is.
Some people might take it badly.
先代様がどこかで戦っているとかいうゲームの相手ですか？
You mean your opponent in that game, the one you're supposedly fighting against somewhere?
どの目に聞きました？
Grunove told me. Grunove, you little shit.
おしゃべり。
Damn that blabbermouth.
まあ、正直に言うとそういうわけだ。
Well, to be perfectly honest, that's how it is.
ちょっと目に余ると、その。
If you go a little too far,
講義を受けてな。
that person will object, you see.
先代様にわざわざ伝言などさせず、直接講義にいらっしゃればいいのに。
Why can't this person just complain to me directly instead of making you take a message?
I mean, yeah,
Oh.
Butler could show up.
Does he know how to incarnate onto the game board?
Good
Like,
question.
he's done it accidentally, but does he actually know how?
Yeah, good point. He'd probably have to try and pressure himself into the same emotional state, and that's difficult.
Mm,
臆病な方です。
that coward.
こことは、その、異なる世界の住人だからの。わらわを
Well, this is a
返さね
different,
ば
a resident of a different world from yours. There's no choice but to use me as an intermediary.
まあ、とにかくだな。
Well, that's beside the point, but
ということは、その方は私に何か干渉したくてもできない。
which means that this person couldn't interact with me even if they wanted to.
そして私も干渉したくてもできない。
And I can't interact with them even if I want to either.
それくらいに遠い世界の無縁な方との認識でよろしいですか？
Simply put, this is a completely unrelated person from a world that distant, right?
うん。例えるなら、とても近い2本の平行線の世界とでも言おうか。
Indeed. For example, perhaps you could say that these worlds are like very close parallel
とて
lines.
も身近な世界なのだが、平行線ゆえに2本の線が交わることは決してない。
The distance between them is quite small, but because the lines are parallel, they will never cross.
そんな世界と、とりあえずは認識してくれればよい。
For now, that should be a convenient way for you to view that world.
交わらない。ということ
They never
は、
cross, which means
私とは関係ない世界のことということです。
that world has nothing to do with me.
もしその方の代弁で私に自重しろとおっしゃられてるのでしたら、その方に交互伝言をお願いします。
If you're speaking for that person when you tell me to show restraint, please pass this message on
あやつにか？
to them. What should I say?
余計なお世話だよ。消えろよ、ババア。
It's none of your business, so disappear, you old hag.
へそでも噛んで死んじゃえば。
If only you'd just give up and die.
失礼しました。先代のお友達でしょうから、多分女性だろうと想像しただけです。
Since it was a friend of yours, I just assumed she'd be a woman.
ババアと言っても、決して先代様のことではありませんから、どうかご容赦ください。
My old hag, I'm definitely not talking about you, predecessor, so please don't get mad at me.
When she spoke, the witch was looking straight into Beato's eyes. Anyone present would be able to tell what she meant by it.
先代様、とても不思議に思うことがあります。
Lady predecessor, there's something I find really
ど
strange.
うして先代様は、その別世界の方とゲームをして、
Why do you have to play a game with someone from another world?
魔女だと認めてもらわなければならないのですか？
I don't know if this is on purpose or just a translation error. Like, her referring to Battler as he when she doesn't know who the person is.
Yeah, this might be a translation thing.
Yeah. And have them accept that you're a witch.
それはだ
Although, Renome might have told
Yeah.
her. I don't know.
全て
Well,
の
as to that.
人間に魔女の存在を認めさせることが完全なる支配につながるからである。
It's because making all humans accept the existence of witches is a prerequisite of perfect control.
一人頑固者がおってな。どうあってもわらわを魔女とは認めんのだ。
There was a single holdout who simply wouldn't accept me as a witch.
どうしてその人間の認可が必要なのですか？魔女が魔女であり、魔法を振るうことに、どうして人間に
You
認めら
already
れる必
know
要があるの
why.
です
She
か？
explained it earlier, you fucking nerd. Why would you need the approval of a human? Witches are witches and can use magic, so why should we need to be acknowledged by humans?
だからな。前にも話
Well,
した
like I
通
said
り
earlier,
魔
magic
法という
is...
のは
私は魔女です。別に誰の認可がなくとも魔法が使えますが、何か？
I'm a witch. I can use magic without anyone's approval in particular, so what's your point?
この世界
Some spells kinda need
しかしだな。
the,
それをあやつが認めない以上はその
perfect bullshit.
なんと説明すればよいのか。
In this world, right? However, since that person won't accept it, how should I explain it?
説明いりません。だって、決して交わることのない別世界の話じゃありませんか。
I don't need you to. After all, isn't this about a different world that never crosses this one?
それ
Yeah,
は
but
つまり、ない世界と同じということです。
she actually is just like a child.
Yes, absolutely.
A smart child, but like literally just a child. She's not thinking ahead at all. Like at some point, you'll have the ability to cross the worlds too, just like this Beatrice, or the old Beatrice could, just like Beato. Like, and then this information will be very important to you. In other words, that world might as well not exist.
別世界でゲームで戦っていると、先代様が妄想を語っていることと何にも変わりません。
You fighting a game in another world is absolutely no different from you telling me about stuff from your imagination.
重ねて言います。
I'll say it again.
私と関係ない話です。
It has nothing to do with me,
そして、私はもう魔女です。
and I am already a witch.
先代様はどうやらその何者かに認めてもらえないと魔女になれないようですが、私は違います。
Lady Predecessor, somehow or another, it seems that you can't become a witch as long as this person doesn't acknowledge you. But I'm different.
誰に認められずとも、もう立派な魔女です。
Even though no one has acknowledged me, I'm an excellent witch already.
先代ということで、あなたに形式的な敬意は捧げますが、
Since you are my predecessor, I will formally pay you respect.
それは私の行為であって、義務ではありません。
But that's out of kindness, not out of duty.
もう私はあなたの助言など求めていないし、これからどうすればいいか、どう遊べばいいか、はっきり分かってます。
I won't ask for your advice anymore, because I clearly know what I should do and how I should play from now on.
だから13人殺しの儀式まではあなたへの最後の敬意だと割り切って行います。
So I will carry out the murder of 13 people as a final act of respect for you.
しかしそのやり方や。
However, there is absolutely no reason for you to interfere with the methods I use. I wonder if Battler's actually watching this right now.
あなたに口出しされる言われは全く
I
あり
do
ません。
wonder, yeah.
Or what I do afterwards.
そういうことで一つよろしくお願いします。
Therefore, I'll be counting on you in that regard.
At a glance, those words seemed obedient, but they contained within them a clear parting of ways. She was no longer under Beato's care in any way. That's why she was clearly saying nothing more than, "Don't get in the way of my fun." Beato understood that, and was dejected, realizing that no matter how she explained it, she wouldn't be able to make the witch understand.
ならばわらわはもう知らぬぞ。
I see. Then it is no longer my problem.
魔法は敬いの気持ちなくして存在できぬことを身をもって知るがいい。
Go and learn with your own body how magic ceases to exist when you lose your respect for it.
あなたがこれまでに縦横無尽に暴れてきたそれが
I wish you'd tell me where the respect was in that carefree rampage of yours up until now.
After hearing that, Beto could not respond, because she remembered hearing exactly the same thing from her teacher.
シエスタの姉妹先代がお帰りよ。お見送りを。
Okay, now, Jester sisters, see my predecessor on her way back.
先代様、どうぞこの場はお引き取りを。
Lady predecessor, please leave this place.
でないと私たちが叱られます。
If you don't, you'll be scolded.
Throughout her body, Beto felt something unseeable from the Chester sisters, which could only be described as an oppressive sensation. Most likely, they were initiating firing calculations. It was an action much like taking out a gun and cocking it. Even Beto could not escape from the Chester sisters' attacks without any preparation. In the past, she had placed her greatest trust in them, so she knew how terrifying they were down to her very soul.
先代様、お引き取りを。これ以上、ベアトリーチェ様のご機嫌を損ねられるのはお勧めできません。
Lady predecessor, if you would retire, I would not recommend damaging Lady Beatrice's mood any further.
先代様
Lady predecessor.
わらわはこれにて退場する。
I understand, I shall leave for now.
顛末をたどるか、ゆっくり鑑賞させてもらおうぞ。
I'll watch over the end you eventually reach at my leisure.
It was almost infinitely close to a parting shot. So after Beto vanished, the witch and her furniture doubled over laughing.
まあ、わかる。無限の力は楽しい。有限の極みである。
It does seem like she's gonna, like, fuck up and get herself killed. So.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, I do understand. The endless power is fun. The joy of freely toying with extremely limited life cannot be explained to those who have not tasted it.
その快楽に取りつかれる気持ち、わかろうというものよ。
I can understand that feeling of being possessed with a pleasure similar to drugs.
さぞや楽しかったでしょうね。かつてのあなたのはしゃぎぶりを見る限り。
It must have been quite fun, judging by your antics in the past.
あれがかつて何度も諭そうとしたお師匠様と、それに耳を貸さぬわらわの姿だというのか。
Are you saying it's just like when you tried to admonish me in the past over and over and I did not listen?
な
Yeah.
ぜあの子の行為を咎める気になったのですか？
Why have you started trying to scold that child for her actions? Well,
あなたにはあの子と大きな違いが一つあります。あの子はすでに魔女かもしれない。
there's a single large difference between you and that child. That child may already be a witch.
もちろんあなたも魔女です。
Of course, you're also a witch.
ゲーム版の上の世界では。
At least in the world on top of the game board.
しかし、ゲーム版の外の世界で魔女だと認められるには、
However, to be acknowledged as a witch in the world outside the game board,
ゲームの対戦者であるバトラ君に認めてもらわなくてはならない。
you need to have Battler, your opponent in this game, acknowledge you.
あなたはそれを理解してゲームを始めたはずです。
You must have understood that when you started the game.
魔女である証拠を暴風のように見せつけ、わらわを拒否する気持ちを吹き飛ばし、屈服させれば、
I thought that if I could show off a whirlwind of proof that I am a witch, blow away his desire to deny me, and make him
わ
surrender,
らわを魔女と認めると思った。
he would acknowledge me as a
前
witch.
回うまくいきかけたので、もう一息だと思ったのだ。
It all went my way last time, so I thought I was just a breath away.
実際は逆です。バトラ君はあなたの残忍さに呆れ果てていました。そしてゲームの対戦者として登壇したのはあなたを対等な対戦相手だと認めたからではない。
It's actually the opposite. Battler was disgusted by your brutality. He did not step up to the plate as a player because he acknowledged you as a worthy opponent.
残忍な魔女の存在を一切認めないという強い敵意に基づいてです。
It was based on a strong animosity, his resolve to completely deny the existence of a brutal witch.
愚かなあなたはバトラ君が対戦者の自覚を持ってくれたことを
In your foolishness, you probably felt that Battler's acceptance of his role as your opponent was a first step.
自分を魔女だと認めさせる第一歩のように感じていたのでしょう。
Towards making him acknowledge you as a witch.
でも実際は全くの逆。
However, it was actually the opposite.
バトラ君はあなたを魔女だと絶対に認めないためにあなたのゲームに挑んだのです。
Battler challenged you in this game because he was absolutely determined not to acknowledge you.
北風がいくら吹きつけようと旅人はマントをより深く着込むだけ。
No matter how hard the thoughtless north wind blows, the traveler only wears his cloak even tighter.
あなたは大きな間違いを最初から犯しているのです。
You were committing a huge error from the very beginning.
このゲームはバトラ君を屈服させる拷問などではない。あなたがバトラ君に認めてもらうために努力する試練なのです。
This game is not torture to make Battler surrender you. It is a test in which you must try to make Battler accept you.
うすうすはよ。気づいてたさ。
I vaguely noticed that.
前回はバトラ君にとって辛いゲームでした。しかしもう気づいたようですね。今回はあなたにとって辛いゲームです。
The last game was a tough one for Battler, but as it seems you've already noticed, this game is a tough one for you.
わらわはこれからどうすればいいのだ。
Get that tear out of here. You did this to yourself. Nerd. What should I do from now on?
あなたが自分で考えるのです。幸いにも
Think about it for
あな
yourself.
たはもうゲーム版の駒を降りて新しき魔女に委ねました。
Fortunately, you have already given up your pieces on the game board to the new witch.
じっくりと自らについて思案する時間があるでしょう。
You should have plenty of time to reflect upon your own self.
Go to your room, young lady.
You're grounded. Think about what you've done.
ドラはもう敵意の塊じゃねえかよ。魔女は認めない。そしてわらわも認めない。
But Battler's already a massive hostility to me. He won't accept witches, so he won't accept me.
それでどうやってバトラに認めてもらうんだよ。
In that case, what can I do to make him accept me?
北風でダメなら今からのこのこ太陽で照らせっていうのか？
Are you saying that if the north wind doesn't work, then I should shine on him as the sun from now on?
このわらわ
I mean, probably, yeah. You need to be a decent person to him, and he'll probably, like you a little bit. You fucking weirdo.
Yeah.
Me, after all this time. This just in, local witch shocked because she just figured out that treating people nice is actually the way to get them to like you.
太陽が死に再び蘇る再生の月です。
It's October now, the Halloween season. It's the month of rebirth. The sun dies and is revived again.
蘇ったばかりの弱々しい太陽は冬の木枯らしに遠く及ばないでしょう。
When the sun is weak after reviving, it may not reach far through the cold winter winds.
しかしじっくりと成長しやがては春の訪れを告げることができる。その時旅人はマントを畳むこともあるかもしれない。
However, it slowly grows and is eventually able to hail the coming of spring. At that time, the traveler may even fold up his cloak.
わらわ間違ってるというの。
Are you saying that I've been mistaken? Yes, she said that already.
About a
in
lot of
different scene.
things. Beautiful hall of the Ushiromiya mansion was covered with a gold sparkle like gold leaf, and stained deep red with thick spurts of blood. The number of deaths given to Rudolph and Curie had long surpassed anything you could count on both your fingers and your toes. The witch was breathing so hard her shoulders shook, but it wasn't because she was tired. She just couldn't hide her ragged breath, causing her still uncontainable excitement.
人の生き死にを自由にすることのなんと楽しいことか。
How fun it is to do as I will with people's lives and deaths.
無限の魔女の力の前には私が思い描く無限のすべてが実現するわ。
With the power of the endless witch, the endless everything I paint in my mind becomes reality.
どんなにぐちゃぐちゃにすりつぶしてやったって私は指を一つ鳴らすだけで元通りにして蘇らせることができる。
No matter how sloppily I mash them, I can revive them, returning them to normal with just a snap of my
そ
fingers.
して最後に申し訳程度に碑文に沿った死体に戻せばいいんだからね。
Because in the end, I just have to restore the corpses and follow the epitaph as an afterthought. And Virgilia's probably over here like, fucking really fucked up with this one.
Yeah.
ねえあんたたち
Shit, this one's even
ぬいぐ
worse.
るみの
God
お
damn
腹
it.
を裂いたことってある？
Hey, you guys, have you ever sliced a stuffed animal's stomach open?
ないです。45は？
Never. What about you, 45?
いえ、やったことありません。申し訳ありません。
No, I've never done it. My apology.
当然よ。普通ないわ。ましてや、お気に入りのぬいぐるみだったらなおさらよね。でもずっと思ってた。
Fucking I have. I've destroyed all kinds of shit. That's understandable. Normally you wouldn't, especially not if it was a stuffed animal you liked. But I've always thought about it.
こんなにも大好きで、ふかふかのぬいぐるみの中にはいつか覗いてみたいってずっと思ってたわ。
I've always thought about peeking in and seeing what was packed inside this fluffy stuffed animal I loved. I mean, it's just cotton. Like,
If you cut it and looked inside, your curiosity might be quelled, but the stuffed animal would be broken. So even though you want to see, you can't. You understand that feeling, right?
無限の魔女の力はまさにそれを叶えてくれる力なの。今の私は
Power of the
好き
endless
なだけ
witch
ぬい
can
ぐるみを
truly
裂く
grant
こと
that
がで
wish.
きる。
As I am now, I can slice the stuffed animal all I want.
なのに魔法一つでそれを元通りに蘇らせることができ、それはつまりこの世のあらゆる制約を打ち破ったということ。
No, not really, because you're still in this world. You little shit. This is why you should have listened to Banto earlier, fucker. And yet, with a bit of magic, I can return it to normal and revive it. In other words, it means I've broken all limitations in this world.
今の私には躊躇することも思いとどまることも何もないの。
As I am now, I don't have to hesitate or give up an idea or anything.
その喜び、誰にもわからないでしょうね。無限の魔女の私以外誰にもわからない。
That joy. There's probably no one who can understand it. No one other than me, the Golden Witch.
As the witch let out a mad war cry, she revived Rudolph and Curie again, and faster than they could realize it, she killed them right away. And she made it known that something other than cotton was stuffed inside those two. Quit it, Ava.
あんたいたの。
Ah, it's you. How long have you been there?
In that gruesome hall, Hideyoshi appeared with his gun readied. The witch had sealed the mansion with a barrier, so Hideyoshi had nowhere to run. He probably picked up Rudolph's or Kiri's gun and came back. The gun, which should have been something to be feared, was apparently no longer an object she took seriously now that she was overflowing with magical power. Her bold expression didn't flinch in the slightest.
なんでローザさんやマリアちゃんやルドルフ君やキリエさんまで殺さにゃならんのや。
Why did you have to kill Rosa and Maria and Rudolph and Kiri?
はあ、私は後ろ宮家の当主にして六軒島の魔女よ。この島では何を起こそうと全ては自由自在。
I am the head of the Ushirimiya family, the Witch of Rokenji. Everything that occurs on this island is all up to me.
今だけの一瞬を切り取ってその生き死にをどうなど私には無意味なこと。
Whether they happen to be alive or dead at any particular moment in time is meaningless to me.
お父さんの黄金を見つけてどんだけ高く積まれた黄金やったやろな。
You went mad after finding Father's gold. Just how high must that gold have been
わ
piled?
しには想像もつかん。
Can't even imagine
お
it.
前の正気を失わせるほどのものだったんやろ。
It must have been enough to steal away your sanity.
だがな、そんなにもたくさんの黄金やったならなして気前よく分けっこしたろって思わんかったんや。
But if there was that much gold, why didn't you think of graciously splitting it up?
誤解してるわ。あれは全て黄金の魔女のものよ。私以外の
You must
誰にも
understand.
触る資格はない。
All of that belongs to the Golden Witch. No one is qualified to touch it except me.
お前は何や。昔聞かせてくれた少女時代の魔女だったエヴァだとでも言うんか。
What are you? Don't tell me you're that thing Ava told me about long ago. The witch Ava from when she was young?
そうよ。あなたの妻の後宮エヴァの胸の中にずーっと住んでいた少女時代の私。
That's right. I am the me from my years as a girl, who's been living in the heart of your wife, Ushirimiya Eva, this whole
そ
time.
して魔女なの。
And I'm a witch.
エヴァは私を忘れることによって大人になったわ。だから魔法
Ava
が
became an adult by
使え
forgetting
ない
me, so she can't use magic.
誰だって子供の頃には無邪気だけれど残酷な妄想に頭を膨らませることはある。
All kids get their heads filled with innocent but cruel ideas
し
sometimes.
かて小さい頃はアリを踏んで回ったりトンボの羽をむしったりして遊んだことがあるわ。
When I was young, I'd sometimes go around stepping on ants and pulling the wings off dragonflies. That second one. Bit much, Hideyoshi.
Yeah.
But
For
kids
For most people,
really...
That's a bit much.
命の大切さを学んでそんな残酷な幼年時代から卒業するんや。
However, I learned the importance of life and graduated from that cruel childhood age.
今のお前はまさに幼年時代そのものやで。
Yeah, he's calling it here. Right now, you really are a child.
エヴァが卒業したはずの人格なんや。
Personality that I know Ava graduated
そ
from.
れはエヴァやない。
That personality isn't Ava.
別の人間や。
It's a completely different human.
そうよ。私後宮エヴァじゃない。
That's right. I am not Ushirimiya
黄
Eva.
金の魔女ベアトリーチェだもの。
I'm the Golden Witch, Beatrice.
楽しいわよ。何の制約もしがらみもなく生き死にを自由にできるこの閲楽は本当に素敵。
It's so fun not being bounded by any limitations. The pleasure of being able to do as I will with life and death is truly wonderful.
割った金魚鉢を謝らなくていい。そして
I don't have to apologize for breaking a goldfish bowl. And I can tear stuffed animals up as much as I want.
私は
There was a crisp sound. It was the sound of Hideyoshi slapping the witch's face. Looking at the hall stained deep red with fresh blood, he should have been able to imagine how terrible the witch was. But without fear, without even hesitating, Hideyoshi had walked determinedly up to her and hit her on the cheek.
アホ
You fool.
残酷ぶるなや。ほんまは臆病者の弱虫のくせに。
Don't act like you're cruel, not when you're really a coward and a weakling.
わしがまた更生させたるわ。このしょわるが。
I'll correct
Again? Again?
that. Interesting. What was Ava like when you married her, dude?
Right? What the fuck?
I'll correct that evil nature of yours again if I have to. Unless he means he'll correct it in the same way Ava corrected her
Yeah.
own behavior.
Yeah, like that could be it.
You fool. Fool.
痛い。ちょっと。
Hey. Hey!
命の大切さとか儚さとかそういうのが分かる女やったらな。
You're a woman who understands how important, how fragile a life is, aren't you?
わしが思い出させたる。
I'll make you remember.
何が魔女や。アホ抜かせ。
What are you calling a witch, you stupid fool?
お前はわしの女房の後宮エヴァや。
You're my wife, Ushiromiya Ava.
冷蔵庫の残り物でちょいちょいと気の利いたつまみを作れる台所の魔女が先の山や。
If anything, you're a witch of the kitchen who can always make the perfect snacks out of refrigerator leftovers in a flash.
Fucking Ava can cook? What?
That's it. That really shows how different she is from how she acts around her family.
Yeah.
Well-
Fucking Ava can cook? What?
Won't you open your eyes, you fool? Well, I guess, you don't, actually fall in love with a restaurateur without learning a little something.
I guess, yeah. Not wrong.
Because, yeah, anybody could have married Hideyoshi, but she did actively fall in love with him.
だから後ろ宮エヴァじゃないって言ってるでしょうか。
Didn't I just tell you that I'm not Ushiromiya Ava?
アホ抜かせ。
Usher Mia. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm sure. You stupid.
You stupid fool.
Sorry, that's
you. As tears dripped down his face, Hideyoshi kept hitting the witch's head. He wasn't even pointing the gun at her anymore. Therefore, that sound of gunfire couldn't have come from the gun Hideyoshi was holding. The gun, which had fallen in the corner near Rudolph's corpse, was floating in the air, and smoke lingered near the barrel. And the bullet? A red stain was slowly spreading across the chest section of Hideyoshi's vest. Even though his back was facing the barrel of the gun, the bullet had driven through Hideyoshi's chest.
だから私はエヴァじゃないと言ってるのにバカでうざい男ね。
Like I said, I'm not Ava. This stupid, annoying man.
あんたしつこいから第6の番の生贄に変更してあげるわ。
You're a pain, so I'll switch the sacrifice of the sixth twilight to you.
どこかのベッドの下に隠れて震えてでもいたなら見逃してやるつもりだったのに。
If only you just hidden under some bed shaking or something, I planned on letting you go.
わざわざ戻ってきて。
But no, you went through all the trouble of coming back.
本当にバカな男だわ。
You really are a stupid man.
There was a dull sound as Hideyoshi fell to the floor. Even though death would have allowed him to escape from that pain, he resisted until the last second. Staring straight into the witch's eyes, he passed away. Because he had died without closing his eyes, the witch didn't realize that he was dead for a short while, remained pinned by that gaze.
こいつも新しいおもちゃにして遊びますにひ。
She would make this one a new toy and play.
At those words, the witch finally realized that Hideyoshi was dead.
あ、そうね。どうしようかしら。
Yeah. Right, what will it do?
The Chiester sisters waited for instructions. On the inside, they imagined the sorts of even more brutal orders their master might give. The expression that rose to the witch's face looked as though she'd gotten over her excitement. She looked down at Hideyoshi's face, which still had tears dripping down it.
この男のせいですっかり興ざめだわ。もうやめた。
Such a killjoy, and it's all this guy's fault. I'm done.
ロノウェイいる？
Monove, are you there?
はい、ここに。
Yes, right here.
後片付けをお願い。先代様もうるさいしね。
Take care of the cleanup. I'll bet the lady predecessor makes a fuss over this one.
あのババアが納得する程度にきれいにしといてちょうだい。一応先代様への義理で儀式のルールには従うわ。
Please make it clean enough for that old hag to accept. Guess I'll follow the rules of the ceremony out of a sense of obligation to my lady predecessor.
この3人の死体を第4の番から第6の番ってことでお願いね。
Treat these 3 corpses as the 4th through 6th twilights.
ルシファー、出番よ。
Lucifer, it's your turn.
傲慢のルシファー、ここに。
Lucifer of Pride, right here.
その3人の死体、ほじくってえぐっといて。
Dig into these 3 corpses and gouge them.
死体をですか？
Into corpses?
そうよ。何か不満？
That's right, got a problem with that?
いえ。
No.
The Seven Sisters of Purgatory had their own sort of pride. It's the pride of a hunter, the pride of gouging prey that they had brought down themselves. However, being told to gouge a corpse that someone else had brought down ran contrary to that sentiment. Of course, the witch didn't mean it that way, but for the Seven Sisters, it was horribly humiliating. However, they had already screwed this up with 2 of the sisters defeated, so they had no right to question her. Only Renobe appreciated this, and he rested his hand on her shoulder in understanding.
Marry yourself.
ご命令ですよ。ルシファーは3人を選び、儀式の作法に従い処理をするように。
This is an order from Lady Beatrice. Lucifer, carry these 3 and dispose of them in accordance with the etiquette of the ceremony.
あと、できましたら私のお片付けにも手を貸してください。
Amber, then when you are done, lend me a hand with the cleanup. Hi, bud.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
The witch looked down upon Hideyoshi's corpse as though implying that the now delicate atmosphere was all Hideyoshi's
バ
fault.
カな男ね。死なずに済んだのに。
Stupid man. And you didn't even have to die.
あなた。
Dear, where are you? You're there, right? Answer me. The crash of a thunderbolt woke Ava from her nightmare. If Hideyoshi had been gripping her hand at that time, her fearful heart would probably have been instantly healed. However, Hideyoshi, who had supposedly sworn that he wouldn't leave even for a moment, was nowhere to be seen in the room. Dear, answer me, dear.
Sucks to have a dream of killing your own spouse, huh?
Yep. "30 minutes had already passed since Rudolph's group had left the guest house. By any measure, their return was too late, and Kraus and Natsuhi, who had waited by the entrance, were reaching the limits of their patience. The chain was set on the door. That was a precaution in the event that Rudolph's group was attacked and the master key stolen from them. For that reason, they needed to wait by the entrance like this for the others to return.
さすがに遅すぎます。彼らの身に何かあったのでは？
They really are too late. Don't you think something might have happened to them?
Indeed. Kraus glanced between his watch and the door, struggling to keep his composure.
もし彼らが戻らないようなことがあるならば。
If something happened to prevent them from turning.
辛い想像だが、その覚悟を始めた方が良さそうだ。
A terrible thought, but it seems we should ready ourselves for that possibility.
It fucking reminded me of a line from Darkest Dungeon 2 when you're about to fucking hire the bounty hunter. There is no man behind the hunter's mask, only a terrible thought.
Very nice.
Just fucking love Wayne June.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So it really was too reckless after all.
私はそうだと申し上げました。なぜ彼らはこれほどの危険を承知で外に。
That is what I said. Why did they go outside when they knew it was this dangerous?
愚かなことです。
How foolish.
ローザさんが襲われたばかりだというのに、なぜに外へ。
Why go outside even though Rosa had just been attacked?
それを言っても始まらん。とにかくこれでゲストハウスに大人は3人。
Nothing will come of saying that now. At any rate, there are now 3 adults in the guest house.
4?
Me, you,
そして高熱で寝込んでいる
and,
エヴァだけだ。
and Ava,
What do you
who's
say
asleep
fuck
with a
Donjo
high
for?
fever. Yeah, that's... I think he must mean...
Of the family, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, of the family. At that time, the forceful sound of a door being opened came from the hallway, and they heard Ava's panicked voice. That voice kept calling out Hideyoshi's name. It seemed as though she'd had a bad dream or something due to her fever. She was calling for her husband.
エヴァさん、どうしましたか？大丈夫ですか？
Ava, what is it? Are you okay?
うちの人はどこ？うちの人がいないの。
Where is my husband? My husband isn't here.
ずっと一緒にいるって約束してくれたのに。
Even though he promised that he'd stay with me the whole
ずっ
time.
と手を握ってくれてるって約束したのに。
Even though he promised that he'd grasp my hand the whole time. Krauss was struck dumb by the attitude of hers. Or by this attitude of hers. Which she had never shown in front of him before, but not that he understood her feelings.
Fucking everyone should understand that. Like, when you're sick, you want someone to be there to comfort you. Like, take care of you so you don't have to do it all your fucking self.
Yeah.
Like, that's just my opinion on it, is like, I just want someone to, like, take care of shit so I don't have to do shit while I'm sick. But, like, I also lack a lot of things. And that's one of them, is that sort of, like, impulse to rely on people. So, like, everyone else should understand that, just not me.
Yeah.
Humans are social animals. Anyway, calm down. Hideyoshi is with Rudolph and Kiri. They're outside right now.
表へどうしてよ。私とずっと一緒にいてくれるって約束した。どうして表になんか行ってるの？
Outside? Why did he go outside after he promised that he'd stay with me the whole time?
表へ出てはダメ。表には魔女がいるわ。行ってはダメ。殺されてしまう。
You mustn't go outside. The witch is outside. You mustn't go. You'll be killed.
エヴァ、落ち着きなさい。秀吉さんはルドルフたちと一緒に屋敷へ戻っているのだ。
Ava, calm yourself. Hideyoshi
What?
returned to the mansion with Rudolph and Kiri. Hmm?
Huh? Oh, I thought he said guest house there for a second, so I was like, why are you just lying?
どうして屋敷に行かなくちゃいけないのよ。ここなら安全なのに、どうして表になんか出したのよ。
Why did he have to go to the mansion? Why did he go outside even though it's safe
どう
here?
して屋敷なんかに戻ったのよ。
Why did he go back to the mansion?
明日までの食料を取りに行くことになったのだ。
They went to get enough food to last until tomorrow.
秀吉さんはお前の体調が悪いことを気にしてて、そのためにもと言って。
Hideyoshi was worried about your health and said that was partly why he wanted to go.
いつ戻ってくるの？いつ戻ってくるのよ。表はダメよ。バラ庭園はダメ。屋敷はダメ。
When will they come back? When will they come back? Don't go outside, don't go to the rose garden, don't go to the mansion.
黄金の魔女が歩き回ってる。
The witch is there, the golden witch is walking about.
殺されてしまう。絶対に殺されてしまう。
If she finds you, you'll be killed. You'll definitely be killed.
うちの人はいつ戻ってくるの？
When will my husband come back?
30分前に私たちは帰りを待っています。
They left here 30 minutes ago. We were waiting for their return.
30分？そんなのおかしいじゃない。屋敷に行って食料を取って帰ってくるのに、どうしてそん
Yeah,
な
it
に
should
時
only
間
take
がか
like
かるの
10,
よ。
15 minutes, right? Like,
Yeah,
most.
because, yeah, it's not actually a long
It's like
walk.
pretty fucking close.
30 minutes ago? Isn't that strange? Why would it take so much time for them to go to the mansion to get food and come back?
それであんたたちはなんでここでぼんやりしてるのよ。迎えに行かなきゃ。
Why are you two just standing around here? We have to get them. Go get them.
早くあの人のところへ行かなきゃ。
We have to hurry to where they are. Eva probably had quite a nightmare. And because it had continued even after she woke up, she could no longer hide her panic. Natsuki tried calming her down, but all it did was make Ava's emotions explode even more. Maybe they heard that disturbance. Battler and the kids, who had supposedly been on the second floor, were peeking their faces through the cracks of the lobby door. Kraus, Natsuki, Ava, and Battler and George, Jessica, and Nanjo. Everyone in the guest house had gathered by the entrance and understood the current situation.
母さんの意見に同感だよ。父さんたちの様子を確かめに行くべきだ。
I agree with Mother. We should go to check on Father and the rest.
まあ、そうだな。荷物が大きくなって手間取ってる可能性だってあるぜ。
Yeah, that's right. It's even possible that their load's too heavy and they're having trouble carrying it. Wishful thinking.
人手は歓迎のはずさ。
They should welcome some extra hands.
ローザさんが襲われてすぐですぞ。二次遭難の可能性もあります。
This happened right after Rosa was attacked. This may have been a secondary disaster connected to
こ
that.
こは一つ慎重に。
We should act with caution here and...
バカを言わないで。慎重に何よ。
Don't be a fool. What do you mean
助けを
caution?
求めてるかもしれない主人を見殺しにしろというの。
Are you saying we should let my husband die even though he might be begging for help?
私が様子を見に行くわ。臆病者はここで待っていなさい。
I'm going to look and the cowards can stay here. Looking agitated, Ava raised her gun. Judging by her face, it would be useless for anyone to try and stop her. George, who realized that first, raised his head.
僕も行こ
I'll go as well.
う。バトラ君も来るだろう。
You will too, right, Battler?
人数が多い方がいい。
More people the better.
おう、エヴァおばさん。来るなって言ったってついてくぜ。
Sure. Aunt Ava, we're coming even if you tell us not to.
私も行くよ。私だけ安全なところに隠れてなんかいられないぜ。
I'm coming too. I can't be the only one to hide
At
in a
this point,
safe
you might as
place.
well all go.
ジェシカは出てはなりません。ここに私といるのです。
Jessica, you must not go outside. Stay here with me.
良いですね。
Got it?
It was like they were implying that those three had already been killed anyway, so going outside would be pointless. Natsuki realized that Ava felt like her heart had been gouged out, but she spoke out strongly as Jessica's mother.
そうね。それがいいでしょうね。兄さんたち一家はゲストハウスで留守番してて。
You're right. That should be fine. Let's have Krause's family keep an eye on the guest house.
これはうちの家族とバトラ君の家族の問題よ。
This is a problem for my family and
あと
Battlers.
南條先生も来てもらえるかしら。
And I wonder if Dr. Nanjo would mind coming
万
too.
が一のこともある
Just in
かもしれない
case.
から。
バトラ、エヴァ、ジョージ、南條の4人は屋敷、ルドルフ、キリエ、秀吉の3人の遺体を発見。
In the hall of the mansion, Battler, Ava, George, and Nanjo found the corpses of Rudolph, Kiri, and Hideyoshi.
第4から第6の番ってことか。なら死体には、額、胸、腹にそれぞれ、例の悪魔の杭が。
The 4th through 6th twilights, then the corpses were pierced through the forehead, chest, and stomach with those demon stakes.
はい。ルドルフの額に1本。秀吉の胸に1本。そしてキリエの腹部に1本。悪魔の杭が打ち込まれています。
Yes, the demon stakes were buried into them, one in Rudolph's forehead, one in Hideyoshi's chest, and one in Kiri's stomach.
3人には争ったか、あるいは逃げ回るかしたと思われる着衣の乱れがあります。3人の遺体は寄り添ってはおらず、犯人と遭遇後、ある程度の抵抗を試みたと推定されます。
Disorder of the clothing on all three suggests that they were fighting or running away. Since the three corpses were not found right next to each other, it is hypothesized that after coming into contact with the culprit, they attempted some form of resistance.
杭で、額と胸と腹を。
And they had stakes in the forehead, chest, and stomach.
相変わらず。
Horrible, just like usual. Even though Renobe knew it would be superfluous, he contemplated telling Battler the truth. Normally, the witch would have killed him in a much, much more horrible way. Corpses had been left in this manner only because Beato had suggested to the witch that she show restraint. The new witch, thinking it would fit well enough as long as she gouged them with stakes, would probably have just stuck a stake into a lump of meat that wasn't even shaped like a human. Rosa's and Maria's corpses were a particularly striking example. They'd been killed as the Golden Witch had wished. Just how gruesome would the corpses have been? Beto had changed that into the still better kind of killing Battler had mentioned earlier. Wanting to have Beto's small bit of thoughtfulness appreciated, he thought of telling Battler about this. But judging by Battler's eyes, that might do more harm than good. Humans, the gap between being alive and being dead is very large. Saying that she'd given them better deaths might have made it possible for a demon to understand her feelings and pardon her. There was no way a human would be so accepting. Understanding this, Renove remained silent despite knowing of Beto's modest efforts.
So it seems like he didn't see that.
Nope, apparently not.
Yeah, I guess without Beto there, like literally, like just like showing him, he's not seeing what's on the game board as readily.
Yeah, more just whatever information his self in the game sees.
Ronove, 赤で宣言を頼む。
Just like usual, let's start by checking whether the corpses are dead. Renove, please declare it in red.
おい、聞こえないのか？赤で宣言を頼む。
Hey, can't you hear me? Please declare it in red.
副将要求だ。
Repeat it.
ルドルフ、キリエ、秀吉の3名は死亡している。
Rudolph, Kiri, and Hideyoshi are dead.
申し訳ございません。復唱を拒否させていただきます。
My apologies. Allow me to decline for repeating that.
なんだと？いきなりどういうつもりだ？
The hell? What are you planning all of a sudden? By now, proclaiming that the victims were dead in red was almost a given in this battle. Refusing to do that was almost like losing by default. When Renove refused as part of his first move, Battler was dumbfounded.
申し訳ございません。私めのお嬢様の代行者である資格をこれをもって返上させていただきます。よって
My apologies.
私にはそれを赤で復唱することができません。
As of this moment, I relinquish my position as my lady's representative. Accordingly, I cannot repeat that in red.
それを復唱する資格があるのはお嬢様ただ一人だけでございます。
The only one qualified to repeat that is my lady.
正しい言い分です。ロノウェはベアト側の代行者でしかありません。ロノウェが代行の役を負り、かつバトラ君がベアトを相手として認めないならば。
His point is a valid one. Renove is the only representative for Beato's side. He steps down from that position, and if you will not accept Beato as an opponent,
新しい代行者を立てる必要があります。
a new representative must be named.
新しき代行者はおります。どうかバトラ様、お嬢様を再び対局の相手とお認めください。
No new representative exists. Please look back. Please accept my lady as your game partner once more.
悪いが、そいつは聞けねえ相談だぜ。
Sorry, but that's advice I can't listen
あの
to.
不愉快な残酷野郎。俺は絶対に対局者だなどと認めない。
Definitely won't accept that unpleasant, cruel bastard as my
それを
opponent.
認めないために、俺はこのゲームを降りないんだ。
My refusal to accept her is why I can't step down from this game.
不愉快な点につきましては、お嬢様に代わりまして謝罪します。また、
As to her
お
being
嬢様に
unpleasant,
は二度と不愉快な言動を取らぬよう制約させます。
I apologize in my lady's stead. Allow me to pledge that my lady will not undertake such unpleasant actions again.
どうだかな。
I wonder about that.
バトラ君、あの子の師匠として私も謝罪します。
About damn time.
Yeah, Battler. I also want to apologize to that child's teacher.
よく言って聞かせますので、どうか一度だけ許してやってはくれませんか？
I'll give that child a good talking to, so please offer your forgiveness just this once.
おいおい、よしてくれよ。
Hey, hey, enough of that.
まるで俺が悪者みてえだぜ。
You're making it sound like I'm the bad guy.
それに、あんたらにいくら謝罪の言葉を聞かされても、
No matter how much you guys apologize, it won't reach my
そい
ears.
つをベアトが自分の口で言えるってんなら、まあ、耳を貸さねえこともないぜ。
If Beto can say that from her own lips, well, I might listen to her.
わかりました。それがあの子を再び認めてもらう唯一の条件ならば、あの子に謝罪をさせましょう。
Understood. If that is your only condition for acknowledging your opponent again, let us have that child apologize. Yeah, like, Battler, I'm not saying, like, you have to, like, approve of her actions or anything like that, but it's kind of hard to play a chess game with someone if you don't even let them sit down on the fucking board.
Yeah, a little bit.
あの子を呼びなさ
Umineko,
い。
call for that
よ
child.
ろしいですね、バトラ君。
Does that be alright, Battler?
好きにしろよ。
Sheesh, do whatever you
だ
want.
が、俺が許すと期待するな。
Still, don't expect me to forgive her.
呼べよ。あのムカつく魔女。
Go get that irritating witch.
ありがとうございます、バトラ様。ただいま、お呼びいたします。
You have my thanks, Lord Battler. She'll summon her here.
お嬢様、バトラ様がお呼びでございます。
My lady, Lord Battler is calling for you.
After a few heartbeats, gold butterflies gathered together in midair and created Beto's form. It was a much more docile appearance than the ones she's made before.
呼んだかロノウェ。
Did you call Renove?
話は聞いていたはずですよ。あなたの口から何か言うことはありますか？
I believe you heard. Is there something you have to say from your own lips?
Looked as though Beto shrugged slightly under Battler's cold gaze. Several times Beto made an effort to get the words out of her mouth, but that didn't work so well. She was just as awkward as someone trying to light a match during a freezing winter with icy hands. Even as she did that, the game board was advancing. In a hall, they had just found the corpses of the new victims and had broken down crying.
Oyaji! キリエさん!
Dad, Kiri. Dear.
母さん、しっかりして。僕だって。
Mother, hang in there. Even for me,
悔
it's
しい。
so crushing.
悲しい。
So sad.
おそらく即死だったでしょう。たとえ彼らが倒れた直後に我々がここに訪れたとしても、
They probably died instantly.
手遅れだったに。
I'm sure
I don't know
that...
about that one for Kiri.
Yeah, for a shot in the stomach.
Stabbed in the stomach. Yeah. That's a slow way to die.
Yeah. They probably died instantly. I'm sure that even if we had arrived immediately after they fell, it would have been too late.
いいえ、違うわ。きっと生きてたわよ。胸にこんなものを刺されて。
No, that's wrong. They were definitely alive. His chest was stabbed with something like this.
もがき苦しみながら死んでいったに違い。
My husband must have died in extreme pain.
もっと早く来ていれば、きっと助かった。
If we had come faster, surely they would have been saved.
きっと助かったのよ。
They would definitely have been saved.
I like how, like, the, in quotes, animation of them, like, falling to their knees or what have you is just, like, literally just the fucking, the sprite being, like, turned transparent from the top down.
Yeah. It works.
Fucking great. I guess, yeah. It's just very funny.
バトラ君も辛いだろうけど、しっかり。
Must be tough for you too, Battler, but stay strong.
大丈夫だよ。
大丈夫だぜ。もうちょっとだけ泣かせてくれ。俺が一番マシなんだ。俺が一番悲しくないはずなんだ。
I'm okay. It's okay, George. Let me cry just a little bit longer. I've got it the best. I should be the least sad.
That's a fucked up way of thinking about it, by the way.
Yeah, little.
Don't do that to yourself.
Yeah, do not do that to yourself. Everyone's grief is everyone's grief. I should be the least sad, so if you just let me cry just a little longer, I'll be fine.
Also, what do you mean you got it the best? Like, George is over here, like, even if you, like, think of this like a fucking, like a balance sheet, I guess. George has only lost one person here. The same goes for, Ava. Like, you lost two people.
Yeah.
Although it does seem like the fucking Ushiromiya siblings do care about each other, they're just, like, very toxic and fucked up towards each other and not care.
Exactly. Like, I think that is an underlying theme that Ryukishi is kind of going with, is that as fucked up as these families are, and it does not excuse their behavior, and honestly, they should get very far away from each other, but as fucked up as they are, they still have human emotions, and, at least in the case of the Ushiромiyas, actually care about each other to some degree.
Yeah, because, like, Kraus and Rudolph and Ava were all, like, obviously upset by Rosa's death. Like, genuinely upset. And not just, like, in fear, but actually... I mean, fuck, Rudolph was actually crying, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, Rudolph was crying. Because he found his little sister fucking dead.
Let that fucking cable go. No. I don't care. Don't chew on power cables. I don't care that it's unplugged. No. Prick. I can just glance over and I see him like laying on the floor on his side with both paws wrapped around a fucking power cable. And he's chewing on the tag that's near the end. He's like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Get away from that.
Yeah, that ain't a toy. That isn't true. I can understand how much it must hurt your heart to have lost both parents. I still have a mother. That's much better than what you're going through, Battler. That's also an incorrect way to think about it.
Yeah.
いや、違うぜ。庄司の兄貴が一番辛いはずなんだ。
No, that's wrong. It's got to be the toughest for you, George.
分かってんだよ。
I understand, George.
庄司の兄貴が俺たちの中で。
That's true, like George did also lose his fiancée.
Yeah. In this group, you're the saddest and the one who has it toughest. I understand that. I understand that, so I can't keep on sobbing like this. Why do you say it's toughest for me?
俺にとっちゃ親父もキリエさんも成人して独り立ちしたら親である以上子供より先に死ぬのは宿命だ。
Me, Dad, and Kiri were people I'd eventually split up with when I grew up and became independent. Since their parents, it was fated that they'd die before their kids.
それが少し早くなっちまっただけ。
Just happened a little early, that's all.
だが兄貴は違うぜ。いつか別れる親だけじゃない。これからの人生をずっと一緒に生きていくはずの。
But it's different for you, George. You didn't just lose your parents, who would have parted ways with you eventually. You also lost Shannon.
シャノンちゃんまで失ったんじゃないかよ。
Someone you should have spent the rest of your life with.
人の命に重さなんかねえさ。赤ん坊の命だって、年寄りの命だって。
You can't
同じくらいに尊いだろうよ。
You can't value human lives differently. Whether it's a baby or an old person, they should all be respected the same.
だがよ、それからの人生が長ければ長いほど。
But still, the more life that that person has ahead of them.
一緒に築いていく未来が長ければ長いほど、その死ってのは悲しいものなんじゃねえのかよ。
The longer the future you're building together is, the sadder the fact of their death is.
兄貴は
And that's actually a pretty succinct explanation as to why, like, culturally we consider, like, protection of children better than protecting older people.
Yeah, like, higher on priority would be a better way to put it.
Yeah. It's like, you can see it in some cases where, like, older people will specifically sacrifice themselves to make sure, like, younger people get out of things. And that's, like, sort of, you know, your job as an older person,
Yeah, like,
socially speaking.
Chernobyl.
Like, everyone
is-
should have a chance to live, obviously, but, you know.
Yeah, Chernobyl is a big example of that. Because it was some older folks who kind of went in afterwards to make sure everything was on the up and up so things wouldn't get even more disastrous.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that, like, some of the elderly workers and all that.
Yeah, made sure that things wouldn't get even more disastrous so they're, you know, more healthy people or more healthy soldiers, for example, wouldn't have to go in. George, you were engaged to Shannon, right?
これからの人生と家庭を一緒に築いていこうって約束したんだろ。
You promised that you'd build a life and a home together in the future, right?
その未来のでかさだ。幸せのでかさがよ。
Compared to how huge that future was, compared to how huge that happiness
俺
was,
の痛みなんかとは比べ物にならねえ。
stuff like my pain doesn't even come close. Still, do not compare your grief. This is bad
Yeah,
coping.
this is not like... It's not like how grief works. Don't compare that shit like that.
だから兄貴はもっともっと泣いても許されるはず
Now,
なんだ。
saying this is okay. You
Yeah,
should-
like,
you-
you should be allowed to cry much more than you are right now.
Yeah. So you should be allowed to cry much, much more, George.
なのに俺たちいとこの兄貴格だからって
And yet, just because you act like a big brother to his
無理
cousins,
に冷静を装って
you force yourself to act like you're so calm.
やめてよバトラ君。
Stop it, Battler. George was trying to make a calm smile. But already, he couldn't stop a single hot tear from leaving a streak down his face.
悲しくないわけがないじゃないか。
There's no way I wouldn't be sad, right?
僕はシャノンと一緒に
Together with Shannon, I painted a picture of many futures in my mind.
きっと100年の人生では叶いきれないくらいの夢を語り合ったさ。
We talked of dreams that couldn't all come true even if we lived 100 years.
その夢の
Of those dreams,
一番最初の
even the very first one,
籍を入れることさえ叶えられなくて
having her move into my family register could not be granted.
悲しくないわ
So
けが
there's no way I wouldn't
ないじゃないか。
be sad, right?
それに比べたら俺なんかだから俺にはこれ以上泣く資格なんかねえんだ。
Compared to that, like I said, I have no right to cry anymore. Quit that
兄
shit.
貴だってこらえてるのに俺にこれ以上の涙を流す資格なんて。
When even you're struggling to hold it in, I have no right to shed any more tears.
同じだよ。親しい人を失えば悲しいのは僕もバトラ君も同じだよ。
We're the same. We both feel the same sadness from losing those close to
だから
us.
バトラ君が僕より涙を流してはいけないなんてルールはない。
So there's no rule that says you can't shed any more tears than me, Battler. Thank you, George.
そ
Good
し
on
て
you, buddy.
僕だってもうこれ以上涙をこらえなければならないなんて
There's
ルー
never a
ル
rule that said that there was never a rule that said that in the first place, George. Like that you couldn't cry to begin with.
And for me too, there's no rule that says I have to hold back my tears any longer, is there?
兄貴兄貴未来を語り合ったシャノンが死んだ。
Just had the image of like them hugging and crying.
Yeah, fair enough.
悲しいな悲しいな。
Shannon, the one who shared my dreams for the future, is dead. Father's dead too. So sad, so sad.
Hey, look at that.
There you go. As Battler and
I'm a
George...
fucking prophet.
Yeah, apparently. As Battler and George hugged each other tightly, they cried a waterfall of tears over each other's shoulders for the people who had been so precious to them.
1 second. Keep it.
どうして俺がジョージの兄貴が一番辛いって言った
God damn it, Battler. Why'd you have to choose this moment? I'm trying to do something.
You understand why I said that George has it the toughest?
聞いていたからわかる。その後の人生を共にする時間の長さに悲しみは比例するとの。
Okay. Alright, I'm back. I kind of hurt a little bit. I was listening, so I understand. Your sadness is proportional to the length of time you would have been able to spend with that person afterwards.
もちろんそれだけじゃ測れねえけどな。俺たち人間はお前ら魔女とは違う。
Come on, hold off the hostilities for a hot minute. Of course, you can't calculate it just like that, though. We humans aren't like
No,
you
I mean-
witches.
He also doesn't know any witches that would react like he would. He only knows witches like Beato here.
Yeah.
I mean, Virgilia isn't like that, of course, but he doesn't know that yet.
Yeah, he doesn't really have a good bead on her emotions and grief.
生きてから死ぬまでという有限の時間をその力の限り
And he's only had like 1 or 2 interactions with Bernd Gastel, and like 1 with Lambda Delta.
Yeah.
So like he just doesn't know any other way for witches to be yet. So like I don't expect him to like not make comments like that. Honestly.
Fair enough. From the time we receive life to the moment we die, we live within that limited period as strongly as we can manage.
それをないがしろにする奴は許せない。ましてや嘲笑いもてあそぶような奴は絶対に許せない。
I can't forgive anyone who makes light of that, and I definitely can't forgive anyone who sneers at people and toys with
お
them.
前のような死の概念もめちゃくちゃな奴には理解もできねえだろうがよ。
A person like you, whose very concept of death is all screwed up, probably can't understand that.
これから生きる時間の長さだけじゃない。一生懸命に生きている奴の人生を嘲笑うこと。
I'm not just mad because of the length of time they would have lived afterward. It's sneering at the lives of people living with all they've got.
これが一番俺には許せねえんだ。
That's what I can't forgive the most.
ジョージの兄貴はがむしゃらに頑張って人生を生きてた。
I wouldn't describe George as reckless.
シャノンちゃんと結婚するために悲壮な覚悟をしてこの日に臨んでいたはずなんだ。
Okay, yeah, maybe marrying Shannon was a bit reckless. George lived his life by recklessly doing his best. He must have approached this day with a grim resolve to marry Shannon, no matter the challenges.
俺みたいに久しぶりにいとこと会えるなんて浮かれてたやつとはわけが違う。
That's completely different from me, since I was happy just to be able to meet my cousins after a long while.
しかしだな。
But still.
ベアト、今は黙って聞きなさい。
Beato, for now, stay silent and listen. Indeed.
お前の言い分にも一定の理解はする。お前には自分の復活のためにおかしな碑文に沿った殺人を続ける必要があるってんだろ。
In a way, I understand your point. You say you need to continue murdering according to the epitaph for your own resurrection.
だからその範囲内でのお前の殺人はお前の立場の事情を汲み取る限り。
So, considering your circumstances, I can just barely bring myself to understand your
それ
murders.
がお前にとっては必要な行為だからだ。
because to you, it's a necessary course of action.
ならそれ以上の不要な行為は全てお前の無意味な残酷趣味ということになる。
But that means all unnecessary actions you take beyond that are due to your meaningless and brutal tastes.
つまり第一の晩に6人を殺すことまでがお前にとっての必要な行為ならば顔を砕くとか腹を裂いてお菓子を詰め込むなんて真似は全て全く不必要な。
In other words, if killing the 6 people for the first Twilight was a necessary action for you, then all the show of crushing their faces and splitting their stomachs and stuffing them full of seats was completely
お前の
unnecessary
残酷趣味だってことになる。
and caused by nothing more than your brutal hobby.
俺はお前のこの
I don't think he knows about like the strategy that she's talking about, like the anti-magic bullshit.
Yeah,
But like, even so, he still makes a pretty good point.
yeah,
There are
for
other
sure.
ways to make it obvious that there's a witch or magic. You know, you don't have to do it like this.
That's an aspect of you that I definitely cannot forgive.
She didn't even say anything that time. I heard nothing.
I heard a very
Indeed.
light hum.
お前はローザおばさんがひどい殺され方を繰り返された時結局は最後には生き返らせるのだからみたいなことを言ったそうだな。
When you saw Aunt Rosa getting repeatedly killed in that horrible way, you apparently said something like, if they're going to be brought back to life at the end anyway, it doesn't matter how they're
バ
killed.
ルギリアに聞いてるぜ。
I heard from Virgilia.
それはまあその
Well, as to that, well,
最後には生き返るなら何度殺してもいいという考えは命をもてあそぶだけの全く不必要な行為ではないのか。
That idea that you can kill them as many times as you want, as long as you bring them back to life in the end. Isn't that a completely unnecessary action, with no purpose other than to toy around with someone's life?
殺すなら人思いに殺せ。もてあそぶな。
If you're going to kill, do it instantly. Don't toy with
殺さ
them.
ないならいたぶるな。
If you won't kill them, then don't bully
お
them.
前は人の命を自在に操れるのをいいことに命の尊厳を忘れてしまった。
You're taking advantage of the fact that you can do as you will with people's lives, and you're forgotten the sanctity of life.
だから俺は認められないんだ。
So I can't accept or acknowledge you.
命の重みを、そして失った時の悲しみを知らない奴を俺は対戦相手だと断じて認められない。
I definitely can't accept as my opponent a person who doesn't know the value of a life, or the sadness felt when lives are lost.
無限の魔法が邪法と言われるゆえんです。無限の魔女に有限の概念はない。壊す、殺すという有限と終焉の概念がないのです。
that is why the endless magic is known as a black art. The endless witch has no concept of limitations. She has no concept of the limitations and losses caused by breaking and killing.
それゆえに無限の魔女は時に生と死の狭間をゴム跳びで遊ぶかのように
For that reason, endless witches sometimes start playing by jumping over the gap between life and death.
その行き来を遊び出すようになります。
Like it's a game.
それはとてもとても恐ろしいことです。
That is a very, very frightening thing.
だから私は無限の魔女として自らあなたの域まで達しなかったのです。
So as an endless witch, and by my own choosing, I never reached your level.
It was something Virgilia had been trying to tell Beto for a long time, but Beto had been too young to obediently listen to those words. She had been too wild. She had been possessed by that detestable pleasure.
壺を割ってはならぬとでもだからこそいつか割ってみたいと思っていた。そして無限の魔法を得ていくら壊しても好きなだけ元に直せると知ったとき
I've been told not to break vases. That's why I want to break them. Then I gained the endless magic. When I knew that I could fix them back to normal no matter how badly I broke them.
わらわは壺を壊すことがこれほどまでに
I was
楽
surprised
しか
at
った
how
の
fun it could be to break a vase.
驚いたものだ。
それを禁忌の蜜と呼びます。
That is what's known as the forbidden honey.
人はその中身に惹かれるのではない。
People are not captivated by what's inside.
それを封ずる錠前に惹かれるのです。
They are captivated by the sealed lock.
実に嘆かわしいことです。
It is truly regretful. Fuck out of here. Stop yelling.
ワルギリアに聞きたい。無限の魔法なんてものがどうしてあるんだ？
I want to ask you, Virgilia, why does this thing called the endless magic exist?
それは何のためにこの世にあるんだ？
For what purpose does it exist in this world?
無限の魔法に限らず、魔法はすべて人の世に幸福をもたらすために存在するのです。
It is not limited to the endless magic. All magic exists to bring happiness to the human world.
今さらバトラ君には信じがたいでしょうが、私たち魔女は人の世に恵みを与えるために
After everything that has happened, it may be difficult for you to believe, Battler, but in order to bring blessings to the human world,
人と人ならざる者たちとの架け橋になるべく修行を重ねているのです。
we witches are supposed to become bridges between humans and non-humans, and that is why we train so hard.
死者を繰り返し蘇らせ、何度もいじめ殺すことで、どう人の世に役立つってんだ？
How does reviving the dead and torturing them to death over and over again help the human world?
大切な形見の壺が割れてしまった時、それを直すことで誰もが笑顔を取り戻すならば、私は何度でも魔法にて直すでしょう。
When a vase that was an important memento was broken, by fixing it, everyone would regain their smiles. I would repair it with magic as many times as necessary.
しかしそれは壊すために直すのではありません。人に
However, I would not be
幸
fixing it in
福を
order
与
to break
え
it
るた
again.
めに蘇らせるのです。
I would be reviving it to give humans happiness.
だとしたら、ベアト、お前は無限の魔女。
In that case,
失格だな。
Beto, you fail as an endless witch.
Indeed.
うん
Can you say something else? Literally anything else?
There's this thing I've been vaguely thinking about. Why do I keep playing this strange game against you?
これは俺を屈服させるためのゲームじゃない。お前が本当の意味で無限の魔女に認められるための試験ではないのかってな。
Maybe this game...
Even fucking Battler figured it out. What the fuck?
Yeah, holy shit. Maybe this game isn't about making me surrender. Maybe it's a test for you to be accepted as an endless witch in the truest sense.
知らぬわ。わらわがそなたにゲームを申し込んでいるのは、単なる暇つぶしだ。誰の思惑でもないわ。
I don't know about that. The reason I proposed this game to you was just simply as a way to kill time. There were no ulterior motives at work. God damn it, tongue.
俺は今、ワルギリアからの魔女の定義を聞いた。
Just now, I heard the definition of a witch from Virgilia.
それによるならばベアト、お前は魔女ですらない。
By that definition, you, Beto, are not even a witch.
その修行の途中で、自らの力を誤解した見習いってことになる。
You're an apprentice who's still in training, and who misunderstands her own power.
これは魔女と人間の戦いのはず。ならば、魔女でないお前に、俺の相手としての資格はない。
This was supposed to be a fight between a witch and a human. If you aren't a witch, then you aren't qualified to be my
わかる
opponent.
な。
Understand?
わらわがまだ見習い風情だと申すか。
You say I'm still only an apprentice.
ならばわらわはいつそなたの対戦相手だと再び認められるのか。
Is this the first time she's shown like this kind of expression to him?
Yeah, I think so.
Then when will I be accepted as your opponent once again?
いつこのゲームを再開できるというのか。
When can we resume this game?
さあな、それは少なくとも今じゃない。お前が俺の言った話をちゃんと理解できて、俺はお前を再びゲームの対戦相手だと認めるだろうよ。
Who knows? At the very least, it isn't now. When you fully understand what I've said and become a real witch, I'll probably accept you as my opponent in this game once more.
そのような抽象的な言い方ではわからぬ。どうすればお前の許しを超えるのか。はっきりと聞かせよ。
I can't understand if you say it so abstractly like that. Clearly tell me what I should do to earn your forgiveness.
いいや、これで十分だ。あとはお前が考えろ。俺が言いたいのは以上だ。理解ができないなら、ワルギリアやロノウェに相談してみろ。お前みたいなガキンチョは。まず大人の言葉に耳を傾けるところから始める。
Honestly, being neurodivergent, I fucking hate it when people say shit like this to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, if I was capable of figuring this shit out in the first place, there wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, though at least in Battler's case, he's saying talk it over with Virgilia and Renove. His reasoning should be different. His reasoning should be, I can't give you a prescription for this. You've got to have to come to actually understand it, not just know it.
Yeah.
And that would be fine, but yeah, this isn't quite right. But anyway, to read the line, no, I've said enough. You think about the rest. That's all I want to say. If you can't figure it out, try talking with Virgilia and Renove. A brat like you should start off by listening to what the adults say.
ワルギリア、ゲームは一度中断する。ロノウェが代行を降りた以上、あとはベアトが対局者としてふさわしい資格を持つのを待つしかない。
Virgilia, suspend the game for now. Now that Renove has stepped down as representative, all we can do is wait for Beato to gain the qualifications of a proper opponent.
了解しました。ベアトがその資格を得たと認められるまで、ゲームを対局者不在のまま進行させます。ベアトもそれでよろしいですね。
Understood. Until Beato has been acknowledged as having earned those qualifications, the game will proceed without an opponent. Is that alright with you too, Beato?
異論はない。
I have no objections.
わらわは
Speak up, bitch!
ゆっくり考えられる場所が欲しい。
I want time, a place where I can think at a leisurely pace.
これにて席を外してもよいか。
May I leave my seat for that?
ああ、いいぜ。
Yeah, that's fine.
それではまたね。
Well then, see you later.
待てよ。そう、しょぼくれた顔すんな。
Wait, don't make that dejected face. You couldn't withstand it forever, Battler.
He tried, but he didn't quite get there.
わらわは胸の内がすべて顔に出る勝負。偽れぬ。
Sorry about that. Letting everything inside my heart show up in my face is part of my personality. I cannot deceive.
なら、まだ構成の余地はあるってことだぜ。一つだけ約束する。俺はお前とのゲームに勝つかもしれないし、
And
負け
maybe,
るかもしれない。
then maybe there's still some hope for you. Let me promise you one thing. In this game with you, I might win and I might
お前
lose.
が戻ってこなけりゃ、不戦勝ってこともあるだろうよ。
If you don't come back, it might be my victory by default. At that point, Battler stopped talking for a second. Then he spoke forcefully.
しかし、絶対に俺からは降りない。お前を不戦勝にだけは。絶対お前が再び俺の好敵手としてそこに座るの。
However, I definitely won't be the one to step down. I definitely won't give you a victory by default. I'll keep on waiting here for you to sit there again as my worthy opponent. Vaguely romantic there, Battler.
Yeah, a little bit.
バトラ様
ありがとうなバトラー。わらわはきっとそなたに認められて戻ってくるぞ。
Thank you, Butler. I will definitely come back and be accepted by you.
After showing a hopeful smile for a very short while, Beato vanished. After seeing her expression as she left, Battler was absolutely convinced that her face could tell no lies. I don't know about that, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Let's see here. 1 second.
Yep.
Yeah, I think this might be a decent place to call it.
Yeah, it could be. If you're getting tired. I'm cool with that.
Yeah. 6 hours is a good
Alright.
stream.
And we'll just wind down now.
Yeah.